The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Legacies will be cemented and new legends forged at the 2024 U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Top players from around the country have come to the chess capital of America for their chance to compete for a national title. Reigning champion Melik Khachiyan is looking primed for a repeat, cruising to a win and co-lead in the seniors. Former U.S. Junior champ and favorite Christopher Yu flexed his experience, grabbing a win and a share of first place. But the story of the day was Iris Mu, who took down last year's junior girls winner Alice Lee in a surprising upset. The cameras are rolling and the stage is set. Day 2 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 2 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We are here in front of the St. Louis Arch, one of the famous places to visit here in St. Louis. Let's go back to the studio and start the round.
Day 1 was filled with decisive rounds and fighting chess. We can expect more of that today as round 2 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone to our show. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Christian Chirila.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Wonderful to be in studio with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Boy, I got to tell you, the national championship sure did start with a bang. So we had 12 out of the 15 games that were decisive, but our prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, Alice Lee, went down to a defeat, wow, which was well earned by Iris. Nazi, do the honors and tell our audience about our current standings.
Let's take a look and I'll start with the juniors. We have 5 players sharing first place: Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward, Andrew Hong, Justin Wang, and Brewington Hardaway.
And in the girls?
In the ladies section, we only had 3 wins yesterday: Jasmine Su, Zoey Tang, and hero of the yesterday's round, Iris Mu.
Certainly was. And in the seniors?
In seniors, we have 4 players with the full point: Vladimir Akopian, Larry Christiansen, Alex Shabalov, and Melik Khachiyan.
And our format for these 3 national championships?
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament, and the time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed, and regular scoring system with full point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
All right, and the schedule, Nancy?
We have a total of 9 rounds, each day 1 game played, and this Sunday will be rest day. And on Friday, July 26, if necessary, we'll have playoffs.
I like it that there's a separate day for the playoffs. Thank you, Nancy. And Christian, what an eventful day. Just so many decisive games.
Absolutely. It was an explosive start, and that's not an exaggeration. Let's take a look at the percentages of decisive results we had yesterday. You can see in the girls section, 3 out of 5, 60%. In the seniors, 4 out of 5. This is, in my estimation, unexpected because, you know, the seniors, they start slower.
Right.
Tame games in the beginning rounds. We didn't see that yesterday, but look at the juniors. 5 out of 5, 100% decisive results. Just incredible. 12 out of 15 so far. It's a great change of pace from what we had in Bucharest, Romania.
Yes.
I believe it was 7 out of 35. We've already exceeded that with only 1 round. Let's take a look who were the victors, and we're going to look at the starting ranking list as well. Christopher Yu Andrew Hong, Andy Woodward, Justin Wang, and Brewington Hardaway all scored very important victories. Let's see what happened in the junior girls section. And I have to say, this was the big surprise of the round. Alice Lee, the rating favorite and by far the favorite going into this event, she lost her first round game with the white pieces against Iris Moon. Zoey Tang also scored an important victory, as well as Jasmine Su. And let's take a look at what happened in the seniors section. We see Vladimir Akopian, Larry Christiansen, two of the rating favorite, as well as Alex Shabalov and Melik Khachiyan, who is the defending champion. And what a brilliant start he had. I have to say, in the opening phase, he didn't look like he had achieved anything against Jesse Kraai, but just an incredible turnaround after Jesse, I have to say, took unnecessary risks.
Jesse got ambitious.
Too ambitious.
Exactly. And thank you, Christian. And it's my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Kostya. Over to you and to share your thoughts on a very eventful first round, Kostya.
Thank you, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Yeah, guys, up round two about to start. Yesterday we had some heavy thunderstorms. Today, looking much sunnier. Be curious to see how that plays out over the boards. Guys, obviously the big story of yesterday's round was Alice Lee losing the first round with white. I mean, she's the biggest favorite among all three sections, and obviously the first round was very disappointing for her, and now she has to bounce back. I still think she's one of the favorites, but definitely not the favorite anymore. This tournament is now blown wide open, and there's so many strong competitors here. In fact, I was writing the bios for this event. Fans can check those out on uschesschamps.com. And some of the Alice's opponents I didn't know so well, I reached out, asked for their achievements. The responses I got, guys, is like 3-time national champion, 4-time Pan Am Youth champion, 6-time state champion. I mean, her opponents are no joke. That said, she's still the highest rated player, and she has to come in, show her full A-class game if she wants to bounce back and actually win the title once again. So guys, going to be a very, very exciting day. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Kostya. Indeed, it is about the mindset and the mindset of a champion to bounce back. Nasi, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In round two, we have Nicholas Ladan playing Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward against Arthur Go, Andrew Hong playing Balaji Daggupati, Jason Liang against Jason Wang, and two co-leaders, Brewington Hardaway playing Justin Wang.
That would be a big game. And for the junior girls.
In this section, we have Jasmine Su playing Megan Paragua. Again, two co-leaders, Iris Mo playing Zoey Tang.
That becomes a key matchup, doesn't it?
Definitely. Then we have Yasmin Isani playing Alice Lee. We'll see if Alice can recover today. Rose Atwell playing Omiya Vidyarthi. And Rachel Lee against Chloe Go.
And in the seniors, what can we expect in the pairings there?
Look at the board one. We have two leaders playing each other. Shabalov against Akopian.
That'll be a key matchup, no question about it.
Indeed. Then we have Christiansen against Novikov. Gregory Kaidanov playing Joel Benjamin. Jesse Kraai against Douglas Root. And Julio Becerra against Melik Khachiyan.
And then wonderful. And as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, we're going to take a little tour of the playing hall.
Yeah, this is the main third floor.
Right.
I've played there many times. It's my favorite place to play chess.
Yeah. I like the wood, the ambiance. And then two of the tournaments take place here on the main playing hall.
And the girls today looks like they'll be playing in the attic.
Right. They have this
also very nice.
A little a rest area for the players to get snacks and drinks. Here's our attic. Lots of great lectures have taken place here. It's a nice, quiet room.
It is very nice.
They are fighting for national pride and honor, but also money.
Fighting for a lot of money indeed. In the junior section, total prize fund is $40,000. First place winner is going to get $12,000. Second place $8,000. Third place $5,000. And every player gets some money.
Exactly. And for the girls?
In the girls section, we have total prize fund 20,600, first place 6,000, second place 4, third place third.
And for the seniors,
And in the seniors, prize fund is $75,000. First place 20,000, second place 13, and third place 10,000.
Pays to be a legend.
no kidding, as we see the players taking their seats and remembering they've got to arrive early because the security is actually quite severe. We are using special wands and all kinds of things to make sure it's a fair play environment. That's it.
And we see one of the best chess photographers, Leonard Otis, doing his job, taking beautiful pictures.
It's all about the hair and the shoes. So long as the hair and the shoes are matching, Leonard is in his element.
And he just came back from the Rapid and Blitz in Croatia.
Exactly.
He's been traveling with the European tour of the Grand Chess Tour.
It's not about the players only, Christian. It's about the photographers.
Of course.
The broadcast team.
So important.
You know, those commentators. You know.
No, the commentators bottom of the barrel.
As we see, hey, no handshake.
What was that?
That was a fist bumps. That was our routine. We fist bump. As we want to go to the game between Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian. These two
leaders of the senior section.
Of the seniors. So two players who won their game, Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian. Akopian is coming into this event as the highest rated player. This is his third time in the seniors. He hasn't won it.
He's a two-time Armenian champion, and now he's
trying to become the American senior champion. Now, the thing is, Shabalov kind of let out a truth bomb yesterday. He said against Julio Becerra, when you're playing Julio, the thing you can't allow him to do is hold the initiative. Because there are certain players, Larry Christiansen included, that when they have the initiative, it's like they play at a much higher level than when they're thrown on the defensive.
Become very dangerous.
Exactly. Well, guess who else belongs in that category?
Alex himself.
Alex Shabalov himself. I mean, if he's not attacking, he's not having fun. But when he is attacking, then he can produce the magic. By the way, C7, C6, the Slav defense.
Which was very popular yesterday.
Exactly. It was a Slav day for the opening. Now, I'm not expecting C4 takes D5. That's the old man's chess. Going into
I don't know. It's becoming more and more popular. I see top players play it all the time, and for a win, not for a draw.
Exactly. Now, for Shabalov, I would expect him to go into some of the main lines, knight f3, knight c3. If he's sacrificing a pawn, he's going to be happy. He's just going to have to think about what kind of middle game position he wants.
Maybe he was surprised by Akopian's c6.
Choice.
I'm not sure if he's a Slav player.
Right. I mean, I think only Nimzo, Queen's Gambit declines with d5 and e6. So c7, c6, okay. And where would you like to guide us for our next?
Well, let's go around the horn. Let's check Jason Liang against Jason Wang.
If you don't mind, I actually want to go to Iris.
Let's do that against Zoey Tang.
Zoey. Again, for those of you who don't know, Iris played just an absolutely fantastic game yesterday. I'm not going to say it was error-free. It's just that I can't fault any decision she made.
She won the pawn, not won. I mean, Alice sacrificed the pawn in the opening, and Iris just kept the extra pawn, and then she didn't give a chance to Alice. It's not that Alice played badly or blundered.
Exactly. And today, she's up against Zoey, who's the number 2 seed, by the way. So imagine if you're in Irish shoes and you're saying, I'm playing number 1 and number 2 to get started, and I beat number 1. She beats number 2.
It's like number 2 can't be that difficult if I already beat number 1.
Okay, what we got? We got a Rusalima with e7, e6, and it shortly becomes a kind of a Taimanov system with a kind of a commitment of the knight already to e7. Now, I'm a little bit surprised by this move by Zoey. Knight to g6. I'm more familiar with ideas where black ends up capturing, playing a6, and developing the knight to c6 rather than to g6.
I've
Knight
also
to-
seen queen b6 instead of knight g6. I think that's
Queen
the
b6
main
is
move here,
also, yeah.
at least the most common.
That looks actually really good, right? Because you're, how does white handle queen
It
b6?
forces some trades for sure after queen b6.
Because, I mean, obviously you're threatening to take the knight,
It's
but
knight c6.
knight takes c6. Can you take this guy?
Oh, I've seen b takes c. Queen b.
B takes c is the common move?
Yes, and then bishop d3 and
Queen takes, I'm not excited to play knight here, right? I assume
Probably
I just
come back.
come back. Okay, interesting. What we did get is knight g6, bishop to e3, bishop to e7. Now, if we want to play a kind of a Maroczy bind position, it's now is
but
the
with
time
the
to play
bishop on
c4.
b5.
I know, it's weird,
kind of
right?
misplaced, the bishop. Actually, we
Definitely.
do have a move. She played c3.
c2, c3, a far more modest step in the center.
I think
Somebody
we're
supporting
still
the
in
knight.
some theoretical line.
Okay.
Not the main line, some niche line, but still. Black castles here, and white knight develops to d2.
Okay, let's have a look-see.
And then
Castle,
at some
knight
point,
d2.
black plays a6 to ask white bishop,
I'm going back.
going back.
Going back to e2.
And then I'm guessing black can go b5, bishop b7.
b5, bishop b7.
then
Something we,
f4.
yeah, we've kind of seen this a little bit yesterday. Christian, jump in, and what has caught your eye at the start of this round two?
Well, I'm looking at this Woodward Guo game. It's a very sharp Catalan, I have to say, and I was trying to understand what the intricacies of this opening are. But to be honest, it's all about the engine prep right now.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. Knight to e5, bishop to b4, knight to c3, and now, of course, you can go knight to d5 to try to preserve, in fact, the pawn on c4. For example, right now, if I just simply play the move bishop to d2, very natural to defend the knight on c3, you have time to go knight to b6. That defends the pawn. Now it forces me more or less to go e3, defend the pawn on d4, and then we get this type of positions: castle, castle, knight d7, and f4. I'm going to try to do something utilizing my knight on e5. Nice presence in the center. Black, sure, you're a pawn up. Probably you're going to try to get something against my center with the move c5. So this is one option. But there's another one. And to be honest, I did not know very much about this.
Whoa.
Castle, exactly. This is what we have. By the way, it's on the board. And he didn't know exactly what he's doing. Take, take, take on c3. This is still the position that we have. Take another pawn. How many pawns is that?
That's three.
That's 3 pawns, right? That's a lot of pawns.
You had me at one.
Exactly. This is probably your favorite line of the Catalan. Queen to a4 is on the board. b5. Take a look at this. I'm not sure why he stopped right now. He needs to play the move queen to a3. This is the position that I'm expecting. Queen to a3, that stops the black king. Has it been played? Yes, it's on the board. This is what we have on the board right now. They're blitzing out through their moves. They know exactly what they're doing right now. Queen takes e5 was played. Bishop to f4 is what we're expecting. Queen to f6. And to be honest, I will need a couple more hours to try to understand this position. I don't think you want to take this rook first, because that allows e5. I have a lot of compensation for the exchange. Well, first of all, there's 3 pawns for the exchange. By itself, that's already a lot of compensation. But also, it does seem that I'm getting my pieces very quickly out. This bishop comes out with tempo either to h3 or g4. I can also just propose this queen trade with a move queen to e7, which is going to nullify your presence along this diagonal. That's going to allow me to castle. So I have a lot of play with the black pieces right now. It doesn't seem like this is the way to go. What is the way to go? Apparently, you have to take this pawn. Bishop takes c7.
Whoa.
And I'll get back to you with more developments. I'm pretty sure these players are going to blitz out their next few moves. Yes, bishop to f4, queen to f6 is on the board. So we'll see who blinks first.
Well, you said you'll understand the position in a month's time. You got 13 minutes.
I know, right?
Snap.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Get to it. Thank you, Christian. Of
course.
Whoa, that's a crazy game going on there.
Crazy preparation. I'm
Yeah.
sure both sides are still in their prep.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're following that line with bishop takes c7.
Wow. I'm going to bring up the game between Brewington Hardaway and Justin Wang because, again, these two junior players both won their game. And, well, here we have a
Both had
Akopian.
very good games yesterday.
Exactly. And Akopian with knight f6, this is the most common thing, except knight c3 is, frankly speaking, a rarity. I mean, everybody is playing c2, c3, and or castles, and or h3, and or a4, but they're very, they're shying away from knight c3 in a number of cases. Sometimes they're playing c3, a4, and knight to a3. But knight c3, h7, h6.
I don't play this e4, e5 type of positions, but as a commentator, I've seen this opening more often than any other opening in my life.
I know. And at one time, it was Najdorf. Najdorf just dominated. King's Indians, Grunfelds, they were just everywhere. Akopian, this opening that's 500 years old, one of the oldest openings, along with the Ruy Lopez, has suddenly become the rage. Like everybody plays it.
Now.
H7, H6. This move I actually applaud. I do like this move, especially with the knight on C3. So, for example, let me just put a quick move on the board so you can understand what I want to suggest. In these positions, with the knight already on C3, this sacrifice really takes a greater potency. And the reason is, of course, is because I have knight d5, right? So you don't want to see those piece sacrifices.
That's why early h6.
That's exactly why we see this early h6. Knight c3, h7, h6. Oops, that's not me. That's my analysis, excuse me. I'm going to refresh. Actually,
Knight a4 on the
it
board.
was castles. Castles, and then d7, d6. One of the benefits of the knight coming to c3, besides this idea of jumping to d5 after bishop g5, is sometimes you can hunt down the dark square bishop, which often means a6.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it too slow for black to make one more prophylaxis move?
No, on the contrary, I'm sure a7, a6 is one of the top theoretical moves. d7, d6, nothing wrong with this move, by the way, because it's sort of like, yeah, you're welcome to take my bishop, feast, if you will. Knight takes b6, a takes b6, and black says, okay, I've got a solid structure. And one of the things when you do have the two bishops, you're always looking to get the bishops active.
Open up the position.
Yeah. So you're kind of pleased with your bishop on c4. You're less pleased with your bishop on c1.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, okay, great, I come to d2, what am I doing? I come to e3, what am I doing? Can't go to f4, can't go to g5. So I'm saying in the resulting positions, it's going to take quite some time to get the bishop
To have
in a
both
nice way.
bishops be best they can be.
Exactly.
It's like in Nimza opening, white often gets the two bishop advantage, but one of the bishops is always bad.
Right. You can't have the two outstanding bishops. Christian, I'm going to toss it over to you and ask you. Oh, you got.
I'm on the same thing. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm exactly on the same thing. I'm just really trying to figure things out here, and
White's in gambit mode.
Yes, but they
Yes.
both know exactly what they're doing right now because this b4 came on the board, best move in the position. Rook takes b4. You can
Double
see,
exclam.
double exclam mark.
Wow.
By the way, queen a5 seems to be very interesting as well.
Okay.
I'm sure we're going to have one of the players for an interview for sure, and then they will tell us exactly what they knew about this position. Bishop takes, a5, still, yes, and apparently this is where Andy has finally stopped, and he's trying to recollect his opening knowledge. Perhaps queen to b5 is the move right now. Bishop to d7, queen takes c4. The thing about this position is you can pretty much make any move, actually. Queen to a4, queen to b5, maybe even queen to c4 in the position right now. But I think queen to b5 is going to be the move. Bishop d7, take on c4. A lot of moves. Castle is one of them. Rook to a6 is another one. Rook to a7 and knight to a6 is also possible. So I'm very curious to see what both players are going to come up with, both Arthur and Andy. But let's go for this line, rook to a6. Bishop takes b8. Rook to b6. You don't have any other squares, right? For the rook. So d6, a7, a8, c6. The only place you can put it is on b6. Bishop to a7. The line continues, by the way, not the only move in the position. Absolutely wild stuff right now. Rook to b4, queen to c7 does not allow you to castle because you lose the bishop on d7. And the only move to stay in the game is queen to d8 right now.
Right.
Absolutely mad stuff. And apparently queen d6, queen e7 is some sort of a repetition. We're going to have to wait and see.
Modern chess.
Let's see.
Isn't it?
They're
And
starting with that queen b5.
check by Andy Woodward there. And just quickly, if you don't mind, Nasi, the clock times of the players? Because they've just been
An hour
pounding out
58
these
for
moves.
Andy, 2 hours and 4 minutes for Arthur.
So 2 hours,
4-minute increments.
right? Oh my gosh, that's just fantastic. Great. Thank you, Christian. Where would you like to take us, Nasi? This game, it's really is about their prep.
Definitely.
I'm like, White's a rook down?
Yeah,
He was a
White's on
pawn
a
down.
full rook.
No,
And a pawn.
no, White was a pawn down. Then he was 3 pawns down. Then he went down.
He got his pawns back.
And then he got his pawns back, but he dropped a rook.
Yes.
He dropped a rook. He sacrificed 3 pawns in exchange a rook.
It's all about those 2 bishops.
And now after bishop to d7, sorry, once again, the
Queen takes c4.
Queen takes c4.
Yes.
This is the rook a6 variation.
You can play rook a6. It's not, I mean, look, you're up a rook.
But the rook is
Tell me which way you want to give it back.
Yeah, the
That's-
rook is under attack. So, okay, and now he takes a knight.
This is actually a critical moment because,
Oops.
again, black has a couple of options. Rook a6 is one of them. Knight a6 was another one. There's a few options for
Why
black
would
right
you
now.
play knight a6?
Again, the question is which one equalizes the fastest and the most in the most direct fashion.
Well, because the reason why I asked is because in this case,
The same queen d8, most likely.
oh, queen d8, thank you.
Probably queen d8,
Because,
yes.
yeah, you still could queen d8.
Also, can I
still.
castle?
Yes.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
Well, I thought I saw castles, queen takes
Queen
a.
takes a5, and perhaps
And then
this is
the crazy part is I'm a pawn up. After all of those
you somehow.
like magic, I swindled a pawn. So again,
But probably queen d8. I started with queen d8 at that point.
right. So once again, we were talking about queen takes c4.
No, rook a6 is what he played.
He did play rook
Yes,
a6
yes. So he's going for that main line that I thought was the main line in the position.
with that whole marvelous queen c7,
Bishop a7,
bishop
rook
a7.
b4, queen c7, and basically just a repetition after queen
Wow.
to d8.
So to remind everybody, Andy, one of our 5 winners in the junior section.
I think he defeated Daggupati yesterday with that beautiful Najdorf.
As black.
pieces,
As
yeah,
black,
yeah.
yes.
So that actually, for me, that was a very, very big win for Andy. That put a lot of confidence in his sails. But we'll see if they do go through that whole preparation. Is there? We get a good shot of Andy. I think he's 14 years young.
Yes, and he's GM elect. Right?
GM elect. And what that means is that Andy has satisfied all the criteria necessary to get his Grandmaster title. He's just looking forward to the formality of the rating committee, the FIDE
He's
ratings.
13, yes, sir.
I got it wrong. Wow.
And he, in 2017, he won the Spice Cup.
The Susan Polgar International.
His USCF rating, impressive, almost 2,600 at age 13.
That's ridiculous. Seriously, I became a chess master at 15, and I was so proud. 2,200. I broke that barrier. As we'll keep an eye on this game. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's check with Becerra against Melik Khachiyan.
Okay, because
Melik is also one of the co-leaders.
exactly, and he's the defending champion. I'm looking at this. Yes, yes, yes. I can't believe. No, it's not. It's not.
It's not
Sorry.
the opening you thought it was?
Yeah, there was something else. So when I was a kid, somehow I was really attracted to this line. I don't even know what the name of this line is called. Takes,
E5.
E5, knight B5, A6. So in the position we're about to see, black is missing his dark square bishop. So I thought it's from this line, and I used to play this move, Queen F6. The funny part is I gave up the line because there's like a forcing way that white can draw, and I needed to win playing in the Swisses. Then I saw one game that Vladimir Kramnik got crushed by Paco, the Spanish grandmaster, in this line.
Vallejo.
Paco Vallejo. In this case, we see this move, knight f6, knight c3, knight b5, so an invitation to transpose into the Sveshnikov.
Sveshnikov, yes.
Yeah?
Bishop f4, e5.
Precisely, e5. And in this way, black avoids the knight d5 variations.
Yeah.
Okay, by his move
A
order.
smart move order.
Yeah, but check this one out. Melik said, no, I don't want to play a Sveshnikov. I want you to play check, and I'm going to move my king. And I'm going to invite you to take my bishop.
Yeah, I've seen that variation before.
Exactly. Bishop f4, okay, with the direct threat of knight c7, check, winning a rook, castles, bishop c7. Now this stuff is all known.
Still deep theory, yes. Queen d8 was played.
Yes, and the point is
very sharp after a long castle here, right?
Right. The point is I really want to take the queen and drop my knight in on d6. And then if I control the d6 square, the bishop is crying, right? So queen d8, and the idea behind queen d8 is go a6, knight e8, evacuate the queen and play d6. So after queen d8, you're recommending castles, right?
Yes, I think that's the most common move.
And I suppose I should play a6 immediately. A6 immediately.
Knight d4?
Knight d4. Now I have to stop and think. Because if I go knight e8, am I sacrificing a pawn?
Oh, on c6?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e8, I don't
looks
think
like
it's
it.
Yeah.
advisable.
I don't think you can...
But queen g5 check?
Oh, that's wins. Yes. So knight e8 is okay.
Maybe for a different reason it's not good.
For a different reason?
Maybe
just
take
too
on
passive.
c6 and then just move the queen.
Yep.
Sorry?
It's just too passive. That knight on e8 is not actually going to
Maybe
do
queen
much.
c5 instead of queen c6.
Queen c5?
Yep.
Okay.
Because it's hard to play d5 here. You will lose some pawns.
Fair. On the other hand, there is a king over here. Even if I...
Don't you play rook b8?
Yeah, you know, I'm just thinking, even if I did do something a little past, I'm kind of kicking your queen around a bit,
Like
right?
a typical Sicilian player.
Yeah. There's something going on there. Christian, what?
But the
has
thing
caught
about
you?
this position
Yes?
and this opening in particular is I have a feeling Melik, first of all, he knows exactly what he's doing. That's a big trump to have, psychologically, but also from an objective point of view, especially nowadays, because most of the variations in chess nowadays end with 0-0.
Yes.
If you have a very strong engine, and if you go deep enough with your analysis.
Right.
Even this type of sidelines, they usually end up in somewhat of a balanced situation.
Yeah.
So him having the psychological advantage of surprising his opponent, I think this is definitely a win out of the opening for Melik's set.
All right.
Not a win
In
the overall
position,
game, but
getting the position he wants.
he definitely got what he wanted out of this opening. He's dictating the rest of the game.
It's interesting because Larry Christiansen, in his interview with Kostya, he is explaining that his opening move, knight f6, he wanted to dictate.
Exactly.
He wanted to push. Who's pushing the envelope in Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir?
Nobody.
Nobody's pushing.
Nobody.
These are marshmallows that they're throwing at each other.
It's a very interesting play especially from white, from Alexander, because generally we see this type of play, let's say, in the nimzo. So we see this with the early bishop on d2. Sometimes we play this move bishop to d2 just to stop, whenever he takes on c3, you take back with the bishop, right? And then very often what happens is at some point you go a3 and black goes back. And then we get this type of positions. Now compare this to what we have right now in the game. d4, d5. So it's the Slav. e3, already quite a peaceful way of playing it. And then bishop to d2. So immediately he's trying to play on the queen side. For what? I'm not actually sure.
Bishop d2,
Bishop d2 and rook to c1. I haven't seen this type
That's
of
really
play.
peculiar.
It's very strange, right?
Right.
Maybe he's waiting for a g4. This would be
That's
Shabalov,
Shabalov,
right?
yeah,
This is Shabalov. I'm expecting some sort of crazy play on the king side.
Right.
Play bishop e7, maybe delay knight f3, bishop e2, and then at the right moment just go for the kill on the king side. I think this is what he wants. This is why he's playing this type of strange moves on the queen side. Cagey moves, indeed.
Yeah. Just to be clear, if black plays the obvious bishop to d6, do you really think g4 is a good move?
And by the way, usually a3, in fact,
Would be
helps
included.
white.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Because you want to go b4 at the right moment. You want to potentially, maybe even after c takes, e takes, a minority attack type of situation with a3, b4. You're not getting that extra tempo. Because now I'm just simply playing the move bishop to d6. I'm not going bishop b4, a3, and then bishop d6.
Right.
Do I think g4 is... No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
Of course not.
The engine kind of didn't like it either.
Maybe f4 instead?
Maybe f4, yes, yes. And now, most likely, we'll see some sort of crazy stuff happening
Knight
like
f3.
this. Yes, knight f3. Look, there's a lot of ways.
It's early,
It's very early, right? I can go castle. I do have a counter-attack in the center. You overextended a bit with this move, f4, especially with this bishop on d2.
It's ambitious, yeah.
It's ambitious, but this is the way Shabalov plays. And what he wants out of this opening, I think he just wants to get his opponent out of his preparation. He knows Akopian is an active player. He plays a lot of opens. He trains, most likely, a lot of players as well. A lot of these seniors, legends, are coaches nowadays.
Exactly.
They definitely know what they're doing in the opening phase.
I think it's actually kind of funny in some ways, too. I can imagine that in the senior section, the seniors get up, they go to the girls and the junior sections, and all of their students are at play.
Well, one of them, Kaidanov, is probably one of the most prolific coaches of the past 2 decades, perhaps.
Oh, for sure. And he holds these summer camps over the many years where literally generations of really, really strong junior players have passed through those doors and learned a lot from Gregory. Just saying that Melik's game with Julio Becerra, Julio's starting with the 2 whites, by the way.
So he picked the first.
He picked number 1. After the move knight back to d4, Melik very quickly played knight to e7.
That's still theory. I
It
did
is.
check. Yeah, so Melik's very well prepared.
Tell me how the line goes, if you don't mind, Nasi.
Didn't look farther than that.
Yeah, should I go e5? Should I develop my bishop? Should I play f4?
Probably all possible. Let me check real quick. So it's h4 actually.
Okay. Yeah, I started to even think about Shabalov style attacks. G4 and go for it, but H4 looks good. Okay, and
B5.
then what?
Pawn b5.
Oh, B5. I swore I heard pawn sacrifice. Like, what? Okay, B5. Yeah.
Let's push h pawn farther.
Let's go.
And here there's 2 moves: knight e8 or pawn h6.
Okay, let's imagine H6 because I really don't like that wedge.
Now g4's coming for sure.
G4. Oh my goodness, we got a Donnybrook going on here in case the players go down this pathway. We'll keep an eye on this one. Nasi, be my guide. Tell me where you'd like to go.
Well, let's go to Iris' game against Zoey Tang. That's our key matchup in the girls section today.
Exactly.
And
when we left it, we left it just after C3, I believe. So we had seen the move C2, C3. And castles by Zoey, knight d2, a6, bishop d3. I'd actually hid my bishop a little bit away. I had played bishop e2.
But Iris has a plan. She wants to go f4, queen h5, and go for the checkmate.
Well, you can't blame her for wanting to do that.
You can see she's only spent 1 minute so far on the clock, so she's still in her prep.
Whoa. Impressive. Because it's not just about the preparation, which is absolutely vital and important, all that good stuff. The thing is, you almost never get a chance to play your prep. It's like your opponents have a sixth sense. They know that you've got something and they avoid it. I have had, in my career, a lot of really great preparation novelties, and I never got a chance to play
And someone
them.
else got to play this?
Yeah. Gary was the biggest culprit of them all. He was amazing with his novelties, and he guessed a number of mine. F2, F4, and it feels like white has a free attack, right?
Yes,
If Iris can go e5, knight e4, rook d1, I mean, she hasn't sacrificed anything. She's posting up with the queen.
Yeah, and her play seems very, it's flowing.
Yes.
Like you bring the rooks over, push the pawns, and everything seems simple.
Exactly.
And Black's counterplay is not really there yet.
Exactly. Normally you play c5 because there's a pawn on d4, and
Right.
there's a clash.
Fighting in the center.
There's no tension. There's no tension actually at all on the queen side. The move f7, f5 is just, even if it was playable, it'd probably be ill-advised, right?
Right.
You're not.
So I think Black just has to wait and see if White pushes e5 or f5, and then be ready to react.
I'd be afraid to.
I'd say queen c7 here.
Yeah, I'd be afraid to be passive. If you mind if I just go a little bit berserk, if I go e5, I don't think you want to take.
So on f5 is your plan knight f4?
Yes, that's right. I was trying to throw a monkey wrench because remember, the knight on d2, it's not so easy for you to just capture.
But I could play queen g4 here and still win the pawn.
You want to take first or
No.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to go a little bit berserk. Where would you move your queen?
Let's say f3.
Yeah. So again, it's sort of like, why am I doing this? I'm doing this out of fear. I'm doing it because I'm afraid if I make your move queen c7, that after the move e5, I may not be around.
It'll be too late to do anything active now.
Right. If you get to play your rover with a knight on e4, I mean, that's just curtains. I mean, I've seen too many attacking books, playing to win. But again, for Iris, we're gonna find out more about Iris. She's remarkable. She won against Alice Lee to start the event. She's playing the number 2 seed Zoey.
f5 on the board.
F5.
That looks.
Just when I said,
No, you wanted to go berserk, I think.
I think it's a kind of indication.
Even farther.
Well, and let's find out about this young lady.
All the players here are so young. She's only 14 years old.
Wow.
Her USCF is 2297, and in 2018 she won the Girls Under 10 Pan Am Youth Championships.
So you're about to tell me that she's a veteran champion at the age of 14. That is remarkable. By the way, a move I asked you, was it a move that you would want to play or not? And I said, well, probably even if you could, maybe you wouldn't want to. She did. That is to say, Zoey did. F5. What do you think of them apples?
So the pawn's not hanging on f5.
There's a queen d5 trick, right?
With the checkmate.
So takes, the delectable bishop takes f5. Oops. Double threat. Capturing the bishop and capturing on g2 mate. The latter hurts more than the former.
Sure.
So you can't win the pawn.
But White doesn't have to react immediately to f5. I can play rook d1, let's say.
Rook to d1, rook to e1. All very natural moves. And yeah, then what am I supposed to do? Go queen c8? Okay.
And Maybe now take on f5 and then bring the knight to f3.
Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is good for white. I like white's position. I'm looking for something that might be a little bit more, how do you say, confrontational, let's say.
Punish f5.
Yeah, I really want to ask
Maybe
you.
f5 isn't as bad as we think it is. It looks wrong.
It looks wrong on so many levels. Is rook f3 ridiculous? May I
No,
have a
it's
look?
the Sicilian. Nothing here. Is
No,
ridiculous.
nothing is, because, you know, you do think if my rook were on h3 like instantly, I'd be mating on h7, and that's...
Well, it's not mated now. King has f7, so that's the idea of f5.
Ah, okay,
King can always run.
okay, but it will be a pawn. So about rook f3, what's the...
Maybe rook f6, and I want to go knight f8.
Rook f6, pause, pause, pause. You know I can resist anything except temptation. You know I
You want to play
can...
e5?
Well, I could win a pawn. Okay, go ahead.
Knight f8.
Knight f8. You put your knight on f8. Is it still hanging? I don't know anymore. Big threat, knight e4. Big threat, bishop e4. If you take, let me just say.
Right.
I'm just...
If I play g6
Exactly.
and queen d5. Oh, queen d5 doesn't threaten g2 anymore.
True that.
But it does still pin you. On
Are
the
you,
fifth file.
Are you ready for something beautiful?
Go ahead, show me.
Double checkmate? A double checkmate. Queen d5, bishop g4.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Okay, let's show it. So take the
And
queen.
take the queen. Oh no, I blundered my queen. Well, at least I can win my queen back.
But that's not what you want.
That's not what I wanted. Ah, that's
very
a beautiful.
nice.
Wow, this game could erupt at any moment. F5, a very challenging move by Zoey. I have some doubts about it. Christian, over to you. I keep saying where the action is, and you told me yesterday everywhere, and you were right.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm looking at this game between Jesse Kraai, who needs to bounce back after yesterday's
Yes.
loss, against Douglas Ruth. And guess what? He played the French yesterday. He's playing it again, this time with the white pieces. Castle, take a look at this. Bishop d7, rook to e1, so not taking on d4. I'm not trying to recapture. This is the modern way, let's say, of playing this type of position. I'm going to allow you to keep your pawn, keep your extra pawn. You're going to have to take on c3 at some point, which happened. Take on c3, take on c3, knight to e7, and the question is, will you be able, how are you going to arrange your pieces to get your development done with black pieces? And it's not that easy, because once you put the knight on g6, then I'm starting to have ideas of h4, h5, and kick that knight away. Where do you put it? Do you put it on f5? All sorts of bishop takes f5, and then the d5 pawn is going to hang in the position. So that is the big question that black has to answer right now. Knight to g6 was played, and knight to d4.
Whoa. I see this bubble.
Forget about it.
Forget about it?
Yes, yes, yes. First of all, he's playing a la tempo. He's blitzing out his moves right now,
he's-
Jesse. So he still knows what he's doing. It's not a question mark. Maybe you could have defended, let's say, the pawn on e5 first. Maybe you could have even played h4. Knight bd4 is one of the good moves in the position. What you want is support of the b5 square. First of all, you have some ideas of knight to b5. But also, if you do take on e5, and this is a poisoned pawn in the position, I will take, bishop f4, very standard stuff. And after bishop d6, perhaps this is not easy to see from afar. If you go knight b5, that's okay. I'm just simply going to take, king e7. It seems like I have everything under control.
Right.
On the dark squares, right?
Right.
But what you do is, in fact, bishop to b5. And now you're in trouble. You're in big trouble
Why
right
can't
now.
I castle?
You can, but you're losing a piece. You cannot take with the knight because of knight to b5.
Oh, well.
So if you take with the queen, which is, by the way, fine, more or less, but you're still going to have to be down a piece.
3 pawns?
You have 3
Yeah.
pawns, but are you going to assess it as equal? Are you going to see all of these things? I have a feeling that probably we will see this if he misses this whole variation and he allows it. He takes on e5. We don't know what he's going to do, what Douglas is going to choose, but he must be alarmed a little bit by the speed of Jesse. He's playing so fast.
Can I see the situation after bishop b5 once
Yes,
more?
yes.
Because couldn't I just go back with the knight? Like knight c6. You went
Knight
bishop
c6
b5.
right now.
Right.
I have a feeling I have some knight f5 ideas. So I will take first on
And
c6.
I'll probably take with the pawn.
Sure.
Just-
Take, and I think knight to f5 right now is quite unpleasant.
yeah, good point. I mean,
You still have queen f8, but again, queen d4, it's starting to feel very unnatural. Your king,
I'm not happy.
not good.
I'm not a happy camper. No. And that was a game
do
between
have a move.
Jesse and
We do have. Oh,
Douglas.
he did take on e5.
Wow.
I'm telling
But
you.
he
Right
took
now,
with
we
the
might be
oth-
going into that variation.
So it actually transposes.
He forgot about, or he just simply missed bishop to b5. That's
That's a
it. Take
strange
bishop
move.
f4, bishop d6, bishop b5.
That is a strange move, bishop b5. I underestimated the power of the move. I didn't quite grasp what was going on. Again, if you put the bishop on b5 once more, if you don't mind, Christian, takes. Right. Bishop c6.
Bishop to c6.
Bishop.
Okay.
So I don't.
I'll probably have some similar ideas, by the way.
Takes.
Yes, you have even some bigger problems right now.
Maybe
Ah,
even
the
without
double
taking on
threat.
c6, queen h5 was very strong.
That's
Also-
a big problem. By the way,
okay.
take a look at this. Here, I think I'm going to take on e6.
Ooh.
Bam. You cannot
And
cover
the-
with the bishop
no,
because you
no,
lose the queen.
no.
And next I'm picking up
Yeah.
your bishop on d6.
Good point.
It's
point.
bad news. There's too many pins, too many threats in the position, and your king is still not safe.
Got
He
it.
took on e5.
And
And now we're expecting bishop to
f4.
f4.
That's for sure.
Again, Jesse
Very
is still
natural.
blitzing out his moves. He must know
Yes.
this position.
Great prep.
Let's see, the next one, after bishop d6, that's going to be the key.
Exactly.
Bishop
The
d6 is
to
forced.
Maybe you can play f6, but allowing queen h5 ideas, I don't know. I would be very afraid.
Yeah, from here, if I was playing with black, bishop b5 wouldn't even be on my
Right.
mind.
It's not like, oh, I've got to fear
I would
bishop
calculate
b5.
knight b5, but not bishop.
Right. That would be what I was thinking too. Knight b5, bishop b5. I'm
King
forced to
e7.
move my king.
All
You've
good.
got some compensation, but I don't believe you. I would like to play that position.
And when opponent plays bishop b5 fast, that's when you know you're in big trouble.
That's
a
when
problem.
you feel
That's
the
the
goal.
thing. He didn't smell the rat in the position,
Yeah.
right? Because
As you
again,
get
Jesse,
older, your instincts
He should have.
You lose your spidey sense.
he should have, because Jesse was blitzing out his moves. Look at him, expecting to ride the move, saying, "Hey, come on,
Come on."
bishop d6. I know
Excited.
exactly what I'm doing next."
Right.
There he is.
Okay. If
There
he
he
plays
is.
bishop b5 all the tempo.
Oh, he
we're
must. He
we're
must.
in Jesse's.
He must. Take a look at
going
that.
for it.
Oh
Bishop
my
b5,
gosh.
Boom. Boom.
I mean,
On the board. And now it's going to start settling in. I'm in trouble.
Well,
Douglas
again,
will
the-
finally realize he's in trouble.
the 3 pawns for the knight, that is a very, very decent bailout, I must say. I mean,
Not in the middle game when so many pieces are still on the board and your pawns are not pass pawns.
good point.
Doesn't
Good
feel
point.
like enough compensation.
I would prefer white for sure, no question. I'm looking at the game of Nicholas Ladan and Christopher Yu. It's a symmetrical English. And I used to play these positions all the time.
With the white pieces?
With the white pieces, but I didn't play it with d3. So in these positions, what I would do as white, I would play a3, and later I would play for d4 if we get the position what we currently have. So imagine we get this position on the board. My pawn would be on d2, and it would be my move. And I would play d4, and they would play d5, and I would play bishop f4, and I'd be in a symmetrical position with an extra half move, extra tempo, and I get my knight to e5. First.
Yes.
And I would have an advantage as white. I'm less sure about the situation when the pawn is on d3. Queen c2, that's an indication to me that white is a little bit fishing, because I don't see why the queen would be well placed on c2. For example, I could imagine bishop e3, queen d2, and I'm playing for bishop h6. With my queen on c2, I don't feel...
Christopher's move bishop d7.
I do too.
So he's not repeating queen c7.
There's no symmetry. That's right. He's avoiding the absolute symmetry. And maybe he starts to look
the
at...
rook on c8.
Exactly so.
Yeah, I don't think black has any problems here whatsoever.
No issues at all. And again, Christopher, you, with the black pieces, he's entering this competition as our highest seed.
Black, right? So he started as a 12th seed, a 10th seed in the tournament.
He started with pick number 10.
Two blacks in a row.
Rating, he comes in as the rating favorite. And he did win the first game as he described it. I took some risks and I bluffed a little bit. Maybe I bluffed him a lot. But he won a wonderful game.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Yeah,
the rook h3, rook f3,
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful.
And I'm going to jump into the game of Alice Lee. She is up against...
She's playing Yasemin Esani. I haven't heard of her before. She's also, I'm assuming she's really young as well.
Right. I just like Kostya's opening comments that Alice Lee, she's playing against people who are younger than she is. Underrated. I'm like, wait a minute. When did Alice suddenly become old? She's like 14, get out of here. But younger. Alice Lee, of course, started with a loss in the first round. And that is very strange. I'm not getting a, I can't move my, well, it is working. That's not working. So something happened on my keyboard. I'll figure it out. But in the meanwhile, what is this from a London?
Looks like London.
Looks like a London. Who is on turn? I'm just not getting my
Alice
keys
just, yes, you don't have updated position. There we go.
There we go. No, I'm still not having...
Yeah, this is the current position. Alice just played bishop d7.
Here we go. Bishop to d7. Okay. What to say? No pawns have been traded so far. So the position.
Maybe white takes on c6 and plays knight e5 here.
Right. Bishop takes, knight e5. So you get a nice knight established in the middle of the board. Question for you. Would you want to take the knight or the bishop after knight d7?
Is neither an option?
You would play f4.
F4, yes,
okay.
that's what I want.
So that was my question. The reason I played this is because I really am insistent. I want to know, are you going to take my knight or are you going to take my bishop? So Alice is going to look for some kind of imbalance, right? So she might, on the one hand, appreciate
Bishop versus knight.
Bishop versus knight. And on the other hand, if you take here, again, she's got to win. She's got to get back into the tournament. Maybe she would risk taking with the double pawns and playing for e5.
Opening up b file.
Yeah, there are reasons, right? Bishop d7 on the board, and I'm going to invite Christian to jump in and tell me, you're back to Andy's game.
I am indeed. By the way, that game that you guys were looking at, it looks pretty even
balanced
so far, right?
Right.
Not as much has happened, but
Right.
as you mentioned, Alice needs a victory in this.
She
one.
does.
I mean, she really needs to pick up the pace. She knows that she's going to need a lot of victories to win this tournament.
Exactly.
Come back from losing the first round.
Right.
Let's see what happened in this one. We left it off somewhere around after bishop takes b8, I believe. Rook to b6 was immediately played. By the way, Arthur is still playing everything a la tempo. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Really?
And this is where Andy spent a lot of time, for good reason. Bishop to a7 was one of the possibilities
Good
in
moves,
position.
yeah.
But also there was another move right now, and I will try to explain the differences in just a second. Bishop to f4. At least according to what I've done in, let's say, the last couple of minutes, seem to have been the better option. Now, the idea being is that after bishop to a7, rook to b4, queen to c7, queen to d8, queen to c3, queen to f6, I'm still trying to figure things out on how to continue this position. I can obviously repeat the position with queen to c7. That's going to be a draw. But I would love to have this bishop on this diagonal so that I can play bishop to e5.
Right.
With the bishop on a7, bishop d4 doesn't work because of the rook on b4.
Right.
So that's why, going
From the
back a few
starting
moves,
position.
perhaps what he should have done was to go bishop to f4. The idea being that you still cannot castle as easily. I have queen c7, and this is a bit problematic. It doesn't lose immediately because I still have e5, but it's not great. Bishop to e3, rook to d6, bishop to c5, and we get all sorts of complications, but I get my material back.
In the exchange.
That's going to be enough to give me the advantage.
Right.
You have a weakness here. Your king is going to become a little bit weak after a bishop takes f8, king takes f8. You have some problems still to deal with. So the question is, instead of castle after a bishop to f4, rook to b4 seems to be the best move. Then we get this type of situations. Queen to c3, and now castle. But now bishop to d6 comes. And the question is this enough? Is this enough of an advantage? This seems to be something. Once again, you have a weaker king, you have a weakness to worry about. There's the rook coming to d1. Where do you put the bishop? So there's still some problems to solve for black in this position. But he didn't. He played the move bishop to a7, and now, ooh.
Oh.
Question mark.
to a6.
And this might actually be a real question mark. What if I just keep my queen in the center with queen e5?
So first question, what's the idea of queen a6?
To take
So
on
le-
a5.
Well, deep thoughts.
Well, I thought the
More
idea,
training is required.
You gotta take that pawn. You gotta take
I thought Wei was trying to not let black castle.
You shouldn't ask those type of
My
questions
biggest fail.
in the vicinity of Yasser. No,
What is
no,
the-
don't do that.
Well, I think a bigger question was, what about castles?
Yeah, because before we were trying
Castle
not to
probably
let them
bishop
castle.
c5, right?
Oh, it's still...
Yes, but still, I mean, e5 seems to equalize.
Right.
e5 you have to take. You cannot take on a5, by the way, because of
Rook b5 in that case.
That's a problem.
Right.
So most likely now you have to take, and this is going to be a draw. This is actually going to be a draw.
Right.
Because if you
No
leave,
weak king. No weak
this
king.
is a good rook, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is a very active rook.
Everything.
I don't have any problems with the king. And if you
Right.
take on b4, most likely what will happen is you're going to attack this pawn. I'm going to somehow attack this pawn, either
Bishop
with, not with a rook,
e6.
but
Yeah.
with bishop e6. Then we're going to have 4 versus 4.
Exactly. And that's a hearty handshake.
That's
yeah.
an easy draw.
Yeah.
So queen to a6 most likely will be met by queen to e5. And this is where white seems to be in danger,
But
guys.
why would you put your bishop on a7 and your queen on a6?
Might have missed
when
queen
queen
e5.
c7 was so much more
Right.
compelling.
Queen c7, at least you have that, let's say, call it perpetual, repetition, right?
Repetition,
Queen c7, queen
yeah.
d8, queen c3, queen f6. No more
Okay.
repetition right now.
Let me try to play the devil's advocate.
Sure.
Rook to d1. In
After
this
queen to
position.
e5,
Yeah,
right?
rook to d. I've got e2 defended, but can I take
Queen to c7 seems to be already a decisive advantage.
decisive?
Decisive advantage.
Wow.
No more compensation for your exchange. I castle next move, and I have everything that I
I think,
want.
Yasser, instead of rook d1,
Sorry?
white has to try to be aggressive and go bishop c6
All right, let's go back and be aggressive.
after queen e5.
Be like Nasi, be aggressive.
Queen
Still?
c7 again.
Take on d7.
Yes, yes.
And
I
this
wanted
way I
bishop
can play
c5.
bishop c5.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And
Okay.
Perhaps this is the way to go.
I'm liking
Perhaps this is the way
the
to go.
aggression,
And now
Microaggression.
microaggressions.
there's this perpetual,
Well, now
let's say.
I have a
What's
perpetual in the position, which is
Correct.
already a kind of
like a victory in itself.
yeah,
right?
maybe I didn't blunder the game away or something. But after rook b5, could I just see the position after rook b5 again, Christian?
Yes.
Because it just so long as black's king, the queen is on a6, yes. If I play ridiculously for win, bishop a3, as long as the king remains on e8, your rook on h8 is out of
Ooh, I see that.
f6. Oh no,
Queen d6.
queen d6.
And we're kicked out.
Oh man. No. We didn't want to get kicked out. We didn't. The eviction, that was harsh. We got evicted. Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, of course. No,
intriguing game.
It does seem like it's a very intriguing game. What worries me about Andy's position is that he just simply doesn't know. Also, objectively, he's slightly worse right now, perhaps, especially if Queen to E5 comes on the board. Very important move.
We'll keep an eye on that. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Larry Christiansen, one of the first round winners. He's up against Igor Novikov. And, you know, it's one of those funny positions. If you put the pawn on E5 for just a second and put a pawn on C3, you will swear to high heavens that it came from a Rui Lopez.
Yeah.
But it didn't. I mentioned yesterday that Igor has a great reputation for being one of the great Najdorf specialists. So Larry was not reaching for his D-pawn. He was not ready to play D4 and play in the sandbox of his opponent. He played bishop C4, very rare move. And what Larry did is he just slow played the open Sicilian, bishop to C4, bishop to B3, rook to E1, and he started to treat the position as if it was a Joe Copiano, Rui Lopez, you know, doing the Karpov maneuver, putting your knight on G3, putting your pawn on C3. Now the thing from Larry is, for me, one of the most gifted tacticians ever to come out of America, and it's not hyperbole. I was once a second Linares. Linares, and I forgot the year, and he was up against the world's best players. Anatoly Karpov, Lajos Portish, just everybody played in Linares that year. And Larry's biggest problem was getting the positions he wanted. Getting the positions that suit him. So we worked together on his openings. And you know what his score was?
I'm listening.
I think he won 7. He lost 1 to the tournament winner, Anatoly Karpov, and he drew the rest.
Wow, so that's what having a good second does.
Right? And I mean, he burned up the competition, and these were the best of the best.
7 wins.
Yeah, the best of the best of the best. Larry is and he destroyed in beautiful attacking games. And I would always, you know, he'd have his coffee, he'd come over and we'd go bang, bang, bang. And then I'd say, go get him, Tiger. And off he ran. And
must have been so satisfying for you as a second to watch him win and win.
It was great until we got to the bullfights. We fought a calf. The calf was about 500 pounds. I'm not kidding. And we ran around the arena as the calf chased us into the swimming pool. And I'm not joking. This really happened.
Is this some sort of a metaphor?
No, we got photos.
Is this like actually...
We were terrified.
What is this story?
We were in Linares. We were on the arena, and we hid behind. We got the photos to prove it. A7, A6.
I'm gonna have to see those.
Somebody
photos.
needs to find those photos.
I've got to. Trust me on this one. So what Larry loves to do is he loves to build up. He needs to keep the pieces on the board until about move 25, 26. If you give him a position where he has all the pieces on the board and he's gravitating towards his opponent's king, the man has focus. He will not let you escape. So A7, A6, what's going on? I think Igor is looking to kind of open up the king side a bit but let's play a few moves. Knight to G3, B5, let's play C3. Kind of like to preserve this bishop for a moment. And now see if you will, give me a move that you think will appeal to you.
Fully like Rui Lopez.
Right,
Complete setup of Rui Lopez.
Exactly.
I'll just play Queen C7. I want to put the rook on D8.
Very, very logical, right? So now let me try to channel my inner Christiansen. Not so easy because Larry has a gifted and unique style. Let me try knight to G5.
I will play into this H6.
Yeah. So I telegraphed my shot and I went for it. Okay. So I don't believe what I'm doing. I better bail out.
But you're doing it anyways. Which pawn were you looking at?
I
F7 or E6?
wanted to play F4, F5.
Oh.
And I wasn't expecting you to put the question to me quite so quickly.
You know, I've seen people do knight g5, knight h3, and then go f4.
Yeah, that was where
And
I
as
was
crazy
heading.
as that looks, it does work sometimes.
Exactly. And I always teased Larry. I said he was a caveman who walked around with an enormous club. The problem was when he was swinging the club around, sometimes he hit himself, and he would never recover. But these are the things that I appreciate about the legends of our game and watching them play as they get into their elements. We have the Hobbit cam there as we see the two players, Igor with the black pieces, Larry with the white pieces. And we do have a move. I wonder if Igor... Yeah.
Knight b5.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Will we see c3 and knight g5 and knight f4? And f4, that would be humorous. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Let's check with Jason Liang and Jason Wang.
Okay.
They're still in the opening stage, but something interesting happened, this e6 and g6 setup.
Right, so we get a kind of, well, Scheveningen,
Mixture of
Najdorf,
everything.
Dragon,
Sicilian opening.
everything we can. We just threw it out there. Knight takes c6, and there's a pause because...
I think e5 is coming.
Right.
Early e5.
Yeah, I was... Okay, the normal routine option is to recapture with the pawn, right? And now I don't know about e5 so much as I'm familiar with these moves. Knight a4.
Here maybe I'll castle and... Oh, I will lose the a6 pawn.
And I may very well take it. I'm used to seeing knight to d7 as well as c5. Let's just put knight d7 on the board. I'm used to seeing these types of setups, and black usually goes for c5. You were telling me there was an e5?
Yeah, because I think black kind of delayed the development so
Maybe
much
too
that
much.
I would be very
Worried?
tempted to play e5 with white.
And the idea is, are you going to play bishop
No,
c5?
I'll take on e5.
Okay. And
Oh, you're going to
munch,
take?
munch?
Okay. And queen f2.
Ah, okay. So
I've
now-
lost like this before with black. It's still fresh in my mind.
Oh no, oh no. You know, truthfully, the desirable knight g4 is suddenly not so
Yeah.
desirable. I saw queen takes f7, and I had a sudden freeze. Which means
Bishop
that
d4's
maybe
come in, so.
maybe I should have curtailed my greed.
And now I was thinking maybe knight e4. Now if you take knight e5, then bishop c5, and
You're
your
getting-
king's never going to see the king side.
I agree. And I don't want to castle and allow knight f6. I think I will be under great duress in that case. So I took a pawn, but I'm a little bit, I'm scared of the attack.
Yeah, I have a couple of options here. But I also don't want to give up h2, but maybe I should. No, I'm scared of giving up.
No, you're. I think you're a taser after queen a6.
Yeah.
What's the idea of queen a6? Bishop takes e5. We'll keep an eye on this game as we're going to turn it over to Christian. And what do you have for us?
Should we take a look at your pick, Yasser
Of
Joel Benjamin, in the
course.
senior section?
Absolutely.
He's
up
playing
against
black.
Gregory Kaidanov.
Not easy. Right.
Not easy.
Gregory definitely coming in as one of the favorites into this event. And this is what we have. We have a Nimzo with queen c2.
Classical.
Very classical. And not d5, not c5, but this rather timid approach with d6. Which to my eyes, at least, it feels like it's inviting white to just simply get the advantage. I have the two bishops. Why not? You're not attacking me in the center yet. So, I don't know. It feels a bit slow to my understanding, at least. Bishop d3, c5, castle h6. But this b3 seems to have been quite a mistake right now, because you can take on d4. What are you going to take with? If you take with the pawn, then I have enough time to
D5.
create some really big problems with your structure, specifically after b5. Why not b5 and not d5? Because d5 is giving me too many squares. Also,
Okay.
it allows me to go a4 first and stop you from creating any more problems with my structure. b5, on the other hand, takes away this a4. I will take next on c4, and then I will go d5.
Or even bishops.
Maybe even knight to b6.
Gotcha.
Right? So I
Makes
have a
sense.
lot more trumps in the position after this one.
Nice.
So after d5 was played, okay, this is not good because now I can play the move a4, very important move. Let's see if Gregory understands this position and understands that he needs to stop the move b5. The way to do so is with the move a4. So we're expecting a4, and if he does that, it seems like he's going to be able to consolidate the position. The pawn is in the center, and the two bishops, too many pins right now. This pin on this diagonal is going to be quite problematic. If you get the queen to c7, I always have the idea of playing bishop g3 and kicking that queen away. And if you cannot put enough pressure on c4 as black, then I'm going to be able to solidify the position, solidify the center,
bishops.
and then get along with my attack. So right now, big moment. If he finds a4, he's going to have a dynamic advantage for the remaining of this middle game.
Thank you, Christian.
Actually, I want to go to Brew's game. So it's Hardaway against Justin Wang. I think Brew has a very nice advantage that he has managed to get out of the opening. What do you think? Look at those knights. Knight on b6.
Makes a bad impression, doesn't it?
Compared to knight on h4, especially.
Right. For some strange reason, the game between Larry Christiansen and Igor Novikov came to my mind because in that game I was trying to play f4 for Larry.
Right.
And I went knight g5, knight h3. Here, Brew has already got his knight out of the way, and he's looking to blast open this bishop. And first impressions are that whenever you're developing an initiative, you start looking to make sure that your opponent's counterplay is under wraps, key. And looking at the knight on b6 and the knight on c6, I'm saying you're not threatening anybody. Here I understand the rook just dropped back in order to threaten the move queen takes h3. So first moves that come to my mind are king h2,
Or knight
f5, and king h2 is...
King h2 or king g2, I think both are.
I like king h2 for a very specific reason. There's a halfway decent chance, I'm just going to put this on the board, it's not a good move, there's a halfway decent chance that you might take.
And then g file will open.
Yeah, and in this case, I want to at least give myself the option. Maybe rook takes f4 is the best move. It may be the best, but at least I want to give myself the option of exploiting. If my king was on g2, I'd be recapturing with the rook.
True.
Yeah, so
this gives you more
a
flexibility.
little bit more flexibility. But then on the other hand, why did I put my knight on h4 to go to f5?
And if I go knight e7?
That's the problem.
Well, is it? You can play g4 maybe. But
g4.
unless black can quickly take advantage of the f4 square and go knight g6.
Yes. Normally speaking, as an attacker, I try to avoid trading my attacking forces. Here you're looking at g4, but I agree with you. I think knight to
Maybe bishop has to reroute here, but now black actually gets some counterplay.
Precisely.
So I think white needs to be more patient and just play king h2.
Exactly. Delayed gratification is you're getting ready to play f2, f4. Nasi, we've reached that stage in our broadcast where we take a break, and before we do that, we check in with our good friends at Q Boutique to see what's on special. Well, here it is. This absolutely stunning chessboard makes the perfect gift for someone else, or more importantly, for yourself. This board is crafted from walnut, measuring 21 inches by 21 inches with 2 1/4 squares, and has unique rounded corners. It displays laser-cut logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the H1 and A8 squares, and the St. Louis Chess Club on the A1 and H8 squares. It's available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
It's a very beautiful board.
Yes, it is.
And as we go to break, Begim sat down with Andy Woodward. We'll be right back.
Grandmaster-elect.
Hi Andy, welcome back to St. Louis. It's great to see you here.
Thank you, I'm excited to play.
Andy, it's gonna be your first time, but despite that fact, you're already a Grandmaster and one of the top seeds. How do you feel about it?
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that they gave me to play, and I'm looking forward to play some of the strongest other juniors in the country.
We have the strongest juniors in the country. Did you already have a chance to compete against some of the juniors, or is it gonna be a kind of new experience for you?
Yeah, I've played a few of them. Not most of them, but a few of them I've played over the past couple of years.
So it's a pretty new players list for you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about playing actually in this tournament for the first time, and is it something special for you?
Yeah, it's always special to get invited to tournaments at the St. Louis Chess Club. I love the conditions and all the playing features and everything about the tournament, and I'm just really excited to play again.
So what's your strategy? You know, you're already a Grandmaster. We all know that they always come with some strategies. What's gonna be yours?
I'm probably just gonna take it one game at a time and try to focus on the moment and try to take it from there, I guess.
Also, I have seen you playing a lot of online chess in general. I can see that you like playing blitz and stuff. So how do you balance your online chess and, as a growing Grandmaster, your board chess?
I mainly start with training. Like on a daily basis, I usually start with training, and then once I finish all of my training that I'm trying to do for the day, then I relax and kind of enjoy with some like blitz and try to improve from those games and learn different ideas.
So actually playing blitz is a learning process, as you're mentioning, for you. Even though some older generations say that playing blitz hurts your chess, what do you think about that?
I think sometimes playing blitz like right before the tournament can affect your chess because it makes you like play fast in your games when you have a lot of time to think. So I think it's not always the best idea to play like a lot of blitz before your tournaments, but sometimes it can help if you're like trying to practice your openings and stuff.
And also you mentioned taking deep breaths and all these like meditation things. What's your ritual during tournaments? Do you have any routine that you follow?
I usually just like wake up in the morning and start like preparing for my opponent. Eat a little bit of food.
Just
I mean, I eat a little bit of a light breakfast and then mainly just go straight into tactics. I warm up my brain.
Oh, so that's nice. Before every round, you have some tactics time.
Yeah, I do some tactics. Yeah.
That's great, and it's lovely to see you here. Good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 2, but let's take a look at our current pairings. And let's start with the juniors.
Yes, let's do it.
We have Nicholas Ladan playing Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward against Arthur Guo. They have a very interesting game going on. Andrew Hong against Balaji Daggupati, Jason Liang playing Jason Wang, and Brewington Hardaway playing Justin Wang.
A game that we've been keeping our eye on. And then the girls' pairings.
We have Jasmine Su playing Megan Paragua. Then 2 leaders Iris Mo playing Zoey Tang.
A key matchup for sure.
Yasmin Asani playing Alice Lee. Rose Atwell against Omya Vidirathi. And Rachel Lee against Chloe Go.
And then for the seniors.
We have very exciting games here as well. Alex Shabalov is attacking Vladimir Akopian. We have Larry Christiansen playing Igor Novikov. Kaidanov against Joel Benjamin. Jesse Kraai against Douglas Root, and Becerra against Khachiyan.
And let's just jump into the game between Larry Christiansen and Igor Novikov, because this was the game where I was saying that Larry was building up his attack on the king side. He had gone for the knight g3 variation, and against b5, more or less what could have been expected. Larry played the move c2, c3, and here was a little bit of a surprise for me. I liked your suggestion of queen c7, connecting the rooks, and preparing rook to d8. A little bit of a surprise. b5, b4.
It's a very decisive move, changing pawn structure.
Right, and who...
Unprovoked.
Yeah, but who benefits after the move d3, d4? Now, in this case, I really don't like this, because in this case, the pawn on b4 is actually miserable. You'd kind of actually prefer to have the knight on b4, going to b4, so which is why Igor captured, and I suspect we might see a move like takes, and let's just say a5. The idea behind a5 is as simple as it looks. We're just nailing down a square. We want to put our knight on b4 and open up the position for the bishop on b7. So,
I mean, I still like White's position. Definitely we have more space.
Yeah, optically it looks good, but again, if I played immediately knight b4, not a bad move, but I might regret it somewhat that I don't have the right to play a6, a5 myself. Here's the question for you though, Nazi. I mean, again, optically, I'm with you 100%. We have what we call the central pawn duo. We control a lot more squares. But the moment the knight does get to b4, it's sort of like these pawns don't interfere with anybody. You get to play e5, but I'll jump to d5. So the thing is how do you improve? You've got a good position,
I think
but
it's
how do
one
you
of those
improve it?
games where you have to take it very slow, develop your pieces, keep improving your position until finally you push one of the pawns. So maybe like bishop b2, queen d2, rook d1.
Bishop b2. Let's put it on the board. Bishop b2, knight b4,
Let's say
queen d2. Let's just put it on the board. Rook c8, rook d1.
Or c1, yeah, I'm not
Or
sure.
c1. Queen d7, yeah? Or h6, I'm not sure either. So we get some position like this.
So I'm not super familiar with this type of structures, but is h4, h5, h6 an idea?
Sure, it's very often that you might
Want to provoke
press,
you to play h6?
the h pawn, yeah. And but again, it's like one of those things. It looks good optically, the space, but turning it into something concrete,
Not easy.
not that easy. By the way, I did notice that Igor played the move knight b4 at once, as opposed to
A5.
without a5, which kind of does make me think, you know, should I press a5?
Maybe he's planning to respond with d5.
Okay,
And if you play e5, knight
Okay.
e4.
makes sense. Yeah. So the knight's a little high and dry for the moment, but the knight is very good on e4. Okay, that's a fair point that you're making here. That doesn't seem to be any reason for me to be able to exploit the knight at the moment. Okay. So
Does it look like French now?
it does,
With the pawn
doesn't it?
structure,
Yeah. So I might turn back to an idea that you just mentioned, complete the development with bishop on b2. But now that you mention it, there is the advance d5 that, well, maybe I should pay attention to.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game and a lot of maneuvering.
Absolutely. Where would you like to take us?
I think Alex Shabalov has an interesting position. We were speculating if he was planning to attack on the king side, and that's what we're about to see.
Well, Christian.
All I can say is I predicted the G4 move 20 moves ago.
Yeah, Christian was mentioning that the bishop to d2, e3, rook c1 felt remarkably timid for Shabalov. This is not his normal style. Normally he's in some kind of a caveman mode. And having castles, what's the most ultra-aggressive plan you could possibly come up with? Advance the pawns in front of your king. Yes.
And he's doing exactly that.
Shabalov would not be Shabalov if he didn't, if he wasn't in there fighting to sacrifice a piece. What is White's idea? Very, very, very straightforward. He's taking some space in the center, so there's no knight e4. He really, really wants to play knight to g3 and park a knight on f5. Once he gets a knight to f5, then he can leverage that to try to attack Black's king, maybe just to win 2 bishops. So far, it's not like you're burning your bridges. It's like, no it's not
because
in all or
G4's
nothing.
idea is not to push G5.
No.
You just want the space for the knight on G3.
Exactly.
And then slowly set up the pieces right so you can attack.
I do like this move by Vladimir. One of the best ways of meeting a pawn storm is to get out of the way.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So the move knight e8, a couple of things going on behind this move. One is that we just open up the bishop, potentially to go to f6, g5, possibly even h4. There are reasons why when the knight gets, you don't want the knight to get to g3, and so sometimes you want to cut it off.
So I have a question.
Please.
Once I play knight g3,
Yes.
are you planning to play g6, or are you going to let me play knight f5?
I think that's also a second idea behind the move knight e8, is to maybe reroute the knight so that it can go to e6, put pressure on the d4 pawn. Maybe on a very, very good day like Zoey, I want to play f5. By the way, I meant to say this, that when you look at this pawn structure with the pawns on f3, g4, d4, Black's knights aren't on what you would call great circuits. This knight is not jumping to e5, this knight is not jumping to e4. On the other hand, when we get in a position like this, I'm actually rerouting my knight to the potential, at least, for a better circuit. So for the moment, nobody's crossed the equator. Everybody's just, reshuffling their pieces in their zone, and it does strike me as maybe slightly favorable for White, but nothing special at the moment. Christian, jump in and let me know where the action is.
Well, the action is, and we kind of knew that we're going to get some action in this one. Julio Becerra versus Melik. Yes, defending champion. Take a look. We stopped somewhere around here, I believe. After queen to d8, we're discussing long castle. That's exactly what happened. Of course, a6.
Knight e7.
He was still blitzing out his moves. Perhaps even this knight e7 was blitzed out.
Also,
and maybe no.
It was.
Yes, of course, by Melik. But now we start seeing, the typical Julio Becerra, very attacking style, right? And was it Kaidanov? No, Shabalov.
Who said timid play.
He said he doesn't like closed positions, quiet positions. He wants to attack, and that's exactly what he's doing. h4, very good move. Queen to g3, b5. Of course, Black is going to get his own attack going on, offensive on the queen side as well. b4, knight to a4 is what he played. I'm having some difficulties with my board right now, and a big mistake, I have to say. Queen to a5. What
big mistake.
Yes. And I'm not saying that he's losing right now or anything of that nature, but you're just allowing White to continue the attack for absolutely no reason. What he had to do was just simply play the move h6. And this more or less puts the kibosh on White's attack, because you have to lose too many tempis for the moment right now to get your attack back on track. You have to get the queen out of the way, you have to go g4, g5, and only then, and even after g4, g5, I will just simply move my knight away somewhere, and that's going to stop g5. So you need to play a lot of moves before your attack gets back on its track. He didn't play h6. He played queen to a5, which allowed h6, was played on the board, and now this is the position. The problem is, after b3, this knight is more or less arrested to the defense of the g7 square. You cannot really move it away. Some queen will land on f6, and then you're going to have huge problems on the dark squares. So you're kind of stuck on this side right now. I don't see f5 as being feasible. First of all, I think bishop to d3, some pressure on this diagonal is just simply going to be too much for your king on g8. So I don't see how Black can untie himself right now. That's the problem I'm sensing in this position for black.
And is white also planning maybe bishop d3, f4, f5?
Exactly, exactly. White's plan is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Caveman chess, basically. I just want to open up the king side. Julio Becerra knows exactly what to do in this type of positions. He played this type of positions all his life. He knows how to attack.
Right.
And the attack comes easy. That's the problem that I'm sensing for Melik.
If I could ask a simple question,
yes.
I'm a caveman. I saw the move h6, but I saw the move before that was queen a5, and the idea behind queen a5?
To take the
piece. Why not take the piece?
Why not take the piece?
Right.
Take. This is the problem. And queen to h4.
Rook e8.
Yes, rook to e8, queen to h7, queen to h8.
Knight g8. This is as far as I got.
And the resignation is...
That was as far as I got.
Coming. Yes.
The knight has no squares.
No squares, and the problem is I'm getting to checkmate you. I'm not only like pushing your king further on, I'm going to checkmate you.
The rook h7, that was a nice.
It's bad. That's bad news right now.
And perhaps, that was why he had to play g6.
Perhaps he just played it quickly.
Thinking you have to play b3.
Analyzing anything. b3
right.
would be natural. He just simply forgot about h6.
Right.
He found it, and that was it, more or less.
Easy move to forget.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more look if you don't mind. Sure. Queen to h4. Rook is on f8.
Do you go rook to e8, or are you...
F6.
You want to go f6, right?
Yeah.
You want to go... Yeah, this is not good news for you.
And now bishop to e2.
I have a different
Big
question.
problem.
Instead of f6, isn't there h5? Because knight's defending the pawn, right?
My guess
then
is that
queen e7,
the same
right?
thing is going... First of all, yes, the knight, but maybe even bishop to e2. But let's say... Yeah, I think just...
Oh, knight's hanging on e7.
Yeah.
Take the knight. That's probably enough.
Because even though a2 is hanging, it's probably...
terrible, yeah.
Yeah, probably not enough, yeah?
No. Rook h3, rook g3, you're getting completely destroyed on this side.
Right.
You're getting checkmated.
Agreed. Yeah, well, bad luck. But thank you for playing. Come another day. Exactly. I wanted to turn our attention, if you don't mind, to the game between Jesse Kraai and Doug Root. Remember, that was...
Came in
Doug,
with excellent prep, Jesse.
Yeah, but Doug took this pawn on e5. It was like a French, where he took the pawn on e5. And we came to this remarkable moment, because here's Doug, and he's thinking to himself, well, I've won a pawn, I've got no weaknesses. On my very next turn, I'm going to castle, and I'm doing great. Maybe even I have a threat of knight f3 check in order to take on f4, so what's the problem? If you were to give this position without knowing the answer, the move bishop b5 is really very, very hidden. Yeah. And it's only thanks to this move that the engine says, double exclamation mark, advantage white. And to be honest, I was stunned with that realization. I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, I think unless you have this prepared before the game, you would not find this at the board.
No, you simply would not. We thought the best thing that Doug could do at this moment was bail out, accept the loss of a piece, castles, takes. The loss of the piece comes with a certain compensation. We do have 3 pawns. Yes, we think that white is for choice, but hey, it's a fight still to go. Doug came up with another option.
Play knight to 6, and here's an interesting thing. When we were analyzing, Christian showed us this line. You take on c6 first.
With the bishop, right?
With the bishop.
Yeah.
And then you take on d6, and then you play knight f5.
Right.
That looked crushing.
That looked really good because I went queen f8 and
queen d4
and I saw this and I said, no, I don't like my position anymore. I was very clever. I bailed. I am out the door.
Jesse actually took on d6 first, after which I think black actually had a chance here after knight g7 to go king d8 and be somewhat okay.
King d8. Okay, going to the other exit.
On the queen side.
Makes sense.
And I can actually use the g file to my advantage as black.
In the case of king d8, yeah, then
yes.
you can turn the tables maybe.
Eventually, once my king is safe.
Right. He played king f8. And that was a step in the wrong direction?
Yeah, white seems to be completely winning knight h5. And I don't understand this move
B6.
b6 because isn't white queen just coming on the king side and queen and knight will checkmate?
Yeah, I mean, the idea behind b6 is you're making something nice so that the b pawn isn't going to be attacked when the bishop moves, but that looks awfully slow for a position where you're being attacked. That looks like a very slow move. b7, b6, and what do you reckon? Queen d2, queen f3, queen g4. Too many good moves.
So good. I think
Knight
queen
f6
d2 looks most natural.
Queen d2 most natural. Yeah, knight f6 too, by the way.
h6, right? Knight f6 also looks very good.
Okay, big threat. Okay.
h6 is forced, probably.
Right.
And maybe queen f4 now, going to f6.
This looks crushing. Sorry,
very one-sided.
yeah, I mean, truly.
I can also always lift the rook if needed.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to sign up for this. There are a lot of positions, you know. By the way, I don't think Jesse sacrificed anything at this precise moment anymore. You know, like, there's a lot of positions I'm willing to try to hold or defend when I got something in the pocket. Like, I'm a piece up, but okay, a pawn up, you know. But here, I'm no material ahead, and all of white's pieces look really good. Clock times also indicate something very favorable.
And Jesse has 1 hour and 41 minutes, and Douglas down to 1 hour and 5 minutes. So yeah, Jesse has only used 10 minutes.
Okay, an indication he's feeling really, really good about his game. Tell us, Christian, who else is feeling really good about their game?
Well, this is a game we haven't actually looked at. Andrew versus
our
Balaji.
favorite.
Exactly.
We
might as well.
Right?
But it's not looking good. Yeah, sir, unfortunately.
For
I have
us?
to give you the heads up, it's not looking that good for us. So we got a Rossolimo, this new Rossolimo type with knight f6 that we've seen Fabiano essay at the canvas quite a lot. So definitely becoming part of the fashion. Let's say d3, queen to c7. And now this very aggressive, this is probably the most aggressive way of playing with the white pieces, e5. Immediately challenging the position, basically trying to take advantage of the fact that, hey, you weren't supposed to put that knight on f6 so fast. You're supposed to maybe play e5 first, block the center, and then go knight f6, because now you're giving me too many tempis, perhaps. But this is what we have right now, e6. Bishop takes e4, and perhaps the timing was not right. Because bishop takes e4 followed by knight to b6, everything comes with tempo. And you don't get the chance to stop me from going g5, which is a very important move. I'm going to first of all attack your king's position after the move g4, but also I'm undermining the pawn on e5. And at some point, you're going to lose that. You're going to lose the pawn on e5. That's the situation on the ground right now. And this knight, despite the fact that it looks very dominated by the pawn structure, I'm just simply going to reroute it. I'm going to go back to d7, and then I'm going to pick up the pawn on e5 at the right moment. So bishop to b2, bishop to... Actually, this is the position we have. We haven't seen bishop to g7 yet, but we're expecting bishop g7 as the most, pretty much, almost a forced move, right? You might as well keep short castle in your back pocket, keep the bishop close to the king. You can also go long castle if you want. That's possible as well. You do have to worry a little bit about maybe white opening up things on the queen side, so you need to be careful. But I have to say, I'm looking at the position, it does feel much easier, much simpler to play for black right now. For Balaji, I think he has the advantage.
If I can be the devil's advocate, in this exact position, Christian, h4.
Ooh.
Could you put h4 on the board just so I can see it?
Do you want to take this?
I wanted to take it when the bishop was on c1, actually.
Yes. But he already played bishop.
Yeah.
Do you want to play? By the way, bishop g7 is on the board. h4, I go knight d7.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm letting you take on g5.
No, I was looking at it a different way, if you don't mind. With the bishop on c1 for just a moment. So, yeah, g5, h4. In this case, I thought you would play g4.
Sure. Yes.
Then I was going to go knight h2. Then I thought you would play h5.
I would take this though.
Okay, rook to g1, rook to g1, rook to b1.
Take another pawn.
Take this as well.
Bishop to b2.
Yes, sir. You just sacrificed 2 pawns. I mean,
But there's a king in the center.
Snap back to your senses. Yes, sir. Come on.
Rook E1?
Rook E1?
Not enough. Not enough.
Yeah,
Not
this
enough?
doesn't look...
Not enough.
I mean, our knight's on H2.
I know,
very
if it was
passive
like, if it
position.
was on G3 or something.
Not enough. I'm just simply going to go knight d7 and then long castle.
Fair.
It does
Good point.
feel like you have something, but in fact, in reality, you don't actually have anything in the position. And my pawn structure protects my king very well.
It does.
Very,
It
very
does.
well.
The current position, if you will, again, Christian. So you're making the argument that as soon as Black plays knight d7, castles, and g4, we're losing the pawn on e5 for nothing.
Exactly. Yes, yes. And again, I can decide, I can dictate whenever I want to take that pawn. In which fashion I want to take that pawn. Do I want to play g4 first? Do I want to take on e5?
Right.
I really don't see the trumps in white's position, while I see black having all the options right now.
Okay, so once again, you win the pawn on e5. Congratulations.
Yes.
That's going to give you an extra doubled c
Correct.
pawn.
And that's why I'm not
indeed-
saying it's a decisive advantage by any means.
Right.
It's a slight advantage. But it
Right.
should be enough. I mean, Balaji should be happy out of the opening with black pieces to be better.
I
to
feel
have a
like
similar position.
I'm fighting to equalize as white.
Yes, yes.
Which is not
That's
a
a
very
good way
good
to put it.
feeling.
That's a much simpler way to put it.
Right.
Such an
All right.
unusual pawn structure with the triple pawns on C and E.
Yeah, exactly. And then suddenly the move g5. Something went amiss for Andrew. He didn't get in the right tempo. Nasi, thank you, Christian. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Let's check back in with Alice Lee. So she's playing Yasmin Ihsani. She did get that unbalanced position that we thought she was looking for.
Yeah, that was the knight d7 move, right? Yeah, f7, f6. Alice needs to bounce back. She was upset in round one with the white pieces, and today she has black. Queen f3. I'm just getting a little bit the zen of the position. So for the moment, temporarily, however, the bishop is passive, but there's
b6 coming.
Yeah,
actually.
right?
The knight might even get trapped.
Precisely.
Careful.
So, okay, so
Let's
Yasmin
say I
went for-
play queen c6 right now. Oh, queen c6 walks right into b takes him. Let's do queen d8.
Queen to, the move queen c6 still.
You want to trade queens?
No.
Oh,
I was
you
going to
want
go
to take
b6.
b6
Yeah.
in between
Okay,
move.
queen d8, sorry. So I
I
have
same
to
idea.
take
I want to play b6.
b6?
Yes, and then knight b3,
Yes.
bishop a6.
Correct.
All of a sudden, my bishop becomes as good as it can be in this position.
Right.
You
know
can play
what?
knight d2.
Good move. I seriously, it's not a joke. I remember Lubomir Leboyevich making a rook sacrifice that just like blew my mind. He takes on d5, takes on f1, takes on e6. Bishop came back to c4. Pawn went to f5, and it was like this mass of pawns went.
e4 and d5.
But it was a rook. It was a whole rook.
Such good pawns, though.
I read in such good pawns. Knight to d2.
I'd love to play that in blitz.
Oh, seriously. Okay, knight to d2. What will Alice continue with?
Rook c8.
Rook c8. And I'm guessing e4. And now it's come time for you to win your pawn back, right?
I think I have to. So objectively, it's still an equal position, but I think both players have some chances.
Yes,
to play for more.
exactly, exactly. There's a backward pawn on c3 that Alice can nibble on. White can make pretensions that with the move f5, the center could belong to white. But yeah, b2, b3. So we've been looking at a position with queen d8. Alice, a lot of work ahead of herself. And where else? I haven't seen Gregory.
I see a blunder in one game, so if we
Uh-oh.
can jump to that. It's Rachel Lee against Chloe Go.
All right, I'll bring up Rachel's game.
And in the current position, after bishop e5,
Right, so Rachel just put her rook on e4 and bishop on it. So she's defending her Isolani, her isolated queen pawn, and she wants to go bishop e5, which she did.
The tactic.
Uh-oh.
Bishop's about to be lost, I believe.
Bishop's about to be lost.
Yes,
Oh,
F6.
no.
Is she going to see it? If
Oh,
she does, the
no.
game is more or less over at this point.
And on bishop f4, there is f5.
Bishop f4, f5.
Hangs the
Oops.
bishop.
Correct.
And on bishop g3, it's still f5 and
It's
f4.
like this Noah's Ark kind of a trap. I can get a pawn, and that's all I get. I can get 3 pawns. I'm not happy.
Now, black's pieces are also really good.
True, especially the bishop on g7. That bishop on g7 frightens me. I've got 3 pawns, but is it
I can
absolutely
immediately get one back after knight b4 if I wanted to, I think.
Knight b4?
Yeah, rook c4.
Just a moment, just a
Actually,
moment. let me explain.
I take that
Tactics
back.
and double attack. Good morning, St. Louis. No,
No, I have to be... I just play
little-
king h8.
Yeah.
And then I win the game.
I agree. I agree. King h8, slowly, the 3 pawns is not sufficient.
And if you
Yeah.
go bishop f4 after f6,
Let's do it.
f5,
Yes.
knight takes d5, and you're saying, oh, at least I'm getting some sort of an exchange.
Bishop f4.
I'm giving you the exchange, but
F5.
I have some compensation, right? Knight takes d5.
F takes e.
But the problem is I take on e4, and now you move the knight. The bishop on f4 is hanging.
Still
Right.
hanging.
So it's like,
Okay, but if you were
Painful.
going to do this, why don't we go bishop to g3?
then I just go f.
F5, and now I can take. Now I'm a hero.
Not really, because right now I'm going to take back on d5, right?
With?
Either pawn. I guess e pawn, just because I don't want to give you enough more
You
pawns.
still can't stop f4?
I was
F4 is
going to
still
put my...
coming. Yeah.
I don't like it. I was going to put my rook on
f6, guys, big moment right now. Will she
Big
find it?
moment.
Because if she does, everything else is easy.
Then, by the way, the clock times in this one, Nasi, they're
Oh,
big.
plenty of time. For Chloe, it's hour 26, and for Rachel, 1:05.
Big moment for...
You know, if someone tells you have a tactic, you find f6 immediately.
Right, but
when you
nobody...
don't know.
Right, nobody sits there and... See, that's one of the problems with the tactical books. So when I was a kid, I had these tactic books that, like, it doesn't matter, 100 winning tactics. So every single diagram, I knew there was a winning moment. But that's not the way chess works. Nobody taps you in the middle of the game and says, now you have a tactic. So I would like a book that says, is there a tactic? Like, so you look and you go, oh, I could sacrifice my queen.
But you're not sure if it works.
Right.
'cause tactic might not be the right way to go.
And that is more realistic. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one as I toss it over to you, Christian.
So is Jesse just completely winning right now?
Yeah,
Jesse
we-
Kraai? Seems to be the case.
we were looking at queen d2.
And he just played b6.
which we didn't like. We didn't understand even.
Yes, knight f6, queen d6, and right now it just seems like I have a plethora of options. Queen g4 is one of them. I just need to get my pieces closer to your king.
Agreed.
And your king is never getting any better. Queen h5, queen h6, queen h5, queen h4. I have so many ways to get to it. Yeah, this one is looking bad, looking poorly for Douglas. And what a bounce back that would be for Jesse. Important bounce back.
I absolutely agreed. It's always nice after a loss if you can come back with a win. It doesn't feel like 2 draws. It feels like you're ahead.
Yes.
Yes. You have the momentum,
Yeah,
right?
you're ahead.
Just like if you win the first and then you lose the second, it feels worse.
Worse.
It's just about the trend.
Yeah, exactly. Jumping to the game of Larry Christiansen and Igor Novikov. Larry played the move after knight b4. Yeah. He did put...
We're talking about black wanting to play d5.
Right. And Larry he played the move d5. So he's looking at a pawn sacrifice, and he wants Igor to take this pawn. Okay. I suppose ideally, if I'm in white shoes, I would want you to take with this knight, which is probably the worst of all possible captures, right? Because that way my bishop is still on the board. And essentially what I think Larry wants to do is go knight f5. We're going to make some bad moves for black, so apologies for the bad moves I'm making. In his mind...
Those minor pieces.
Yeah, right? Like every white minor piece is like reaching into the position, right? The bishop on f7 is kind of an X-ray attack, but I am looking at bishop f6, and again, the bishop on g7. So this is the mental image that...
That's the dream for white.
Yes, that's the dream. Now, if I'm on the other side of this coin, I'm thinking I want to get rid of pieces. So I would be looking
Ease
at
up the pressure.
bishop... Yes. Yeah, and I'm guessing knight f5.
May do some in between moves, yeah,
Please.
knight f5, or there's also bishop a3, but you can respond with, no, maybe not. Yeah, that's interesting, bishop a3.
Bishop a3, I would probably be looking at...
Play a5, right?
Yes.
You'll give me the pawn back.
Yes, and say, you know, okay, you got a passer, I've got a passer.
Happy to trade a lot of pieces.
Let's be friends.
So knight f5 maybe is more...
Aggressive.
Right.
And we're here. You're
Can I do
mentioning
bishop g5 here?
Yes. You're definitely getting the compensation.
See, if black had pawn on a5, it would be so much easier to play.
Right?
That knight on b4 that's hanging is a problem in every line.
Exactly. It's exactly right. That's exactly the way I feel about it too. Here it feels like white... If I'm sitting on black's shoes, the fear that I have is something like this.
Oh, just going for the checkmate.
Yeah, that the knight on f5 is so darn good. I'm not anxious to winning the exchange. I'm thinking...
And here even bishop d5 is probably winning.
Oh, pardon me, bishop d5 is certainly winning.
Queen d4, it might be winning even faster.
Yeah, exactly. But bishop takes d5. So you're right, bishop g5. And I start to get, well, panicked. This looks very, very dangerous. So maybe the pawn is just taboo. Maybe
well, guess
Igor,
what?
Yeah.
We do have moves. Larry took back on d5. And,
yes.
Oh, never mind. They haven't played it. It was the analysis. I got excited. I was like, oh.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah. So maybe this pawn, okay. No, I think he captured. But maybe he could capture with the knight? Yes.
Yeah, knight f to d5.
And the difference is, in this particular case, knight f5 does have this answer.
Big downside, yes. But what about bishop a3 now? Because you know how instead of knight f5,
yes,
knights are not great at defending each other.
Right. So in this case, the knights are stuck, essentially, is what you're saying. This knight can't move, and this knight can't move. So let's say bishop f6.
Okay, I thought you were going to play a5.
Probably, actually, I was thinking that would be my next move, but...
Okay, so rook c1?
Rook c1. Now here I have a question. Should I play knight c3? That's a different...
I feel like that hangs even more pieces.
If I had a pawn on a5...
Tactically, it might be working.
Yeah, it might.
3, queen d2, let's say.
Bishop takes f3, bishop takes b4. Ugh. Okay.
Like at the end of every line, black should be down a piece.
That's got to be a minimum. Why isn't my pawn on a5? Knight takes d5. Jump in on this one, Christian, because it's one of those positions where either white has something very, very good in the very short term, or he doesn't.
Well, I think it's actually just simply a long-term type of thing.
Really?
Situation, yes. I think that bishop is going to come on a3. I don't like those two knights on b4 and d5 superfluous, right?
Yes, that's right.
They're kind of stuck, right? Linked to each other. And that knight on d5 seems to be a liability for the moment. It's being attacked. It stops the action of that bishop on b7. So perhaps we could see the position, because I don't have that behind me right now. But also, there's that knight coming to f5.
By the way, we do have the move after knight takes d5. we were looking at knight f5, bishop f6, and bishop a3, as well as bishop a3 and rook c1.
Correct.
Larry liked bishop b2.
Yes.
So he's looking at bishop g7 and knight.
You have to
Black
challenge that
still
bishop. You
play
have to go
bishop
bishop f6, right?
Absolutely.
It's almost forced at this point.
Absolutely. So what is Larry's intended
Somehow I don't
follow-up?
think that's going to be exchanged. I
No.
have a feeling we're going to see some knight d4, perhaps. Yeah, knight d4 makes a lot of sense because now, exactly, as you are just pointing out, you want to go either knight e4 or knight h5, challenge that bishop, take the dark square bishop, and then maintain that beautiful bishop,
Bishop on
the long
b2.
diagonal. By the way, the bishop on b3 is no slouch either.
No. It kind of, right here, it was a moment there, kind of begged the question whether knight h5.
Should you start with that?
Yeah,
right?
knight h5, because it's just sort of like on a dream position if I could get bishop on b2.
But that's the question. Do you get to establish that after the bishop f6?
Immediately,
Yeah,
I
sure.
was going to take it.
Queen f6?
Yeah, and I was going to pat
Bishop
myself
A3.
on the shoulders for just having the
Vision.
knowledge,
Yes,
the
yes,
vision
beautiful
that I should
vision,
have,
yes.
two bishops, and maybe I go queen
But
d2.
queen g6? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't like it too much.
Exactly. We do have, however, bishop b2. We are looking at bishop f6. We are looking furthermore at the move knight d4. And you were saying long-term initiative?
Yes. It's just simply going to slowly develop. All I have to do is get those bishops off the board, activate my own bishops. Then you're going to, despite the fact that you're a pawn up, you're going to have some problems with the placement of your pieces. That knight on b4,
I
a
agree.
bit out of play, right?
I agree, but hold it. I mean,
I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
right,
And
right.
Black will have some ideas as well.
Yeah, Igor's got his own spiel. I mean,
G2, D3.
G2, D3. Hello.
So let's see.
It might
right?
not be all play on one goal here.
That is a very good point. Now, what if I go queen g4? Is that too much? That's probably too much.
I will probably just. I'm not going to. I was.
You don't want to take on g2?
I did with every fiber of my
I was hoping
being.
that you're going to take on g2.
I didn't see the reputation, but I thought I should probably be ready to gum things up with bishop e5, or I'd play it cagey.
Yeah, it's a complicated battle for sure.
Wow.
And perhaps knight d4 is not the best move.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one. Nasi?
I think Christian has some update
Christian.
for us.
Yes, I was just about ready when you threw this position at me.
gotcha.
I was about to show
Sorry.
you this one.
You
no
teed
problem.
us up. Yeah.
No problem. So this one, Brewington, is looking really good against a very difficult opponent, Justin Wang, one of the few players that are over 2,500 rated.
Gotcha.
So definitely a big battle in this one. If Hardaway wants to get closer to try to challenge for that title, he needs a good victory in this one, and that's exactly what I think he's going to get. G3. I really like this move. It looks like a Mickey Mouse move. You remember this from Croatia or Bucharest. I don't remember where I told you and you didn't like it.
I loved it.
Okay. So this looks like a nice Mickey Mouse move. Small move, but it does something very big in the position, and that is it gives the knight an extra square.
Right.
Very important. Because now, for example, knight to d4 and all these trades that could potentially arrive on the board, I can get away from it with the move knight to h4. Then I'm going to kick this knight away at the right moment with c3 and get access to the square f5. So it's a very, very beautiful move. I really like this g3. a6, and this is what we have right now. Queen to d7, a bunch of moves have been played, but again, white had the easier plan in the position. Get the knight out of the way, break open with the move f4, activate the bishop somehow. You're right now playing on one goal. And that's exactly what's happening. Bishop to c1 is the last move. By the way, the engine is saying +2 right now.
Already.
Wow.
+2, that's a decisive advantage.
Right.
Why? Well, first of all, I have a lot of ideas. I can take on e5 next. You have to defend against that. So let's say you play a random move, b5. I take on e5. If you take with the d pawn, f6 is hanging. If you take with the f pawn, h6 is hanging as well.
That's brutal. That's finished.
Look at
That's
all these
finished.
pieces
But
aimed at your king, right?
I would have thought it was +2. I would think knight d4 or knight f8. So
Sure.
knight d4, let's say.
Knight d4.
Just
This
F5 maybe?
F5, yes. Another move was queen to d1, but I'm not going to play queen d1.
Knight d4, and this is +2.
Now it's, yes, close. It's getting closer to +2.5,
you
now
can't
+190. Keeps
defend
going up and
h6.
down, but I have a feeling it's decisive.
I think you can't defend h6. That's the problem. Because if you move the king,
Where do you move
so
the
it's
king?
knight g6 or queen g6, and it's
Exactly. Where do you
Yeah.
move the king?
Let's say
can't.
f8. King
F8.
King f8.
You're running. Okay.
Running.
check or
Queen
Actually,
f7.
Queen h5. Knight g6.
King g8. Not running very far.
You have to. And now, how do you defend? I go h4,
yeah,
g5.
My d4 knight is beautiful, but that's all.
The
That's
game is so one-sided.
exactly. Black
Feels
doesn't
it.
have any way to activate.
Where's the
his
counterplay?
pieces. Where's the counterplay? You have to get c6, d5. It's
Slow,
so far
slow.
away.
Yeah.
It's so far away.
Wow. Wow, did not see that coming. That looks very, very impressive.
Great start for my pick.
Yeah, yeah.
That.
He's
By
looking
the
good for
way,
sure.
In the game between Rachel Lee and Chloe, yeah?
She found f6.
F6.
She's about to win a piece.
Whoa,
and
whoa, 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 whoa. That is, that's bad.
That would be game over.
I see we've got Brewington and Justin. Again, these two players both won their first round. And we think, after the move, oh, by the way, no knight d4, knight f8. We think that Brew has a very nice advantage in that game.
Let's check a game that we haven't looked at yet. It's
Please.
Rose Atwell against Omiya Vidyarthi. If you back up just one move
Sure.
from both sides, here after knight f8,
Okay, we'll back up a few moves. Queen
Keep going.
a3.
takes. Knight f8. Here is the big question. Which side should white castle? And I think Rose chose the wrong side. Because if white
She
castle short
chose
here,
long, and she chose long, wrong.
I
If she had
think
gone
so.
short, then after knight e6, I assume we're going to see some same.
let's
You
just
think the
start with
king
rook
is
e1. King is safer. Black doesn't have counterplay on the king side.
right?
And now black is forced to, I believe, castle long side instead, which is in our favor because we can definitely attack. Of course, a7's hanging, but also attack would be very easy on the queen side.
Agreed. But her decision to castle long, I must say, also, I don't know, Nazi, it's one of those things. I think both options are attractive. I just don't know which option. I like the positions where you're castled on opposite flanks. Yeah. So, for example, if Black's king was already on g8, I would be thinking h4, h5, and I could rip open. But the fact that the queen on a3 stops castling.
I think it's
and-
temporary now. So black played knight e6,
Okay,
and she could be planning queen e7 on the next move.
I see. So I was planning, okay, I'll tell you what I'm planning. I'm planning bishop takes g6.
Oh, okay. Rook e1.
So queen,
Let's still try queen e7.
okay, so here it comes. I'm so clever. Bishop takes g, just a second. Bishop takes g6.
So
It's
you
a-
will double every pawn to just get to win one pawn.
Right? Well,
Take on a3 maybe? Oh,
exactly. This is two rooks.
that's your idea, Vern.
Well, that's one. I mean, that's one possible. But what you were about to
Just take on
takes-
a3.
and I've got these ugly pawns. I've
And
got
just
a,
castle here. Short.
Short.
Yes. Because f7 was hanging.
exactly castle short.
Two knights versus two bishops. I'm down a pawn, but your pawns are not so great.
You're going to win back a pawn right away. I'm presuming. Now, if my bishop were on b2, it'd be a totally different
And
position.
you would just
with
go h4,
h5 and
Checkmate with the pawn.
right on. Yeah, this is, yeah, and here I'm feeling like my king really does belong on g1. I'm not happy about the king on c1. And again, this is Rose. And is time a factor in this one, Messi?
Not yet. They both have a little bit over 1 hour.
Okay. I'm going to walk around the stage, kind of a random walk. I'm going to go with Julio Becerra, And, Christian, in our game of Andrew.
Absolutely,
You have some
this
news.
things are going from bad to worse for Andrew for our pick. It's unfortunate for us. But,
For us.
well, you know,
He did play H4.
We're not biased. He did play the move H4. Your move, terrible move.
Hey, man, that's my move. That's my move.
Sorry about that.
No, it's
H4, knight to D7 was played. Best move in the position. Not only rerouting and getting ready to open up at this diagonal for the attack against the king, but also setting up the long castle. Very important. Because you're winning some more tempes. Long castle, this is the position right now that we have. You have to get this queen off the D5, right?
Clear.
Where do you put it?
C1. Let's go.
C1, perfect. Queen to C1. Now I will take on E5. That opens up this diagonal, so you have to start being ready for all sorts of very nasty attacks, I have to say. So let's say you exchange everything, right?
Sure.
Take.
Whoops.
Excuse me. Take on E5, take on E5. Do you take this pawn as well?
G6. No, I'm not touching the pawn.
I was thinking more of the G6.
You
variety.
probably have to go G6, but this position is so unfortunate.
Queen E3, and I'm
You're a pawn down, first of all.
Am I
right?
a pawn down?
Yeah.
You're already a pawn down. Already a pawn down. But also I have this very important D4
Outpost,
square,
yeah,
right?
sure.
At some point, at the right moment, you challenge me on D file, I'm going to go rook to D4. Maybe not right now, but okay, let's say I go right now.
Right.
Rook to E1, now I go
question.
G5.
Blackest choice.
Not only choice, but maybe technically winning at this point, right? It's a pawn up, all sorts of endgames, rook endgames, winning.
As well. Yeah.
Not only that you're facing one extra pawn, but also this
crazy
maneuver of the king going on the queen side and trying to create some more weaknesses. You're in big trouble as white right now. So, yeah, I'm looking at the position. I'm seeing the time spender as well. Balaji is just like blitzing out his moves, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Andrew, not in his element. 50 minutes right now, definitely not feeling comfortable with the position. And you can see it. You can see his body language on the screen as well.
He looks very unhappy.
He is not happy.
G5.
Yes. And this is almost, he's kind of starting to acknowledge the fact that he just has a bad position.
Right.
Balaji looking quite confident in his position.
Yes. And he's playing very fast. It goes to show that he, in fact, analyzed this position at home quite thoroughly. He knew the plans. He knew not to worry about all this like H4 and perhaps the loss of a pawn on that side. He was not worried about that. He knows exactly what he's doing right now.
Yikes. Andrew in a lot of trouble in this one.
You wanted to go to Becerra, Yasser.
Yeah. The
Follow up with your plan.
The game of Julio Becerra and our defending champion, Melik, really is a very unusual situation. Players castled on opposite sides, and it's not oftentimes you're seeing this wedge, this pawn on H6, this pawn on B5.
And those pawns make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, they really are very aggressive pawns. The last move by white, king B1, tucking the king in. Oftentimes, bishop to D7, you don't want to see the knight getting captured. By at least defending the pawn on A2, you're giving yourself the option of knight to B2 and popping the knight back out to C4. And for my eyes, this is a chaotic mess. 3 results are possible, but
white looks more pleasant.
Right,
sure.
that was my question that I wanted to ask you. Do you
Do
you prefer white's position?
Definitely.
Or? Definitely.
Yeah, because I see a clear plan for white: F4, F5.
F4, F5.
And for black, attacking-wise, it's not clear yet. They have to defend first. And if they get a chance, maybe then bishop D7. And after knight B2, I still don't see how black can attack quickly.
Right.
Because you would have to move your queen back and maybe go A5, A4, but that seems very slow.
It does. At the moment, too, I'm not a big fan of the knight on E7. I would love to play the move E5. Let's start
Change up the structure.
Yeah, let's see if I can't bring my bishop. Okay, I'm dreaming of bishop E6 and D5.
So let's go knight F3 so I can jump to G5
That's
if needed.
the problem. Bishop to E6, which I think is very desirable knight g5. And again, it feels like my pieces are a little bit scattered. I don't know.
There's just too much traffic on the A file.
Right.
The queen and rook are not well placed.
Okay. So
I would probably
typical.
take on E6, go bishop C4.
Yeah, typical Sicilian kind of style play. You take on.
If you go knight D4, sooner or later I'm taking that knight.
I was dreaming that you wouldn't do that, and I would get in the move D5. This, I like your exchange sacrifice, by the way. I would probably have to play a move like, but again, I'm not getting the harmonious piece play for black that I would like, and I do think it's much easier to play Julio's position than it is to play Melik's position. So advantage and his clock, are the clocks a factor in this one?
They still both have a lot of time.
Lots of time, lots
Far
of time.
away from time trouble.
Okay.
But we had a very interesting moment in this game between Nicholas Ladan and Christopher Yu, who's currently co-lead in the tournament with 1 point.
Exactly.
If you back up just a couple of moves, I
This was
noticed
the
a
game
big
with Queen
question
C2.
mark. It was a very symmetrical beginning.
Right, and we saw the move Queen C2, a move that I kind of questioned. Bishop to E5.
I like this E5, Queen B6. You can see how Christopher is trying to play for more than a draw.
Right.
And he did manage to outplay his opponent because he had, there was a moment coming up.
Knight takes, pawn takes, E3. It looks like Christopher's pieces are taking up nice squares. Let's just put it that way.
And here, after bishop c3,
Yep.
I saw on the board big question mark.
Really?
Yes, and I think it's because black had this strong move here. Rook a8, rerouting the rook to a3.
Rook a8.
Not easy to notice.
I'm assuming white wants to get rid of, well...
If bishop d4, rook c1 first.
Rook c1 first.
I think you're going to lose a pawn. Which is the end of the world, right?
Yeah, right. Well, it's close. Queen takes, and you're right. I definitely don't want queen c3. That's how I get mated after trades in rook a1 and bishop h3. You're right. It looks like I'm losing a pawn.
A very important pawn. Black immediately has a strong pass pawn.
Exactly. You're telling me that Christopher missed this opportunity?
Yeah, I think he played pretty quickly bishop g4, which looks like a...
Second best move.
Second best move, but
yes.
maybe after bishop d4 and this
Queen
trade,
to
now
b3.
white can hold. It's still definitely unpleasant for white, but I'm not losing any pawns.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Still, I like Christopher's position. It feels like white has been playing, dare I use that word again, timidly, and as a result, black...
But perhaps you will lose some pawns.
Which ones?
How?
Which and how?
Yeah.
So let's take on c1
Take on
first.
c1, take on c1.
Then rook a8.
Rook a8, that's the kind of indication to me that I need some
I think I need
luft.
to get rid of your queen. Maybe queen d5.
Okay.
Queen on
Queen
d4 is too
d5.
strong.
Yes.
Well, I
now
would-
we exchange and rook a4. How do you defend that pawn?
Rook b1.
Sorry?
So instead of h3, I was considering queen d5.
Okay. Queen
Christian says trade queens and rook a4.
Yep.
And then after rook b1, you have bishop f5.
Bishop
I'm
f5,
still
yes.
lost on the first rank.
That loses
Okay,
the pawn.
so I
By
have
the
to
way,
go
queen
rooks.
d2 was played. So none of this will happen.
None of this
I would have to
happened.
play maybe bishop f1, rook b4, rook c6, something like that.
Yeah, I would include h3 though, because
At the right
whenever you want to
moment.
play rook c6,
Maybe right now.
Yeah, like make sure you're not leaving behind your king to a rook a1 check. So after say bishop back, now rook c6, I think you've got chances of
sure.
drawing this one. Let's see the current position, because I saw queen d2, and that looked like a very good choice
Right,
as
'cause
well.
if I take on c8, then you have full control of the c file, rook's coming into c3 or
C2.
c2.
And that's not fun for me,
So maybe I have to play queen a3 here just to keep
right?
the rook on the c file.
So after rook a8, nonetheless, you're going to have to trade the rook on the c8, right? whether your queen is on b3 or on a3, not much of a big difference.
I see. So
this move, queen d2. Essentially what we're saying
maybe I have
is,
to play rook e1 then.
yeah, is if we get a position like this, we're crying because the power of the black's initiative on the second rank is simply too strong. So you're saying from the current position...
I have to give up c-file. Maybe I should keep both rooks at least on the board.
So that in this case...
Can go queen e3.
We're ready to meet rook c2. Not that we're happy.
No.
No. But at least this is a viable
We're on the verge
option.
of crying, but not
yeah,
crying yet.
right.
Nico definitely is on the back foot right now. It's on the defensive.
Absolutely. For Christopher Yu, well, this would be a dream start. Remember, he starts with 2 blacks, which is a terrible start. But if you win both games, means you get a lot of extra whites for the remainder of the tournament, which is a very good thing for our first seed.
And for Christopher, he definitely knows that he needs to win this one because he's playing, after all, the lowest rated player in the event.
Okay. Sometimes, by the way, I must confess that I did that often. I bullied my opponents when I was the much higher rated player. Like I felt that they were kind of intimidated, and when they started playing knight f3 and g3 on moves 1 and 2, I thought, right, like they're looking to try to make a draw, and so then I would,
but at the same
elevate
time,
and take a lot of
lower
risks.
seed has nothing to lose.
True. I risked a lot. But hey, you got to risk to win, right? Okay.
Definitely.
Where would you like to take us?
We have so many games going
Shabalov.
Let's check with Shabalov.
Yeah, because we haven't. Vladimir Akopian is 3rd time out, and he's the #1 rated top seed in this seniors event. When we left it, remember, we had just seen the move knight e8, and you were asking me, is black's intention to play g6 and maybe bring the knight to the square? And I said yes. Rook f2. Wow.
I don't think he's revealing his plans yet. He's improving slowly, but we don't know exactly how he wants to start the attack.
Well, check this out. Vladimir said, okay.
Show me what you've got.
But also it's sort of like Vladimir saying the knight wasn't great on f6. So he's thinking the knight could jump to c4 and possibly put pressure on the pawn on e3 as well as the bishop on d2. It's funny, the move rook f2, to my mind, I mean, I see bishop h4, and I'm playing that like a cannon.
Rook g2?
Yeah, exactly. And the idea is, I thought the knight was going to go to g3.
Right, but maybe he's provoking bishop h4.
And he would have succeeded in my case, at least. I don't know if it was good or bad, but let's check it out.
Maybe
if you
he
don't
wants
mind.
to rook g2?
Bishop h4, rook g2.
He wants to sneak in g5 at the right moment.
Ah.
Not yet.
g5. Okay, I understand that my bishop could be left high and dry. I did like, a completely different idea. I did like this approach of putting the knight on g7. It felt defensive, but simultaneously, it really does take a lot of the oomph out of the position for white. It didn't happen. Let's go to the current position. And we do have, after the move rook f2, knight to d6.
f4.
Knight to f4.
Going after the d5 pawn.
Well,
and if you defend with knight f6, I think I have g5 right away.
Good point.
And when you move the knight, maybe I'll defend the g5 pawn first.
Exactly. So what Vladimir is thinking with this capture, by the way, is you're attacking my pawn, I'll try to attack yours. So if you do recapture, and I'm thinking you might prefer knight takes d5, there is the possibility of bishop to f6 to try to return the favor.
Every spot on the d file is occupied.
That's very rare. So the whole d file has 8 pieces and pawns.
And it looks like it's very awkwardly placed pieces for both sides.
Right.
How do we get out of this?
Exactly. Going back to the current position, let's just take a look at this.
Knight d5.
Exactly. So
Let's take on e3.
yeah, there is also knight e5 that I would consider, because again, whenever we're getting into a position where the position is opening and up, and open positions are defined as those where 4 pawns or more have been traded. Whenever the position's open, hunt the bishops. So a move like knight e5 isn't, it should be considered.
You have so many general rules that I've never heard before.
Yeah.
So when positions open up, hunt the bishops.
Hunt the bishops.
Good to know.
Because, okay, a closed position is when all the pawns are on the board. A semi-open position is when there's one pair of pawns.
Traded.
And in closed positions, the knights oftentimes outperform the bishops.
Yes.
In open positions, the bishops outperform the knights. And just to that point, if you don't mind me making it, if you did see this move, knight e5, and we did take, you're getting into a bishops of opposite, you're getting into a bishops of opposite color, but you can understand why I hunted.
Isolated pawn, yes.
Yeah, why I hunted that bishop, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This looks really good for black, yeah.
Exactly. So knight takes, knight e5, you might find yourself just moving your bishop, okay?
To b1.
And again, you could continue the hunting, or you could keep the material equality. I'm not so sure this rook on f2. I don't know.
Yeah, and the pawn on g4, like, was it?
Maybe you want the pawn back
I just
on
want to
g2.
move it back to g2 now.
Jump in on this one, Christian, because we're trying to make heads and tails of the game between Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian. How does the... And, you've got Zoey.
I have a completely different game, but I'm
Right.
going to try to figure things out. Why not?
Right.
Without the engine. Let's forget about the engine, yes.
I know.
Let's just analyze with our own minds.
Oh, my goodness.
Not a good idea, huh?
No, you know, my head just exploded with such a challenge. So this is the current situation.
Alex is definitely considering knight d5.
By the way,
right. Why is he not taking on d4?
This looks like a
Alex
factor.
has 44 minutes.
That's a
Akopian,
factor.
1 hour and 10 minutes.
So a big advantage on time.
Alex is known to get into time trouble, though.
Yes. Okay, so let's take on d5, right?
With the knight.
Why
And then we were thinking knight e5.
Not bishop h4.
We didn't look at that.
Well, now that you mention it, by the way, that was a move. We were playing bishop h4 earlier, right?
Different position.
So
It just feels like it's a tempo, right?
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, I didn't understand rook f2.
I mean, I thought you guys are going to try to have some fun.
We
Rook
are.
g2, maybe g5.
Okay, rook g2, right?
Let's have some fun. g5. Right. No, g5.
With black.
With black.
The
yes,
knights are
with
hanging.
black. Yes. Yes, I want to take the piece, Yasser.
Wow.
I want to take your piece.
Taking the piece.
Yeah, this is...
Wow.
So perhaps
okay, this
taking on d5 might be too much.
Yeah, this is a position is being blowing up. So we probably should just recapture, yeah? Takes.
And then the position is more or less balanced.
You have something for us, Zoey.
Yes. Before we take a break, let's take a look at this one, Mao versus Tang. E5 was the move that we didn't like, and in fact, knight to h4 at this point was a very good move, very good opportunity for black to put a lot of pressure and not allow the knight to jump to f3 easily. Because once the knight jumps to f3, then the h4 pawn, the h4 square is going to be protected, right? And the knight is going to cover up this long diagonal. You want, whenever you jump with the knight, to be able to recapture with the knight. So knight h4, big opportunity to get the advantage. She did not play that. She played queen to c6, and in fact, after knight f3, this is what we got. Very important moment. You can easily take, but after knight to b6, you don't have any control over the d file.
Zwischenzug.
So what she did was play rook to d6 first.
Ooh.
Very important intermezzo in the position. Very nice move. Queen c7, take, and now I can just simply transition into a completely different position, type of situation. Queen to
Iris
e5.
is playing like a boss.
She is, and she has a great opportunity right now to
Sack.
maybe get a decisive advantage after
Sack.
bishop takes f5. Let's
go.
She played the move.
Let's go.
What did she play?
What did she
Played
do?
king h1.
Oh!
Missed opportunity.
Oh, what an
Missed
opportunity. I
because-
love bishop f5.
Oh yeah, this would have been really, really bad for the black king.
Wow.
f5, f6. Those are some checkmating situations that are coming
Beautiful.
right now.
So even though
It's
there's
not
c4
looking good.
check, black has nothing.
Oh,
C4,
that's
rook d4.
Oh, I'm going to stop you. Stop you.
Maybe
Keep
she
you in the
missed rook
box
d4.
here. Huh?
Maybe she missed rook d4 because if she looked at
I'm
king
not sure
h1,
if it's the only one. King
There's
f1
queen
also
F-
is completely winning.
because on king h1 there's queen,
Queen
f2.
f2.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then it's like, who's having the fun?
Yeah.
So,
Don't let me get the counter chances, right?
Right.
But king f1 also wins.
I see.
yeah, but rook d4 is
It's
a clincher. But
the clean
that's a
way.
beautiful sacrifice. She went king h1?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
no.
King to h1.
But, okay, it's a fault. We agree. But isn't that sacrifice still existing?
It's still coming. Yes, yes.
So
it's
how
still
can
coming.
Zoey how can
G6?
Zoey stop
Maybe
it?
you can try to get ready for it.
Why
By the
not
way,
G6?
now with the king on h1, maybe I can go c4 first.
Okay, I'll go rook d4 just to stop
probably
that
have to,
business.
right?
I don't want to see queen f2 landing.
And now I will stop you. That's it. You're not getting bishop takes f5 anymore.
Oh, no.
No more
The
bishop
knight on
takes f5 for
h4
you.
is actually bad.
You can get it back if you want, but I'll capture that
Yeah.
on f3.
Oh.
So it seems to me that both sides are
Missed.
sort of stuck right now.
Some missed opportunity there.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my
big
goodness.
one, big one.
Yeah, bishop
Oh,
takes f5
wow,
was critical.
Boy, if Iris had seen that, I mean, can you imagine beating the first and second seed
But to be honest,
in back-to-back games?
still with that pawn on d6, it just feels not crushing by any means, but it feels like white still has the edge, the practical edge, if you
Right.
might call it that way.
Great. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one as we get ready to take our break. Tell us, is there anything on the break that we can share with our audience and let them know?
Yes, so as we go to break, Begim asked the girls how they prepared for the tournament.
All right.
Take a look.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments?
Yeah, for me, part of the most important thing I've learned from experience is being in good shape. For important tournaments, I think it's just as important to be in a good physical and mental state as it is to be prepared in openings. So for this tournament, I've been playing a lot beforehand, so hopefully the practice will be useful. And I also try to, exercise both steering and before a tournament, and that's like a bit of my routine for preparation for tournament.
I study beforehand, obviously. I train lots of tactics, and I try to get into the right mindset going into the tournament.
For me, I think the preparation mostly lies mentally. Of course, I can always, study more openings, study more chess, but I think what makes the biggest difference is probably just how I feel in the moment.
Make sure I know what openings my opponents are playing. I make sure I get a good night's sleep, and I do some tactics before the tournament.
I just train like how I normally do. Maybe I do put a little bit more effort into the openings and my training games, but mostly it's just same as always, I think.
I would first obviously study my openings by just going through like the opening lines using a book, and then I would probably spend like some time on tactics, just doing some puzzles, and then for the final I would prepare a little bit by just browsing through some endgame puzzles.
I try to review my openings and solve tactics, play training games or some events before just to stay sharp.
I mean, I don't really have a special preparation. I just do like my normal routine. I just like play games, practice, analyze my games, do puzzles, like a mix of everything. And I try to get my calculation like well prepared right before a tournament. So I'll do like just quick puzzles.
I look at my opponent's games and briefly go over the openings they play. I review my lines to make sure I know what I'm doing, because I just try to like equalize or try to get a slightly better position as white, and as black just mainly equalize and just have a position that's playable and you use your calculation to win.
I usually do a lot of opening preparation, and like depending on if I know my opponents before the tournament, I'll usually do some prep on them, and I'll also work on like a lot of calculation before, and I'll be like studying books, doing the calculation from there, and also just like mentally preparing myself for the tournament before, like just getting myself in the mindset to play.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischesskclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akopian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. While we're on break, we had one result. Andy Woodward drew his game against Arthur Globe.
Yeah, let's just jump into that game because it was a repetition at the end. And I tell you, if you weren't with us at the start of the program, these 2 players had played an remarkable piece of analysis and preparation. When we had left it at this stage, and we expected this crazy move, Queen E5, and the engine, only with the help of the engine, said maybe black was for choice, but the players had been playing very, very quickly. Castles, Bishop C5. And when we had seen this position, we said, yeah, then it was balanced and it was a draw. Indeed, that was what happened. They did go into an ending where everything got traded off. It was 4 versus 4. And because there's no draw offers, the players had to figure out.
Find the remove repetition.
Exactly. Lots of trades. There was never a question that this was going to be a draw. And Andy, one of our winners from the first round, we didn't get a chance to talk to him yesterday. We're hoping we'll get him in studio. And what happened in the game between Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir is they followed our line. And there is this moment, Christian, you've got it on your board for G5.
Absolutely.
Is that the moment?
And in fact, G5 is just winning for Black. Definitely Alex Shabalov got tempted by the weakness of the king, right? After G5. He assumed that maybe somehow this G file is going to open up. The G file is not opening up. I'm just simply going to be a piece up. And in fact, I'm getting the attack because once I take on F4, and you have to allow me to take on F4, you cannot move the knight, you lose the knight on D5. Once this happens, you're also forced to remove this knight from the center, to play knight takes F4. So in fact, you don't get any counterplay in the position. I don't know what he has in mind after G5. I understand Akopian right now is trying to figure things out. Look, I'm playing a madman right now. I know Alex Shabalov. I know what he's capable of, right?
Right.
Maybe he found something somewhere,
crazy.
right? He's trying to figure things out. Definitely has seen G5, calculating everything right now. There's nothing in the position for white. So after G5, I have a feeling, Alex is just going to take his head in his hand and figure things out. Or maybe he's just simply not and going to lose this one.
Okay, break it down for us. After G5, because Vladimir understands he is going to win a piece. But for example, if we take on D4, we take on D4,
sure,
we take
like this,
so that's
right?
2 pawns.
Yes, that's 2 pawns.
Can I?
You have some difficulties. How do you defend this one? Again, I'm telling you, you're going to be under attack soon.
I'm the one.
You're going to be under attack soon. Look at this bishop. Once this pawn gets traded off or captured, the knight is coming to E5. What do you do? How do you do it? Do you go D5? Probably D5, right?
I was thinking Queen A4.
Queen A4. I have a feeling there's some tactics.
Okay. Boy, talk about shutting me down right away. B5.
Yeah, B5. B5 is one of them.
Because
not the only way. I can also just the simple bishop G5. To be honest, this is an attack, right?
No. The point was you were supposed to let me play G4, G5.
I'm not.
And then you put your bishop on G5.
I'm not letting you play
and I got
G5.
Nothing. I got nothing.
You are not opening up the G file anytime soon.
Well, that's an easy variation. So why isn't Vladimir snapping out?
Because he has time.
G5.
He's 20 minutes ahead. He's 20 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
This is a big decision. Once you play G5,
that's true.
You could be just simply completely winning, which is the case.
Right.
Or you could be missing something and be losing.
Okay, I'm trying to put myself in Shabalov's shoes for just a moment. And it's not easy. G5, if you don't mind. One more look. Rook C7.
Ooh, okay. You're trying. Are you threatening
Everything's
anything?
defended.
Or?
If you want rook d7, unfortunately, bishop opens up, defense f6.
By the way, when you do this, I take on E3 first.
No.
I take on E3 first.
No.
I think he wanted rook d7, but...
Rook d7, bishop takes f6. Yes. Let's show Yasser what he missed. Let's show Yasser what
quiet.
he missed. Let's show... Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Whoops.
Thank you very much. Nice. No rook C. I'm trying to imagine what Shabalov missed because it's very clear he got this position.
I think he blundered G5.
He was playing
might
for
actually
this
be
position.
what he missed. This might actually be the variation that he missed.
Yeah.
With rook takes d7 and not realize that bishop on h4 actually can go backwards as well.
Yeah, right. So G5 on the, it's about to be played on the board, and okay.
There's no way he misses it.
We're in what we might call coffee house mode here.
It is.
Help me out. How could I make this coffee house
Maybe
work?
Bishop b4. At least I'll be down in exchange instead of a full piece.
Let's do it. Bishop b4. I'm excited.
But my position's still
Sorry, what is the exchange? Okay, take on f4.
We're taking on f4, right?
Having d6.
We're taking on d6. I'm excited.
Bishop d5.
Less and less I'm excited as we
take on f8. You want to play e4 first?
Yeah, something like.
Okay.
But no, I don't.
Could you go back?
No. Okay, I've got to do. If I'm in coffee house mode, I've got to be really coffee house about this.
Coffee housey.
Okay, coffee housey. Queen on d4.
Okay.
Bishop on c3. I'm a genius,
So
right?
Queen a4?
Yes.
Okay.
But we already looked at that.
No,
Not
we
in
were
this
looking at rook
position.
c7. Okay, I've got a threat. Queen takes.
Okay.
You cover the threat by bringing your bishop, right? Now queen takes d4.
Bishop d5, and I'll still have bishop f6.
I was about to
I'm
play
going to
bishop
interrupt
c3.
you, Yasser, because we have Kostya with Andy Woodward.
Thank you for the interruption. It was bad.
Thanks, guys. Here with Grandmaster-elect Andy Woodward. Andy, you drew today's game against Arthur. Started off with 1.5 out of 2. How are you feeling so far?
I'm pretty happy with the result, but my goal was to do better, but I'm pretty happy with the result, and yeah.
Awesome. It's your first time playing the U.S. Junior Championship?
Yeah.
Definitely not your first time in St. Louis. I know you recently won the or tied for first in the Summer Classic. How do you feel playing this tournament?
It feels great. I mean, getting invited by St. Louis Chess Club to play in tournaments in the first place is always great to see, and I love the quality of the tournaments, and the players are very strong. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you a bit about this game today against Grandmaster Arthur Guo. It seems like you had some deep preparation. You guys are both playing quite fast. Is that right?
I looked at the line quite a while ago, not for this game specifically, but I looked at this line a while ago and I couldn't quite remember the line, but I was trying to I was spending a bit of time trying to remember the lines.
Yeah. Can I ask roughly where your knowledge ended? This is probably all very well known. So you sack 2 pawns, Queen A3.
So here after B4, I took on B4. There's also Queen A5, which is another line with like castles. Bishop takes A8, E5, and then like it was like around equal. There was some.
Of course.
Some ones, yeah. But in the game I played Rook B4.
Right.
And then takes A5. And then here I can't remember if I played it right, but I think Queen B5 was right. Bishop D7 takes Rook A6, takes Rook B6.
And your opponent's blitzing as well. Does that give you the sense that you are playing the right line? Because he's...
Yeah, I thought I was like... because I remember this Rook B6 position, but I remember like seeing the engine flash it, but I couldn't remember what to do after it. So I spent a bit of time then.
Gotcha. Here. And yeah, roughly, I mean, how did you evaluate this position? Obviously, you're down material, but you felt like you should have at least equality?
Yeah, I forgot about this E5 resource. Well, I saw it, but I thought after Queen A7 I was doing good, and then I forgot that he could just go Rook D8. So, so without this, I think I should be better because I'm probably gonna win a pawn, but here it's just a draw already, I think, because everything simplifies.
Trade it off. Exactly. Well, a good start so far. Who do you play tomorrow?
I play Christopher Yu.
Christopher Yu. Yeah, this should be a huge game against the top seed. We'll wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, and congratulations to Andy as he starts with a win. And really an intriguing game. I'm just looking at the game between Nicholas and Christopher Yu for a moment. There was a moment here, exactly here. Christopher is beginning to take over the game, right? It's just like one of those positions where, wait a minute, come on.
Rook's on C2.
Rook is on C2, Queen, the threatening checkmates, Queen, and the run of the play has been all black, right? And, I got to this position and I saw a move and it really kind of stunned me for a moment. And the move, in the game, h4 was played. But how do you like these apples? e5. Okay, I'm threatening to take a pawn.
If I take?
Yeah, you take. I took a bishop.
Take back?
I went bishop to d5.
Very nice.
Now, you can always toss in a check.
Sure.
I was going to play king h2, but...
You're throwing queen g6.
Correct. And then I have at least a perpet in my pocket, maybe more. Right? And it was sort of like, wait a minute. Of course, Christopher Yu is winning. I mean, he's got the second rank all locked up. And then it was sort of like, well, what if I sacrifice in exchange? And it was a kind of a stunning moment for me. I don't understand exactly how and why it works, but this seems
unexpected, for sure.
Unexpected. Instead, Nicholas played the move, by the way. He did not play e5.
Does black have... Oh, I thought I was pinning you with, well, queen d4? Or you take queen d6?
Queen d4, queen d6, clear. And by the way, with the move e5, I do have other ideas of e6. So queen d4 pinning me wasn't so bad.
Okay, so I will let you sacrifice. Rook e2, queen e2, bishop d5, and what about king h7? And I'm going to hide on h6 if you go queen f7.
Aha. That might be the answer.
I'm either getting checkmated or I'm winning.
Good answer. I have missed king h7. I like it. And Christian, throwing it over to you because the games are getting intense now.
Oh, yes.
I mean, the time trouble is approaching.
We have to talk about this game. Julio Becerra, Melik set, because we discussed this one and we were saying that Julio just simply has the very easy life in this position, easy attack in the position. It just flows, right?
Yeah, king b1.
And that's exactly how it feels right now. Queen to h4, rook to a7 to defend the knight on e7. You have to do that. King to b1, rook c7, f4.
This
again,
is what,
it just flows,
yeah,
right? You're just making the very natural moves. f6. You have to do something at some point, right? You have to get ready to meet f5, maybe with e5, things of that nature. Queen to e1.
Whoa.
Beautiful move. Beautiful move. And this is the type of move that you feel very content with whenever you play this type of moves, right?
Wait a minute.
Like you didn't expect this.
Right.
Queen to e1. The idea is, check this out. e5, a3.
Whoa.
Whoa. Is that a queen trap?
Exactly. You can take my piece, I'll trap your queen. That is a beautiful concept.
All the squares across the fifth rank.
Everything. h5, rook, g5, f5, e5, d5, pawns. Pawn.
Wow, that's
bishop.
so subtle.
That is amazing.
Because your rook is on c7.
Yeah.
Who put the rook on c7?
You cannot go back.
No.
Well, you have to do something. So rook c7, you try to get something on the c file.
Right.
Nothing is working together. So you have to go back.
Exclam. Okay.
But the problem is, after rook to b7,
Now
first of all, the bishop
c4
is not going anywhere, right? But you're also kind of stuck.
Still stuck.
Like you're not actually getting any sort of an attack, so I can just simply take on e5 right now. I do not think, actually we do have f takes e5 in the position. If you take with the f pawn, this is only going to help me. I'm going to give you a check, kick the king to h8, and get ready to deliver the checkmate on the f file.
Ooh.
Not looking good.
Okay, so we'll take with the d6 pawn.
You have to.
Okay.
You have to take it like this. But now I can just simply continue. Bishop c4, get the king in the corner, because now any checks on the bottom rank, you're done. Yeah?
Right.
Game over. So let's go
e6.
knight to e6.
I kind of got to
You
take
have to
that.
take it.
Yeah.
And where is your next move?
Hey, I got
knight c7, rook d7.
I got the queen on the board. I was satisfied that I kept
Still
you're
standing.
stuck.
Still standing.
You're completely stuck. Right now, your king is stuck.
No, every piece is passive.
These two knights are stuck. You go knight c6. Any piece you're touching, you're giving me something.
Right.
You touch this knight, you allow me to go to d7.
Can I try f5?
Yes,
Desperate.
yes, you can, but you're not actually doing anything, right?
Well, we're giving our knight on f6, our knight the f6 square.
Some air to breathe.
I'm not sure.
That's
That's the problem.
The pawn?
Take with the pawn. I'm starting to see some interesting ideas of rook to d5. I don't think they work right now.
Oh, nice.
you know, this type of crazy stuff. They're not working because you have too many pieces defending this f6 square. But
right,
you can start seeing this type of ideas.
Clear,
right?
clear, nice.
Still, I mean, this is just, yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
It's
I mean, that's the engine is saying +3 already. It's heavy. Take. I can take. You take with the rook, otherwise you lose the pawn on e5. Now I can reroute my knight, get even this piece into play via b to c4, d3 as well.
It's pleasant. Yeah. It's very
no,
very,
not
very,
pleasant.
Very, very pleasant.
That's a diplomatic way of putting it, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Black needs a miracle to survive.
Maybe, for example, you go e4, try to control d3. Maybe, your queen is still there. How about this? Okay, let's try to get something fun going.
Queen f6, nice.
That's the fun thing going.
That's
yes, and actually that works because knight c4 you have to defend the rook somehow. So this is just game over.
Beautiful.
All sorts of tactical situations available for Becerra. He knows this, and he's in a prime position right now to bounce back after yesterday's loss.
Queen e1, a3, very impressive.
Nice.
Yeah, Queen e1, a3.
Nice stuff.
He's winning in his style.
Yes. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Let's check with the Liang Jason Wang game.
All right.
A lot has happened since we last looked at it.
Wow. Hardly recognized the position, in fact. Okay. So this was remember this was the position where we were talking about b takes c6, and I was saying e5. That knight a4 is a pattern that I'm familiar with. Queen takes c6, bishop to d4.
Actually, I think
e5.
Jason missed this e5 move, which is very strong by Jason. Instead, white had to play e5.
Right, that was what you were suggesting, e5. Yeah. And there was some advantage in this case.
Sack a pawn and have great initiative.
Okay. So bishop to d4, provoking a move that black oftentimes wants to play. And there is a queen c5 check.
Right.
So that pawn is taboo. The bishop had to drop back. Went to g5, and now white sacrifices a pawn, which was not accepted. Queen takes, bishop c4.
Yeah, f7.
And f7
bishop
is hanging.
e3.
Gotcha. Queen d6, rook b1, castles. Not c4, b4. Whoa. Okay. This is really, really...
You didn't predict any of those moves.
No, of course not. Queen takes d5? I guess it's... What is it? Last time my pawn on f7 was, oh, you want to play bishop e7 perhaps? And then bishop? No, I don't know.
What is...
I mean, I'm taking a very important pawn in the middle of the board. There has to be something obvious. I'm missing something.
So there is still bishop c4 or bishop e4. Both look interesting.
Okay, he didn't do that. Let's catch up with the players. f5, c4, b6. I like this too, because black is looking at a5. e4, opening up this bishop. Simultaneous, giving a nice square for the knight. Okay, white is looking at his own opportunities of bishop to c6. Ooh, that's a nice little touch, provoking a weakness. We've caught up with the players.
Position. Is there an a5 for black? Because bishop on a4 is undefended, so I was thinking we can sneak in a5, you don't have a3. I mean, you do, but it's not great.
Your intention is to sacrifice an exchange, Nasi, if I do play bishop c6? If you move your rook, then I can play a3. But
let's take on b4, because I want to get my knight on c5.
Yes.
And
this
b3.
looks like an incredibly powerful exchange sacrifice. This is what a lot of top players love, this kinds of imbalances where you're going to get a great knight on c5. This feels like black is taking over. I mean,
I think so. I mean, still very double-edged.
So after a5, can I do it a different way? Imagine I take on d7. You're going to take.
I have to.
And I take on a5.
Rook takes.
Okay. In this case, I'm the one sacrificing the exchange. For example, after bishop d4, I'm not saying you have to take. And
No, it's suddenly.
I've got the
D5
pawns. I don't know.
very
I don't know. Unfortunately, my rook's not on D1, so it's not so easy for me to march the pawns up the board. But you understand that, the exchange is being offered back and forth, at least by the commentators in a hot potato kind of fashion.
No, I went to rook a3, but there's bishop c5. Well, do you want to take the exchange back?
Maybe I do. An intriguing game going on here. Kind of game
three
of
results are still possible.
cat and mouse. And lastly, I wanted to ask you this one.
Yes.
How about a3?
Take on b4.
Take on d7.
Ooh, okay.
And how would you evaluate this? Again, maybe you have...
Maybe rook a3. I want to
Rook
double
A3.
and get the rook on d3.
Yeah, it's all about the pawns, right? The kind of a pawn race. But you can do what you just said.
There's also bishop g3 hanging. I don't know if it's good, but it was hanging.
Yeah, I understand. That kind of strips my king. I don't want to take it. Here I'm. Everybody's.
F4, queen e4.
Yeah, everybody's swinging for the fences suddenly.
Well, F4, queen e4, queen h3, but you have queen e6.
Check.
Check.
Let's just show the audience what we're.
Could include rook e8 for that
Could
reason.
include bishop h2.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm getting scared. This game is on the knife's edge, balancing very, very carefully. Over to you, Christian, and any other games that are nearing their conclusion?
You remember when we discussed this Brewington game?
Yes.
Where he was
D4.
winning. It was the +2 advantage, right? It felt like his attack was flowing.
But knight
but
f8
it's not that
was...
easy. Knight f8 was the move, yes. This is what he played, knight f5.
Right.
Let's keep it going. King to h8, queen h5.
Looks decent.
There's something coming on h6, right?
Yeah, we're landing a sacrifice.
Something is coming on h6.
Right.
Rook to e6, take. The problem is you placed your rook on e6, beautiful. But you cannot actually take with the f-pawn to open it up, because then everything is still hanging, right?
Gotcha.
The knight on f8 is hanging as well.
Nice.
So everything, unfortunately, works in white's favor. So you have to take with the d-pawn. Knight h6, big mistake, loses some of its advantage, or in fact just misses the decisive advantage after bishop takes h6. Take, take, but this is not easy, by the way. Knight to h7, you have to stop the knight f7 coming on this file, the discovery check on the h file.
Okay.
And after knight h7, critical move that perhaps this is what was missed by Brewington. g4.
No, stop.
The simple g4.
What do you mean simple?
Simple in its essence, right? The idea is to go g5.
Okay.
g5, you sacrifice the pawn, you go rook f7. What you need to realize is that black doesn't actually have what to do. Like, he's a piece up, but it's not really, nothing is happening. Your extra piece, the knight on a4, is not doing anything, right?
Right.
Where are you going? You can go to c3, not going to do anything there. The king on h2, very safe. And I'm only a couple of moves away from breaking open the position and completely destroying it. g4, very difficult. But look, you understand that you sacrifice something on h6. So you need to calculate it. You just need to go all the way through and find this move, g4. He played knight takes h6. And take a look at this. Things have completely changed. Knight to f7 was his move. What he was supposed to do was queen to h4.
Right.
Maintain this activity on the h file. Easier said than done. Knight to f7. You cannot take my rook on d8. You lose the
Queen is
queen.
hanging.
So you have to follow it up with queen h8.
And bishop
And
h6.
now, bishop h6.
This was his intention all
This
along.
was perhaps his intention, but it's not enough for an advantage.
No way.
He's going to go king to e7. It's time to try to run. It's time to try to escape.
So bishop takes g7.
You will probably take, and then, again, I'm just simply going to defend on f6.
Oh, queen h7.
I'm not even sure you're still within the range of equality as white. You probably have to go queen h7, queen f7.
I don't have the follow.
How easy is this? This is apparently the
Is this
only
some
move.
perpetual here?
Somehow, yes. So you take, Take,
takes.
Queen h4,
Oh, wow.
and queen g4. And what if I go king to e6? Then you take, and somehow you're managing to survive.
Not
easy.
Not easy. But
Not
that was
easy.
not what Brew intended. But Justin.
Justin looks like he doesn't know that his game has been saved.
No. He'll find king e7.
But he has
He's
a lot of
forced
time.
to find king e7.
Yeah, there's no choice.
He's
He has-
forced to find it.
He has a full hour to think about it, so.
Wow.
I don't think there's Spain. I think he's just one. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He's just
Yes.
going through the calculations.
Maybe
You
he's just
could-
surprised, like, how did he allow me to escape like this?
He's like pawn there, bishop there, knight there, knight goes there. All the pawn on f6 is protected.
The finger movements, you can figure out what he's looking at.
Later in his life, not during the height of his powers, but later in his life, Gary did that a little bit. You saw, for example, he was playing in one of the tournaments here in St. Louis against Fabiano, where he was almost like, moving his fingers back and forth as he was calculating the lines.
Well, Gary is also a showman.
Good point. Boy, he is calculating the lines.
He's still doing it. I don't think he's intentionally doing it.
No, not as a
Yeah.
distraction at all. It's almost like you're
like a
playing with your
habit.
mouse a little bit.
And when you are at home alone studying and working, you can do that, and then
Right.
it becomes a habit.
Right, a bad habit.
He's really confused about this situation. He's like, am I missing something?
Is king e7 the only move? Could
That's a
he
good
play
question.
queen e7 and still run that way?
Queen e7 is fine, but it does allow white an advantage after a bishop takes g7.
King e7
King
looks
e7 seems to be the
right.
one that's putting a lot of pressure on white to
I've got a
actually find
question,
the
though.
draw.
Hold on. King e7, we were taking with the bishop and allowing knight a7. I take with the queen.
Okay, queen f7.
Queen f7. I take on f6.
Sure. A rook takes f6.
I take on f6. Oh,
I
You're
exchange
down
the
a
queens.
certainly am.
Put the knight on e6.
Oh, no, I'm supposed to be able to take... Yeah, I understand what I'm doing wrong. I really wanted...
It's just a piece down, yeah.
I want to play rook take... Okay, so here you can just play knight d7, if not anything else. I'm dreaming of rook f6 and, the bishop coming to g7, which is why we took like this, and then we went here.
Queen h7.
Let's not go queen h7. Queen h4?
Probably same reaction.
F7.
Maybe
F7.
queen. Why not queen g6?
Queen g6
Might as well attack
Mm-hmm.
that bishop, right?
Well, we're attacking the bishop from f7 as well as from g6, for sure. Yeah, and unfortunately, f6 is not falling.
And
It's simply
and when
not
it does fall, bunch of trades on black is happy piece.
Exactly. But
yeah, no,
okay.
somehow that rook on e6 actually right now is just, it's a great piece.
So
But
this
by
would
the
be
way,
very
you-
heartbreaking for Brewington because he played such a beautiful game. The attack was fantastic. And then the g4 move that Christian showed us, I mean,
Oh, come
that's
on.
impossible to find.
That is...
Is it though?
Yeah, because you're giving up a full piece.
And
then,
playing a quiet move to be followed by another quiet move, to be followed by another quiet move. 3 quiet moves in a row while you just sacrificed a piece, that's harsh.
And
That's
again, if he
asking
was
for a
told,
lot.
you have this beautiful win here, he would have found it.
Right.
But he probably also thought the line he played was winning.
Yeah, but here I'm trying to imagine, what else could Justin be calculating? Because there is nothing else to calculate. You have to play king
e7
e7.
is a possibility. Queen e7 is a possibility.
Queen e7 a possibility? Really? Whoa. Is that really true?
Well,
So-
Christian said white's still better, but
After bishop takes g7? Because I've got ideas of
Right.
rook takes f6. If you move the
Justin
knight,
is about to make a move. He's still doing
Queen
his
H7.
finger thing.
his calculation. By the way, I must say that's new for me. I had people fidgeting at the board, smoking at the board.
Smoking?
Oh, yes. Smoking was allowed in my day, but I'd never experienced this mouse play, if you will.
It is a
at the
mouse
board.
play, right?
Yeah, at the
Feels
board.
like he's putting the moves on a computer with the
Right?
mouse, you know? He's just like dragging the pieces.
Oh, this is the generation that grew up on computers. So
That's
yeah.
exactly right. Just wanted to bounce around the. Ooh, well,
I think he's ready
let's
to
wait for a second, because I have a feeling
make
he's
a
going to
move.
make a move.
If we
See
say
if he's
king
going to
e7,
find king e7.
and he's
Yep.
found it, yes.
Yeah. After a lot of fidgeting, and Brew was certainly expecting that move now
Right.
because there was simply no other choices. Want to jump around and go quickly, if you don't mind me doing this. I want to go to Larry Christiansen versus Igor Novikov, because earlier in the game, Larry had sacrificed a pawn for an initiative. Let's just say it like that. He played the move bishop b2. We were looking at things like knight e4, knight h5, but bishop b2, bishop f6 was his choice. Rook came to b1, and while it looks good for white, we still have to prove the extra pawn. And remember, we were looking at this move knight f4, and this knight on b4
Very
was
unpleasant.
yeah, it's like a surprise, right? And Igor is happily.
I have a question.
Whoa!
I have a question. Instead of
Yes.
queen d6, what about queen g5?
Now that's really going on the counterattack, right?
And then bishop h3 when you play g3, and
Who
looks
invited?
scary.
Yeah, who invited you over to the party? I mean, I thought it was Larry on the initiative. That's a good question. But what Igor did, by the way, also makes a very strong impression on, to my mind. The knight on b4 is a little bit out of the game, and when I saw the move knight d3, I'm thinking, hey, this is great. Black is doing really well. And suddenly, we're a pawn up, and we can trade off our offside knight.
so you want to trade knight b4 to d3?
Yeah,
I kind of like that knight on b4.
It was like, what, that was your anchor or something? No, I mean, I'm sitting there thinking to myself.
We have to be careful with the d5 pawn to not lose that after the trade.
I see what you're
I
saying.
may be able to get it back and then equalize.
Gotcha. So your thinking is that White is now trying to save the day.
Yes, definitely.
He's on the back foot. And Igor is the one who can dictate the action. Well, if that was true, then it means the move queen d6 might be wrong.
Right, and queen g5.
And queen g4 was actually, yes, pardon me, queen g5 was actually suddenly Black is saying, look, I've got no problems. I've got my knights. This bishop.
I can't find moves for white.
Right? Oh
Yes,
dear.
this is
So, okay, Larry on the back foot in this one. Again, I just want to go quickly if I can.
You should go back to Shabalov.
Okay.
Just because
Alexander
g5 did come on the board.
And then, then the question is, what on earth did Sasha have in mind? E4.
Well, the problem is e4 came after about 15 minutes of thinking.
How
So I
much?
don't think he actually had a plan.
15,
Against
like
G5.
1-1-5?
Yes,
50
yes.
or 15?
1-5.
1-5. So we take a knight. He hasn't done it yet, which is
You don't
a bit
even have to take the knight. That's the thing. You can
What?
start with knight e5, perhaps.
That's a very powerful move. Knight e5 or knight c5, just...
Well, knight c5, I can take rook takes c5 and then move my knight away.
Gotcha.
So knight e5 does seem like the most tempting.
But anything wrong with g takes f?
Nothing.
Not much.
Look, let's put the piece in the pocket.
Bishop takes f4, let's say.
Bishop takes f4. So that does stop knight e5, but it's temporary, right?
It is.
Knight to c5. I'm looking to liquidate. I'm looking to play bishop takes and just,
Maybe
just...
I can go g5 and finally get some sort of something happening in the position. At least that bishop on h4 is a bit off.
Exactly, a little bit
Threatening rook
off.
g4?
Knight f6, rook g4, I have some ideas.
Okay, so we start hacking, right? Takes.
Sure.
Takes.
I will take that.
Now, the question is how...
Well, there is queen d7, knight f5 idea, but on queen d7, maybe you can take on d6 first and then go rook g4.
Yes. Right. So let's play rook to c8.
But doesn't it feel like White is getting some serious compensation?
Even if it takes you a long time, I thought I would get, this isn't exactly what I wanted. I wanted something more convincing.
That's why probably knight e5 is so much stronger.
Gotcha. Knight to e5.
Just because now you get the piece and the compensation.
The initiative, yeah.
It's always incredible to see how seemingly completely lost position and there's still so many resources.
Exactly.
This g5 move and bishop on h4, in a practical game.
Yeah.
So it means we think that Vladimir is in the driver's seat. Let's continue.
Not in the driver's seat. Objectively, he's winning.
Okay.
Completely winning, yes. With both take on f4 and knight e5, and I think he has a couple more moves that win.
Yesterday's hero, Iris, is up against Zoey. So Iris is starting with her two most difficult challengers, number 1 and number 2 seed. How is she doing? When we left it, just at this moment, and it was a moment that Iris will rue that she did not sacrifice a piece in a very beautiful pattern. Rook to d7 to defend the checkmate threat. Check, king, and this quiet move
very strong.
is really a beauty.
And not king h1 here.
And not king h1, allowing queen f2 check, queen f2 with the threat of mate, but this with f6 and Zoey would have lost the game. Instead, what happened was queen e5, rook d8, king h1. I'm going to go fast, catch up to the current position, and here we have it.
Well, her pawn on d6 is still strong.
Wow, that's a enormous
pawn. But Zoey's also defending pretty well.
Yep.
It's so unpleasant to keep defending a worse position for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, eventually just crack.
But here's the thing. Zoey has one thing that she can aspire to. What she can aspire to do is, bishop d5, cutting out the...
What about the sack? Sacrifice on d5?
I know. Yeah, right? Cutting out the defense of the d6 pawn. So let's say, what can white do? Shall we have a look?
b3, sure.
b3. So in case of takes, maybe that would invite bishop takes.
Maybe queen f6, although I can't take your queen, so... I'm actually maybe with queen f6 wanting to play knight g6 next move, forcing you to take. Because I think once queens come off, then d6 pawn is weaker.
Okay. By the way, we did say not b3. We saw the move queen to e5. Queen to c5, and that vacates the e5 square with evil intentions of bringing the knight to e5.
So now knight g6 might be forced.
Knight to e5. And Christian, jump in on this one. Optically, it looks like Iris all day, all the way, but...
But perhaps it's not that easy.
Right. Because we're seeing the move bishop to d5.
And I will try to check that one in just a second. Let's see. Bishop to d5 is the best move. You guys got that right.
Right.
Bishop d5, best move. You need to find a way to capture this pawn on d6. If you don't, knight e5 is a big problem. And in fact, if you do go bishop takes f3, this is a problem because now the bishop comes to c6.
Gotcha.
And there is no way to re-attack this pawn on d6, try to force a reaction. Bishop c6, unfortunately, that will be game over. So what else? Knight to g6. The problem with knight g6 is that knight e5, and maybe not even immediately knight to e5, but at the right moment, let's say you go king to h8, just making a random move, we're going to get this type of situations. And if you don't get your attack going with queen g5, I need to be careful when I'm doing it.
Yes, exactly.
The right moment when to do it.
Right.
If you don't do that, if you don't get your attack going with queen g5, then this pawn on d6 is just simply going to be absolutely decisive.
Monstrous.
All I have to do is exchange the queens, exchange the bishops, leave the rook on d7, completely destroy, completely passive,
right,
and then bring the king, use my king, and win the game. So from a tactical perspective, right now, she's trying to stay in the game. Black is trying to stay in the game.
Yeah.
The way to do that is with the move bishop to d5. Will she find it? We'll have to wait and see. But let's take a look at this game, guys.
Okay.
Trying to find it is the
you had Andrew
Hong
Hong game
versus and he
found the big move.
He found the big move, g4.
Ooh.
And right now he's completely winning. I was looking at queen takes g4, rook to g8, queen, let's say, to f4, f5, and you can resign.
Rook g4 is coming.
Rook g4 is coming, queen h7 is coming.
Maybe queen g7 is coming.
Queen g7 is coming. Everything is coming, guys, in this position. This is really bad.
Wow, wow, wow.
Really
Would it make
bad
a difference if I went queen e4?
Yes, that was my question.
Probably the better move, but it doesn't really help you as much.
Oh, no, queen g3.
Exactly.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Frank
Queen
Marshall.
G3. Yeah, you're not completely losing. I mean, you're not getting checkmate.
You're not?
No, you have this move, queen e5.
Oh, I can take with the bishop.
Queen e5. But this is just a piece now, right?
Okay.
And this is going to be game over.
These national championships are very, very representative of the states, as the players come from all over the United States, and we wanted to show you a map of where these players come from. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look.
Where are y'all from?
We have California, Texas, Georgia, New York, and Illinois.
Looks like
there's
the
3
coast
players
sounds-
from California,
Right,
2 players from Texas, 3 from New York, all the big states.
right, represented. Where's Missouri in this one?
We don't have any in
Oh,
the junior
come
section.
on, come on. Okay, give us the girls. Let's take a look. Where are the ladies from?
Any locals?
Oregon.
California, Oregon, Texas, Connecticut. Jasmine Su is representing Connecticut. From New York, we have 4 players. And from Minnesota, Alice Lee.
Nice. I originally thought that Zoey was from Washington State, and I was taking credit, so I stand corrected. Oregon, Zoey represents.
Close enough.
Very, very close.
Let's take a look at the seniors.
Right. I got a feeling Boston's represented because I know New Jersey would be represented.
So we got California and Texas again. Julio Becerra from Florida.
Kentucky.
Kentucky, 2 players.
Nice.
New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and you're right about Boston.
Yes.
Larry Christiansen.
Larry in Massachusetts. So we're missing the interior. We kind of had the coast in Texas for a lot of that. And we do have a result, by the way, Nasi.
Christopher Yu won his game. 2 wins with the black pieces. What a start.
Brilliant.
And did any of us pick him? Because he's
he's
a
on
big,
fire.
huge favorite right now.
Exactly. Let's see what he did, because when we left it, I had it in mind that the move h4 was wrong, that e5 was maybe the chance. As you pointed out, there is a king h7, but bishop to g4, e5. It's funny, we see these echoes of ideas that we look at.
But now
Queen
it's
d4.
even better because f2 is hanging.
Exactly, it's even better. Rook a1, bishop f5, threatening mate, rook f1.
Oh, nice tactic.
Oh dear.
Rook on a1 hangs.
Rook takes f2, and that was all she wrote. White resigned, as you just pointed out. He gave it away. Rook
Black
takes
wins
f2.
2 pawns.
Yes.
e5 is also hanging. It's game over.
Game over. So Christopher, a nice, somewhat smooth victory, I want to say, for him. Jumping to Gregory Kaidanov and Joel Benjamin, because it was these hanging pawns, and Joel, I don't know, but for my
I do like
taste,
the bishop better than the knight.
Do you? It's strange. For my taste, I kind of, I mean, I think the pawn structure, don't get me wrong, is it's it's hard to target. It's hard to target the d4 pawn because what you really want to do is Alekhine's gun, right? You want to have your rooks doubled and you want to play queen to d8. So the idea is if I play rook to d, let me just make a bad move. Apologies, I'm just going to make a bad move. And in this position, after c5, thanks to the great pressure, rook takes d1 and wins. In the current position, if you play queen to d7, targeting the pawn on d4, c5, it now does not win because you're going to have to give up your queen on d1, right? If your queen was on d8. So that's the structure you want. But the reason why I like black somewhat, I feel like my knight can be more dangerous. Like, how can your bishop be dangerous?
Well, now that you pointed out rook d7, queen d8 plan,
right?
I'm switching sides.
Because it's one thing. It's like if you were to tell me your bishop could go to h3 and, you know, maliciously capture and sacrifice. So at the moment, I don't see your bishop as being dangerous. I think the position is balanced, but maybe black has something. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check in with Alice Lee.
Okay, Alice Lee.
Been a while. She's playing Yasmin.
And I bring up that game. Now, Alice Lee, as we know, a prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, lost her first game, needs to bounce back with the black pieces. She got this imbalance. Remember when we saw the position with the knight on d7? And then you were pointing out, well, wait a minute, this knight on c5 could be trapped.
Yeah.
Let's see how that game...
She played queen on d6, not on d8, so white managed to take on c5 with the tempo.
The tempo.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference in the world. And let's see what happened.
She did still manage to get the pawn back eventually. It just took a long time.
A long time. So at the end of the day, well, a lot of toing and froing. We have a major piece ending. 4 rooks, 2 queens.
I'm guessing objectively this is equal, but there's so many weaknesses in the position. You can say a4, c3, and e3 for white.
Right.
But for black also, those hanging pawns, you always have to watch.
a4, c3.
And maybe black's king is less protected than white's king.
Right. In these major piece endings, I must say, I always look at which pawns are the most dangerous. So the first thing that goes into my mind is I want a passer. Takes.
Oh, we have another result.
Oh. There might be a repetition.
Kaidanov claimed a draw, and...
A draw it is.
There's a handshake, yeah.
That's a good result for Joel. Joel was in some danger out of the opening.
Yeah, out of the opening. Then he navigated it well. What I was thinking was rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, queen to e4.
Okay, I'll double on the d file.
Exactly, you'll double on the d file. So then in any queen major ending, right, with queens on the board, I want my king to be a little safe.
Rook d7.
Oh, rook to d7.
I want my rooks on the 7th.
Okay, rook to d7. Okay, so again, I was thinking that if I could just push my a-pawn.
Pawn.
Okay, so unfortunately, you took a little wind out of my sails with that last move of yours, rook to d7.
But
That was a good move.
Your queen on e4 is still controlling the entire
Thank
board.
you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that a centralized queen, and I tucked my king away on the diagonal. Probably you've got a draw after rook e7 and queen f3 or something of that nature. But, you know, it's all about who has the more effective pawn.
Yeah, if white makes like one inaccurate move, Alice will immediately gain
a4, a3. Yeah. This is what Alice is dreaming. So from the current position, I can't really imagine her achieving anything more than what we've just seen. Something like queen takes a4, centralizing her queen, playing for h6. Let's see, where else can we go? Wedge. Alexander Shabalov.
Oh, he played 95.
He did play 95. Bishop.
He's playing really, really great right now. Great chess.
Bishop
Very
dropped
precise.
back to D1. He just took a knight. And Shabalov is crying, where's my knight? Where's my knight? Why am I a piece down? And the rook on G2 looks really clumsy too, right?
Have you ever played a game where, let's say, you blunder a piece a little bit early,
Yeah.
then you have compensation, but then game goes on, your compensation is gone, but you forget that you're down a piece. And then suddenly you look at it like, oh God, I resigned.
Oh my God, I'm down a piece. I remember, unfortunately, I had the other side of that. Probably the game of my life was against Garry Kasparov, where I was a piece up. And it was just unbelievably complicated play. And the crazy part about that game, it was like a soccer game where somebody had been given a red card. Okay. So the team is playing 11 versus 10. But the team with 10 is the one with the initiative and controlling the ball. The game ended in a draw, but it was one of the most consternation games I've ever played, where I'm the one a piece up and I'm on the back foot.
I have to see that game.
It's absolutely crazy. And I had Nigel Short and the entire Grandmasters Association on my side, and it was like Garry Kasparov versus the world, the postmortem. By the way, we got a news that Julio is
converting his advantage.
Is doing very, very well against our defending champion. And let's see. This was the Queen E1 A3 game.
Julio deserves to win this game. He played a brilliant attack and then found this A3 idea, which is so beautiful.
Truly. And Rook D5. Queen takes, everything's coming with a tempo. I mean, poor Melik said, everything is coming with a tempo at the moment.
Alex
Queen
was
takes
right
before.
yesterday when he said that if Julio gets an attacking position.
that's his bread and butter. Absolutely.
But we do have Kostya with Christopher Yu.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Christopher Yu, who's on a perfect 2 out of 2 score after winning his second game against Nikki Ladan. Christopher, how do you feel?
Great. Yeah, perfect so far. It couldn't be going better. but of course you can't win them all. So it's just the first 2 rounds. A lot of tournament left to go.
Yeah, and you won 2 games with black, very importantly, right? Which is great. How do you feel about your play overall in today's game?
I think I played well, but the computer might have something to say about it. You know, I'm not. Now, first of all, went into symmetrical opening, but like I think openings don't matter. To be fair, I played a good middle game. I had a good plan, and I used my better understanding to win today. I think this was good understanding by me. I think.
Yeah, let's actually jump into the position here. We'll get the board up. I have it here after Queen to B6 for black. Looks like your opponent soon played Knight E4.
Yes, which, I mean, how to evaluate this position? Like, it looks symmetrical. But I have some ideas, like Rook C8, Knight D4. Maybe... I mean, it's just kind of uncomfortable for him. I don't know why, but it's kind of like, it's like slightly better for black. Is it better to play black? It seems like so far black has been scoring a lot of wins this tournament.
You've done well. First day, yeah, it was 8 black wins.
I don't know, but yeah, I know.
And we got the trades on D4.
Okay. Wait, trades on D4.
White goes E3, Bishop E6. Takes. Material's still equal, but how did you feel at this point? Did you feel like you have the advantage?
I mean, it seems like, yeah, it's an advantage, but like it's not okay. It's far from losing for him yet.
Right.
I mean, it's just the position, but it's kind of bishop on G2 is a bit lousy by the pawn on E4, and also I have some ideas like Rook C2,
right,
and then. Which is what I did. Rook c8, trying to coordinate the pieces. h3, bishop e2. I'm not really sure, but okay, this position, if he plays it with best play, he can still probably hold it. But from a practical perspective, it looks very difficult.
Already very unpleasant. Yeah, and then it went wrong very quickly for him after e5. This was a nice find.
I think he just blundered rook f2.
Right.
Yeah. But if he doesn't... Okay, he had some better defensive tries. Like here. The problem with bishop f1 is rook c1, I thought. Takes.
Right. And white's got the back rank issue.
Yes. I could... if king h2... I don't know. I might have just played king h2 if I were white, just to be a bit annoying on the defensive end. And now the question is, how do I make progress? It's white has a pretty solid defense still. He has this bishop on g2, and he doesn't have any clear weaknesses, so it's not that bad for white yet. I mean, I still have a lot of work to do if I want to win this game against a good defender.
Right.
h4, bishop g4. I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure. Like he played, e5. This queen d4 is probably good for me.
Right.
It's hard to see how he reacts if he attacks my queen. I play rook c1, and then, of course, this could go very wrong for him. And then checkmate on g1, like checkmate. That's checkmate.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
I'm trying to see what his best defense was. I mean.
No, I think it was very difficult. I mean, e5,
yeah, I just looked.
d4 is just, very nice execution, and okay, very nice win. Christopher, we'll have to let you go. Got a lot of games to look at, but
okay, thank you.
Good luck to you in the next rounds. Hope you stay a perfect score.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kostya. Indeed, lots of games going on. A game that we kind of let slip by us is a game of Jesse Kraai. When we left it, we really thought that Douglas Root was in real trouble and it was going to be over. Next thing I look, we're in a rook ending, four rook ending, and I'm seeing a pawn on d3 and pawn, and then going, well, wait a minute, I should be able to draw this pretty easily with white, right? I'm going to go e4.
You mean with black?
With black, sorry. Yeah, I should be able to draw it with black pretty easily. I'm going to go e4. Another move that I really like is just simply taking the pawn. Take. You take on d3.
Okay, e7.
Well, I want to put the rook on behind the pawn, right? So rook comes. First of all, I'm cutting the king off on the second rank, right? If you play a3.
Yeah, but this is just theoretically a draw, right?
Yeah, exactly. And for
save for Douglas.
For sure. I mean, definitely. The game between Andrew, there was this moment, which is just a very, very nice visual.
Andrew Hong and Balaji.
Yes, Andrew Hong. When we left it, we had seen this move G4. It was Queen E4, G4, and this was really strong. Christian had shown us some nice variations. What happens when you take on G4? There was a Rook G8. One of the nicer variations was this one that went takes, Rook here, Queen here, F5, takes, hello, Queen to G3, threatening checkmate. The crazy part?
No checkmate, just an extra piece.
But an extra piece for black, and black is winning. But check out what happened in the game, because what happened in the game is a very visual moment here. So after the move G4, Andrew said, okay, got it, can't play queen takes G4, understand, but hey, look, I can fight with the move knight takes. Rook takes, and what a move. Bam!
Can't escape this F5 idea.
Wow, it's so powerful. It comes with a gain of tempo. You can't go en passant because of Queen H2 check and mate. So
Queen H7's coming.
Exactly. So you had to play Rook to D7. queen takes d7, and because of the threat of, the queen coming to h7, we need to make room for our king. King c7.
Why not immediately queen h7?
I guess it was f3, but...
And we do have f3.
King h7, f3 anyway. Okay. So probably that move was simply required, and maybe we're setting up. There was a long time ago, seriously, that's not a joke. Christian mentioned you have this king march, and then march your king.
Well, the thing is, the king is so safe on b6. Even with the queens on the board, I might as well just try to push my king forward.
Right? Your king.
I might as well take on f3, first of all.
Yes, yes.
What do you take with? You take with the queen, my queen comes d4. You take with the rook, my queen comes d1. You take with the pawn, the g file opens up, you might have some problems.
Right.
So...
Yeah. But I love this idea of parking the king on b6 in front of the pawn shield. That
I
is
don't even
really
know if
remarkable.
I want to go queen d4. Probably I don't have to hurry.
No, you don't.
Like maybe just queen d3 now?
Queen c2.
Queen c2 is fine as well.
Because the idea is if you go rook f2, I can go...
I was just worried about queen g5, but not really worried.
King b6 will be safe.
Yeah.
It actually will be safe.
Rook g8.
That's a move I really like too.
Surprised me a little bit.
Because you can never take on g4.
Yes.
F takes g4, rook takes g4 is an automatic, right? This
queen
is...
e3.
And then we're...
No, he played queen e3.
Yeah, and then we're looking at king b6 and queen g7. It's all traffic in one direction. Queen e3.
Yes.
So the idea, king b6, maybe on a...
g3 here with queen h7 mate coming?
Yeah.
Can you escape?
I better get on my running shoes,
You don't want to
right?
take on c5?
I do. I do.
So queen h7 still?
Queen h7.
Not here because you have queen d. Well, it might still work.
I'm begging for a draw, right? So queen h7, queen d6 check.
Queen d6, you have to go to c8.
King c8 was
King
that one is a draw.
c8.
Well,
Yeah.
king b6 is a draw. Queen b4.
Queen e6, king b8, and I hide in the corner.
Right.
Wait. What?
But can I
check?
Run away?
You go hiding.
Can I go
corner?
rook d1?
And rook d1.
Okay.
Check.
Check.
Okay.
g2.
Yes.
And
then my king goes to e3. How safe is my
Queen
king on
f2.
e3?
I don't think our king is very safe at all. I think
King
we're going
f4, rook g4.
I think we're going to get mated.
Wait.
It's not made yet. King f5, queen f3, and you lose your queen.
Correct.
Yes.
At a minimum.
At a minimum, yeah.
Right.
But I have some alternatives. Go back. No.
Okay.
Maybe king
This is
d3?
fantasy land.
Fancy land.
No. Keep going. Yeah, that line was fine.
King b6 or king c8?
King b6 is a draw.
Okay.
So king c8.
Tell me what you like to do. I'm facing a mate, Christian. I'm panic button. Okay, you want to go
rook
rook
d1 has to be played. No, rook d1 has to be played. Rook d1.
Well, just a second. So we have a passer.
Sure. But your passer is pretty slow.
Take on f3 with a check.
I have a passer too, is the problem. And it's faster.
The problem is
Queen f2
you have
check.
a passer.
I don't need queen f2.
And
g2.
it's faster.
Yeah.
No. But let's keep the rook on d1 because at
Okay.
least you keep a threat going with the rook on
Checkmate
d1. You have some checkmating ideas.
Okay, rook to d1. Check.
Yes.
Check.
Now I have to go with my king somewhere else. Perhaps
D3.
D3 directly.
Okay. No king e3. King d3.
Take on f3.
And now finally I escaped and I'm threatening a mate.
Yay. And we've got a passer.
Somewhat of a threat.
So on a6, you just go e6.
Yeah, the question is who's faster. My guess is
I'm
you.
still
but
faster, but I can't really play g1 because you'll take.
True that.
I'm
Well, you
No, I'll play g2, e7, g1.
Right.
Okay. Queen d8 maybe.
No, I remember there was a time
Queen
that
E8,
when we
king
ever
A7.
promoted and our software would freeze. Right? It was like
Take on g1.
Queen f2 check.
Yes.
Take
And
on
how is this
G1.
position?
And
Queen
King
D8.
A7. Oh, there's E8 Queen. And I was not going to take.
Oh, you were going to save it.
I think we're having too much fun.
We're having fun.
E8 Queen.
He took on F3.
And he took on F3.
Yes.
I might not have made.
Crazy.
I mean, I can always take, yeah.
Okay, but the bottom line, Andrew is fighting for his life in this one.
And we were actually
And
very wrong.
What? How is that possible?
So after taking on C5, you keep the queen on C5.
You don't give a check.
And that queen comes back to G1. So you just play the rook D1 first.
I see.
So you mean with the move G3?
Yes.
Sorry, repeat what you just said,
So
Christian.
G3,
Yes.
Queen C5,
Queen C5.
Queen H7, and just Rook D1. So you have this Queen G1 covering the checks.
Of course. So we drop back with the queen whenever you go. So, by the way, usually the move G3
Ends the game.
is absolutely, it finishes the game. What we did have in the game, by the way, is a different approach. Just a second. There's my. Oh, that's strange. I'm not getting an update. Rook G8. What happened after Rook G8?
Queen E3.
Queen E3 and G
F3.
takes F.
G takes F. Rook takes F3.
Queen D1 check.
Queen D1 check is on the board,
That's
right?
the current
I think you
position.
should just update your game.
Yeah.
Maybe refresh.
There we go. It got it. It got it that time. This is a terrible position for White. Just end of.
And he also
end of
has
Sora.
a minute on his clock compared
And
to 40.
Andrew has no time as well, so this looking very, very good. I understand Julio might be
Very
roping
close
in.
to winning as well.
Let me jump to the game between our defending champion and Julio. Here it is. And
That pawn on H6.
I tell you, that Alpha Zero pawn, right?
Yeah, just cemented on H6, and in every type of endgame or even middle game, it's because of that pawn Black is lost.
Exactly. This is a definitely hero.
But somehow this one is going to keep going for a little while.
For sure.
Just because I have that E pawn, right?
Right. I mean, I understand it's 3 versus none on the queen side and 3 connected pass pawns are...
But am I threatening Rook A7 and then
You
sacking
defend
my
the knight
knight?
first,
Knight,
and then Rook A7.
yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the threat. Yes.
Yes.
B4, Rook A7, and then Knight E4, game over.
Yeah.
So just to... just to invite the audience into our discussion, what we are talking about is defending the knight with the move B4, and then the moment we get a position where our rooks are doubled on the 7th rank, this is child's play. Now we just want to play knight E4, and then
Distracting
we've
the
got
defender on G5 and then
from
checkmate.
H7, and then it's a checkmate. By the way, I think it was the first World Championship match between Steinitz and Zukertort, or it might have been Steinitz and Chigorin, where we saw this pattern of the checkmate. And
Well, Melik played E4. He's trying to create some counterplay.
right?
I think I can still play B4, or I might be cautious and play Rook E7 first.
Both. Both look really good to me. Rook E7, just putting the rook behind the passer, keeping your eye on it. Conversely, I also love your move B4, just defending the knight, getting ready to...
Because problem is if you push E3, then I still have Rook E7, which is winning the pawn.
Yeah, that makes it even more convincing. This one, a clear, huge advantage for Julio. I want to go to our two tournament leaders.
I think Shabalov is just down a piece with no compensation.
Just getting worse and worse, right? Yeah, bishop to G5, very nice move here. As this isn't an illusion, it's an extra knight. It's an extra knight, and
a better position.
No,
and
that
the
knight G6
compensation
was very nice.
Yeah,
just because you're getting control of the dark squares and you're not allowing any problems with that stranded bishop on H4. Very important.
And it was handled very masterfully by Akopian.
Yes.
After he won the piece, he took his time. He found knight e5, knight g6, all the top choices.
Best
of the
moves.
engine.
Yeah,
Best
knight
moves.
E5.
Yeah.
I especially like the move bishop to G5 because there was this very, very outside possibility for whatever it meant that of g5 and rook g4 and the bishop getting stranded. I know that when I was just analyzing with Christian and he made this move bishop g5, I felt, like the one thing I was playing for was taken away from me. With this move bishop to g5 too, essentially Vladimir is taking control over the f4 square, which makes bishop takes f4 and knight bishop takes d5 and knight f4
Alex
very attractive.
Played bishop f8.
Okay, pause because
queen or king, perhaps.
Or even knight, but
maybe knight, maybe f4.
I think king f8 looks most natural to me.
Yes,
me too.
Yes.
I like somehow the queen backing up the bishop, so that if, for example, we're going to move the rook, I don't know.
But the thing is, you also don't have rook c7.
Yeah.
If you take with the queen, you have rook c7.
And
this is so ugly.
And I like the idea of the queen being able to come to either g5 or h4. And this is, you said it well. This is so ugly. Domination on the dark squares. King takes f8. Maybe.
Even queen f8 looks great too. You can use your queen via h6.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. The queen on h6 also backing up. Very nice. Again, this is a tempo.
But at least queen f8 allows rook c7. Not that it's something to worry about, but...
that was the funny part is, the rook, for being on the 7th rank and all of the good stuff that we oftentimes associate with rook on the 7th rank, that knight on d6 is absolutely a rock.
Yeah.
It covers f7, knight f4, queen h6. This is definitely winning. I would even go so far as to say this is even more winning than the Julio game. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Iris
and Zoey?
And Zoey Tang, because Zoey has done the impossible.
She's defending very well.
Yeah, she's a very, very difficult position. She's just played the move bishop d5, and from all appearances, like all of White's pieces are on these massively good squares. But on the other hand, Zoe's a pawn up, and it's not like, there's a breakthrough, a winning breakthrough for White.
Sometimes passive defense works very well.
Exactly, it really does. Now, having said that, we've just seen the move bishop f3, and it invites a question for Black to answer. What are you going to do? And we've...
well, do I have to do anything? Because does White have any threats?
Maybe b3 and c4, if I can go b3.
Okay.
And...
some long-term plans.
Right. I just want to a-b, c4, if there's a danger. The problem is the desirable knight to d7 drops the rook. The next way to attack the knight on e5 is to go knight g6. So you would like to go king h7, except that drops the rook. So it's not so easy to shake off the active.
That's true, yes. So Black still has to be a little bit careful. Let's make... Can I trade queens?
Yes, you could play queen b6, but then at the end of the day...
Am I actually worse here?
A little bit. Because again, the
My
rook
king
and knight...
needs to be on e7 right now.
Right. And there will be a rush to the center, but White's pieces are the more active. So, and is a clock a factor, by the way, Nancy, in this one?
Iris has 19 minutes, and for Zoey it's 24.
So, more time.
Not quite yet time trouble, but in a couple of moves, the time trouble could decide things.
Absolutely. And where would you like to guide us next?
Well, I think we're going to see a couple of resignations, but let's check with Jasmine Su and Megan Paragua. We haven't looked at that game.
And that would probably be down.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
there we go.
Whoa. This is a funny one because somehow the black king stayed in the center. You don't see that too often. Okay. 4 versus 3, 2 versus 1. White's got the 2 bishops.
These bishops look powerful.
Look very, very promising. Bishop to d3. Check.
Okay, black doesn't have rook c8 because bishop d6 just wins on the spot. So king
King
d7 seems
to
like the only
d7.
move which she found. And now if I give a check, rook e to d1, you have knight d5.
Knight to d5.
Nice
So
cover.
one of those crazy things, and it's not an eternal pin because you have a pawn on a7. I can take on c6, go rook c1, and it's almost as if you're in this eternal pin. But fortunately
A6,
for
right?
black, you've got a6. If you did take the a2 pawn off the board and the a7 pawn off the board, I might be really, really worried. But because she's got a6 as a bail,
Just a little reminder for our audience, Megan is only 11 years old.
well, when Kostya told us that Alice Lee was facing younger competition,
That one
I thought
seems to be
Larry
coming
and
to an
Igor
end.
seem to be repeating.
Yeah.
As,
Sort of expected this one.
And how
they
is
draw.
Brewington doing?
Not great.
Not great?
Things have
No.
turned around in that game.
No.
Yeah, this game is
Brewington
a
right
draw.
now is pretty much lost.
Really?
Yes, he's a piece down. He has some compensation, but not enough. And to be honest, on the clock, the situation is dire as well.
When we left it, Brew had this wonderful attack. Dare I say it, Brewing? That was a joke. You were supposed to say that was brilliant. Be
I get it.
effusive.
That's a good one.
And unfortunately, no.
No, everything the attack has completely fizzled and he's just
It
down a piece.
has, and he's just down a piece.
For 2 pawns, but those pawns are not pass pawns, they're just weak
Yes.
passive pawns. Yeah, this
He
is very
only
unfortunate.
needs to find a way to get that king perhaps to safety, maybe just by hand, king d8, king c8.
Very nice.
And then try to do something against the king side. Because
You know that
in
knight
fact,
on e5 is
that
worth a rook.
is so strong.
Yeah.
So strong, right?
Yeah. Well, exactly. In fact, I'm starting
just
to
rook
look
e7.
at. Yeah. Just wouldn't we love to play rook? You know, get everything over to the G file.
I think it's played. I think it's on the board.
Rook to E7 on the board. Let me just
believe so.
refresh
Yes.
my board. Yes, indeed. Yeah, just it's student body to the G file.
Everything is protected. You
Everything.
cannot afford to exchange the queens. Your
No.
only hope right now for compensation is to find something against the king.
Right.
And if you don't exchange the queens, then my queen infiltrates. I go queen c4. I'm starting to pick at your weaknesses.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, as desirable as it is to go king d8 and e8, it might be one of the cases where it's just not necessary. We're just we have such great control. By the way, the move queen b3 also starts to be attractive here.
Very good.
He's
He
going
played
to
queen
g6.
G6.
Queen
By
to
the way, he's
G6.
also playing against the clock.
The clock.
He really feels like, you know, those 6 minutes, they feel like much, but not really. Down to the last 2 minutes and you start panic.
I mean, his next move's rook h7, and how do you defend all those tactics that are coming?
Exactly.
There's
No,
too many heavy pieces on
So
those two
king's
files.
actually completely fine on e8.
Exactly. It really is. Brew recognizing that his king needs help. The bishop on c3, drop back to e1, defending the pawn on g3. I liked your suggestion of rook h7 very, very much. Tactical threats of knight g4 also appearing. This looks very, very good for Justin.
Actually, knight g4 is just a huge threat. at
Yeah,
that point.
exactly. So
And he's reaching for it.
Yeah.
talk about a
Brewington just needs to survive right now,
Yeah.
which is not an easy task.
right. Talk about a game that backfired because Brew really did have a lovely attacking position and
Ideal
just-
position. He didn't have to worry about anything on the queen side, and he had a free reign on the king side. All he had to do was find the right sacrifice at the right moment. Easier said than done, truly.
Indeed. Rook h7, and we've been talking about knight g4 check, queen h5. Queen. If we go king to g2 to avoid that, we've got an issue with the h3 pawn suddenly. You can't play rook h1 because there goes a rook.
So I have to play h4.
You have to play h4. Now we pause because it's knight g6.
Nice.
Yeah.
It picks up. And I can put the other knight on e5 if I need to.
And then the other knight could go to e5 if necessary. Yeah, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong as a Justin Wang is going to keep pace with Christopher Yu. Where would you like to take us, Nasi, as time trouble becomes an issue?
Yeah, I think another game that's going to finish soon is Andrew Hong against Balaji. They're now in a rook endgame.
That must be winning for...
Oh yeah, Balaji's up a pawn, his position's great, king's coming in.
Yeah, when we left it, it was really dire. C takes, check, queen d4. That was a nice little touch, right? Just to kind of put the king a little bit further away. Rook h3, another nice little touch, king b6, a3. Oh dear, everything is just, this is dire.
Is rook e4 coming in to pick up e5 as well?
Oh yes, you know it is. Oh yes.
You can also go rook e3 and just pick up all the pawns on the queen side.
Right. Talk.
Really good play. And Balaji lost yesterday with the white pieces, so what a comeback.
Against Andy in actually a pretty
did something very similar last year.
Fearsome game.
He did something very, very similar
he was dangerous to everybody.
He lost the first one against probably the lowest rated player in the event, and then I think he beat Cheka, which was one of the highest rated players in the event, whether it was last year.
And his game with
or 2 years
Mishra
ago.
was also...
Exactly. So he's capable.
Crazy.
He's definitely capable. He's just very inconsistent at times.
Beating everybody, and we are expecting this game to be decided.
Should we check with Alice Lee's game?
Okay.
By
the way,
that's a result right there.
Yeah, Shabalov resigned, and great win for
our highest rated player, Vladimir Akopian.
Big win, and now moves on to 2 out of 2.
Yeah. By the way, isn't that interesting? He did take with the queen in that moment, and he did allow the rook to come to c7. And I was saying, you know what? That rook on c7 is really not that great.
Looks pretty, but doesn't do anything.
Exactly. And after, let's just replay that, because this was the moment, and we were thinking, okay, how do we want to recapture this bishop? Do we want to do it with the king? Do we want to do it with the knight? Do we want to do it with the queen? The objection to doing it with the queen, which was the choice, was that there is this move rook to c7. We're allowing the rook to the 7th rank. And then my counter argument was, yeah, but our knight defends everything. And once you see that we occupy all the squares, it's like this is a kind of a positional overkill. 2 minor pieces versus a rook, no contest whatsoever.
There's bishop f2 coming in with queen h6, and it's just...
No contest, yeah. And this actually is where Shabalov threw in the towel and said, good game, and GG. I think they call it GG these days. Good game.
You're trying to play with the cool kids, Yasser.
I'm hanging with the cool kids.
You play online.
Yes, I do, but I love the
That's what everyone says in the chat, GG.
Right, GG. Let me just go to the game.
You should take a look at the Andrew Hong versus Balaji game, because that might actually be over in just a few seconds.
Right.
Or just a few moves.
Okay. Because when we looked at it, we thought it was just, where is it? It's right here.
Yeah, it should be over very soon.
We saw the move rook e4.
I'm just picking up too many pawns is the problem.
Yes, that's precisely right.
And not giving many of them back.
And keeping them. Rook takes e5.
Now you have only one move after
King
rook
c7. Takes on c5.
Takes on c5. I would probably, I'm not interested in
No. I'm not taking your double pawn.
No.
I'm going to hold on to my D pawn.
Indeed.
E5, F4.
E5,
E5
F4.
frees your rook and then
Rook
go
to
hunting.
E3. Yes. Goodwill hunting.
It's a great movie.
Wonderful.
That's where How Do You Like Them Apples is from, right?
Yes.
Yeah, rook to E4.
And yep, he played rook E4.
Now
I actually
it's going
played
to...
Balaji last year in Charlotte, and yeah, I lost. He played a wonderful game, but I had no idea that he was that young.
And so strong too, right?
Yeah.
My goodness.
I know him since he was a very small kid. I think he was one of my first students in the United States.
No way, really?
Yeah.
You should play in the seniors. I'm telling you, you got to. I mean, you could be competitive.
I know. And this was like more than 10 years ago.
Wow. Do you know that was actually, we were at an opening ceremony. Not
No, you
so
don't have
long
to tell
ago.
that story.
Yes, I do have to tell
that story.
It's a brilliant
Keep
story.
it to yourself.
The juniors had come up to Christian and asked him, like, how come you're not playing in the national championships? And he said, well, I'm not qualified. No, we meant the seniors.
Oh my God.
It's like, what? Get out of here. These kids, little runs. Rook E4, very, very nice. And we're going to play E5, just as
My
you
question is,
described.
were they joking or were they serious?
I think they enjoyed having
They like to
little-
tease.
Yeah,
These,
had a little fun with
young players.
Right.
No respect for the elders
Wait till they come for you for a full scholarship to Mizzou.
Yeah, exactly. Who's laughing now?
We'll be waiting. Oh boy, we would really like to take you, but I remember 20 years ago. King G3 on the board. We're expecting E5 and just nursing.
E5, F4, rook E3, D3.
Yeah.
I'm just simply going to push my pawns, and you're actually not bringing your king anywhere close to them.
No, we're not. No. Ooh,
B6.
B6.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that move either, by the way.
Take.
Not very nice,
If you
yeah.
take on B6, I just simply take back on B6.
You don't take on D6?
No.
Why not?
Because the rook is trapped.
It's not. They have rook G4 check.
You have rook G4. That one is
Or
winning
rook
too.
E3 check. I'm winning either way.
Oh,
That's
no,
nice.
I meant that the rook is trapped.
Yes.
Oh, but you go C5. You're right. Of course, you take the rook. And here's the question for you. You see that you could play rook G4 check and rook G8. Or you could take the pawn. So what I would do is I would play rook check and take the pawn, just making sure.
Don't leave any extra pawns on the board.
Don't leave the pawns on the board. B6, I like that move. I do. It's
an extra pawn.
King F2 and
take the pawn.
take C. Yeah, I don't see any
And then
surviving chances for
Yeah,
white.
the passers, they're just going to go
They push
marching.
themselves.
Yes.
So rook A6 probably has to be
Rook
played.
A6.
Might as
Here
well
I
go
actually
D3,
pause because maybe this is obviously
King
I would play
B7.
King B7. Okay, yeah, King B7, Rook B5, King B6, Rook, and here I pause because I start to imagine D3, and they're playing right in.
He played King B7.
Of course.
He's not giving up any of the pawns.
No.
He doesn't feel like calculating. Basically,
Right,
at this
nothing
point.
to calculate. Rook came back to D6, and now we play E5.
Push him, baby.
Or Rook E3.
Push him, baby.
And push him.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, this is over.
That's,
Sometimes it just takes a while for players to accept I lost. so-
Right, yeah. We're going through the 12 stages of grief. First of all, it's denial. And eventually we
lasts for
get
a
to
while.
acceptance. Exactly.
Somewhere in there is like, where did I go wrong?
Right. Self-recrimination. Yes, very important. That moment where you really berate yourself for being an idiot.
There's also a moment even before you resign, you start thinking about tomorrow. Who am I playing tomorrow? Can I come back tomorrow?
Right. You know, I make fun of Aaron Nimzovich, but besides his books and his witticisms, he was famous for standing on the table at the end of a game that he had lost, and he shouted to the audience, "Why must I lose to this idiot?" Which is really one of the great all-time best.
Great exit.
You know, why must I? And that's kind of what Andrew was thinking too.
I can also see Korchnoi saying something like
Oh,
that.
definitely. He was a bad loser, and at the board he would swipe the pieces, and he did not like losing. This one is over. Where can you take us?
Do you want a game that's not over yet?
Yes, please.
Okay,
How is Rachel doing, by the way? How is Rachel Lee doing in her game? Because remember, she dropped a piece.
Right.
That was the F5, F4 stuff.
She's still down a piece. She hasn't given up yet, but I don't see any chances for her.
This is against Chloe, and whoa, what am I saying? Actually, Rachel's king is about to come under some very serious pressure. No
If
queen.
I were with White here, and we see Brewington resigned.
Did Brewington? Justin has won.
What a miss for him, but yeah, great comeback for Justin, and now he goes 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2. So he's keeping stride with Christopher Yu. If Queen E6, I wanted to say, the move she just played, at first, visually, looks really strong.
Yep.
Until you see the move Bishop H4 check, and the king is going to end
E2?
up... Yep.
Queen G2.
Yep.
Oh, I can't run too far, can I?
King to D3.
You have to, yeah, but...
And we've got Bishop H4 on the board.
You can play Queen.
What's the next one right now?
No,
Where's the
Queen
next
F1 check, but...
Queen F1, King C2, right?
Exactly. Is there something?
But wait, she played
One,
King
two,
F1. Now I think she's getting checkmated.
King F1?
She didn't play King E2.
Oh, that's Queen H1, King E1, Queen
Queen E1
E1
and take on C3, right? It's
Oh
just
my
like-
gosh.
That's a checkmate.
Sorry, I did not play
Yeah, I think it's
because
yes.
this just
She's
loses.
going for it.
Check. It's a forced mate. You're
Queen E1
absolutely
and
right.
Rook C3.
And Rook C3. That's a forced.
Well, King E4 and
Yeah, we
Mate in
just
a few.
lose everybody, right?
Mhm.
I mean, when you talk about losing the house,
Queen E1 on the board.
Yeah.
She does not take the pawn on G2. This game is over.
lost. Ooh, King D3. Rachel is fallen for Rook takes C3 check. There you go. She found it.
Yep, and
For Rachel, this will be her second loss on the trot.
yes, bad start for her, but
Mhm.
Chloe, she'll jump and have 1.5 out of 2. Not a bad start.
Absolutely.
I mean, winning with black any day is a great result.
Absolutely. By the way, just noticing that, yeah, it does win, but maybe even Queen A5 check is
be
even
fancy.
more.
No
convincing.
resignation yet.
No.
Which is a bit
We
surprising.
never
because-
resign.
But there's no stalemates. I mean, there's not even a stalemate available.
No,
You
she
have too
took
many
the queen.
pawns.
She didn't go for Queen A5 check. She just took the queen. And yeah, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, I don't like to sit there and suffer. I resign. Once I know I'm lost, I
Oh,
resign.
goodness, yes. I mean, put it out.
Time to move on and
Right.
think about the next game.
Exactly so.
But then again, nobody won a game by resigning.
But sometimes resigning, ending the suffering, has a lot to be said for it. Prescribed.
Definitely.
Our congratulations to
Chloe.
Chloe on that one. And again, I'm going to take us to the game between Iris and Zoey, because at the end, when we left it, White's pressure was just so unbearable that Zoey did go into that ending, which
Slightly unpleasant.
slightly unpleasant. I mean, it's 3 versus 3, 3 versus 3, But of course, white...
Has the active rook, better knight.
Exactly. Even if we put the knight on e4, we still haven't equalized, but that doesn't mean...
Surprising with g5. Is she losing a pawn now? So let's say knight d7.
Knight to d7.
Right.
Okay, that tickles the rook.
And then I have knight f6 check, taking f5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh. So, well, we have knight d7 on the board, just as you said.
But I don't want to walk into king f7, king g6, so I have to take on g5 first.
Okay, so let's do it one at a time. Knight f6 check, king g7, rook takes f5. Aren't I great? King g6. Maybe I'm not so satisfied. So, from the current position, knight to d7, rook to b7. Take on g5 first.
Yes.
Pause for a moment. Okay, I'll recapture. Check. Now you like the check. I'll come up. Now you like the takes.
Rook f5.
Okay, I'll come up.
And you want rook f7, right?
Yes.
So I have to go rook f2?
Yes.
Why
rook
not
f2.
g4?
G4.
Why do you want to give knight f4? And then if black manages to activate the rook...
Right. So in this position with the rook on f2, still some work to be done. I mean, no question about it. I'd rather be white. I mean, after all, we're a pawn up. But still some work to be done, right? I mean, there is knight, maybe on a good day.
Yeah, black needs to activate the pieces.
And she has.
That's why I wanted to go g4.
F type. Okay, so we'll go back to king and g4. Now the reason Nazi didn't like this one was because of this one.
But now
maybe
I go
immediately
h4.
h4.
Isn't that problematic?
I don't know. How problematic is it?
H takes g.
I mean, first of all, I can just take with the rook on g5.
Oh, nice. That's
you
much better.
Can. Oh, so sorry.
Which I'm still not sure if it's completely winning, by the way, because
it's not. Yeah, there is still
rook e2 at the end,
right?
But
it's not like
something tells me that maybe b3, and I should be good enough there.
Well,
B3,
wait a minute. B3, B4. No. you know. I've told
There's
you about
still rooks on the board. There's still rooks on the board. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if the rooks were off the board, that would be a very nice pawn breakthrough. Okay. So for the moment, our second seed, Zoey, is
by the way,
on the back foot.
She's following your line with f takes g5.
Yeah.
So what if I take with a knight?
That might be okay.
Not sure why or how it will help me, but let's just try it out.
Well, no, in this particular case, I'm thinking that...
looking at a6 as well.
Right, I'm kind of thinking, okay, but...
Can I go rook e7?
Yes.
Counterplays coming.
I think we should move to Andrew's game just because I think we're going to see a resignation.
All right, let's do that.
Andrew Hong versus Balaji Daggupati.
Oh yeah, the pawn on d file has run really far. It's about to be promoted.
Wow. And
rook d4 just wins, no?
In these positions, you don't promote to a knight.
You can.
It's illegal.
You can if you want.
It's a good move, but maybe it's not the strongest move.
That's actually what he's thinking about. I can guarantee you he's thinking about.
Isn't rook d4 just winning?
Yes.
The pawn endgame is winning, right?
Definitely. Yes.
Yeah. But have you ever done that? Is reached for a knight? Your opponent is like, what?
How many opportunities do you have in your chess career to promote a knight? Not that many.
Not that many.
By the way, not for nothing, if I go king c7...
Rook a7 check. King b6, right?
Rook b7. It's the same idea.
No, it's the same idea. No, why not put the king on e5? Yeah.
Rook d4 on the board.
Rook to d4, yeah, of course. That's the simplest. So the idea is that we want to take with the king. We want to defend the pawn on c3 with king to c3.
Now you could take on c4.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And then take e3 as well.
Yeah, I was going to go for the checkmate.
It's just semantics at this point.
That's a nice one. Rook takes d4. So, yeah, king takes d4. king to c3, king to e2, king to c3, king to d3, king to d1, king to d3.
Yes, and made in 4 moves.
Yes, that's the way
you have to play king d1.
He has played king c3.
Maybe Christopher was right when he said maybe it's better to play with black.
I'm telling you right now,
so many
it's
black wins.
For sure, right?
King d3 is a very sadistic way of finishing.
That's how I got my grandmaster title. Please, please, respects for.
And
he plays it. He's a grandmaster also.
Yes, Balaji, very impressive endgame technique in this one.
G4.
The last great act of defiance.
You might as well take
It's almost stalemate, but you have that pawn on a3.
Right.
So the Hasslers in New York would just like...
Right, accidentally knock it off the board and claim a draw. G4.
Congratulations to Balaji, great win.
A very, very nice win. And again, I have seen Andrew playing in the Summer Classics here where he really was having master classes. There's no other way of putting it, which is why I have picked him to win.
We do have an interview waiting for us. Kostya is with Chloe.
Thanks, guys. Here with Chloe Ga, who just won her game against Rachel Lee. Chloe, congratulations.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's game?
Yeah, I guess the moment where she played bishop e5 was kind of shocking because, yeah, f6, I was calculating this and I saw that she gets 3 pawns for the piece, but I thought my position should be better.
Right, so this was all forced. f5, f4, bishop's trapped. She can take... And yeah, how did you evaluate this position with the bishop?
Yeah, I thought I was better here because I guess my bishop is pretty active and it kind of stops white from playing d5 or c4 because it's on the g7 diagonal. So I thought like I was comfortable here playing this. I guess yeah, rook c8 and then I guess yeah. I don't think my conversion was the best, but like h5 rook e4.
Right. Eventually, it seems like you opened up the king, and queen and rook get in. Bishop also gets in, and.
I mean, here I was looking at instead of for her like, I think, king f1, like after bishop h4 check king e2, and then I guess queen takes g2, king d3. It's still kind of...
Still some work to be done here, yeah?
Yeah, but like maybe queen f1.
Yeah, white has no checks, so queen f1, and king has to run somewhere. King c2, let's say, and...
Yeah, I guess maybe...
Something like rook b8, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, there's still queen e5. So yeah, still tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I thought was her best try, but yeah, like king e2, king f1 was just...
Right, just immediately walks into this. Well, great job, nice win today. I mean, 1.5 out of 2 so far. Feeling satisfied with your performance?
Yeah, I think I've been playing okay, so I'm just going to keep on trying to play good games.
Right, and who do you play tomorrow?
I think I play Jasmine, so...
Okay. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck in your future games, and leave you to it. Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Our congratulations to you again, Chloe. Very, very nice. A very important win.
And we have another game that just finished. Megan's game. I believe it to be a draw.
Paragua.
Right? Yes, because when we left it was equal. I think they just repeated 3 times.
Correct. Yes, and we expected this one to finish.
I think, is Julio still playing? Let's check. Julio Becerra against Melik.
Right.
Yeah, he's winning, but it's still going on.
It's been one of those games where we kind of called it for quite some time, but now having said that, Melik is doing his best to hang in there. I mean...
That's what grandmasters do.
Right? Yeah, they always say, I wanted to resign, and they never do. They never, ever resign.
Even Wesley said
even Wesley
resigned like 20
against
times.
Fabi,
against Fabi. But then the time control, By the way,
And somehow I survive.
Right, they do. Once again, this pawn on h6 is really...
If you remove that pawn, it's not even winning.
It might not be, you know. I mean, the problem is, if we could play rook takes and on a good day go rook here, and maybe leverage this pawn, oh, that would be great. But we can never leave the 8th rank because there's a mate on, it's a back rank mate.
So now what do you think? Should Julio just push the pawn, b5, and create a passer?
Absolutely. Well, it is a passer.
Support it with the a pawn if needed.
Yeah, the other thing that goes through my mind is, boy, if I could just get rid of this knight on g5, I would checkmate.
Could also.
Right. So, I mean,
oh, yes.
the move knight e5 to f3 does go through my mind, and I do say to myself, okay, that's one, but why not just rush the pawn up the board?
Yeah, and I like what he did with bringing the king to d1, so
as well.
Black pawns have no chance of advancing.
It's right. So when you do have a winning position, just ask yourself the most salient question: what is my opponent's counterplay? And if you can prevent the counterplay before it even occurs, well, and this is what he's done with this king on d1. I mean, he says, okay, your only trump is a passed e-pawn. I'll deny it.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'll stop it. And b5, a4, b6, and
this is really sad. If you think about it, Melik can only move the rooks back and forth on the last rank.
Exactly.
He did push f3.
He did play f3.
But we do have another interview. Kostya is with Justin Wang.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Justin Wang, who just won his second game out of 2, defeating Brewington Hardaway. Justin, congrats.
Thank you.
How did you feel about today's win?
I don't know. Probably just lucky. Like I probably should have lost the game. I guess that's all.
Yeah.
Somehow just fun. Maybe the only thing is find this queen e8 move.
Which move? I'm sorry.
Maybe just the queen e8 move. Okay, maybe it's just only good move I played in the game. But maybe I even lose it. I don't know. But
yeah. We just brought up the board. I was curious here. Okay, of course, at this point he sacrifices on h6. He could have taken with the bishop as well. How did you evaluate the situation at this point?
I don't know. I mean, I thought I was losing for a long time already. So it's just like.
Oh, losing for a long time already, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, it's just, losing. And then somehow I just see this queen e8 move, and like we just play. I mean, I'm probably lost anyway, losing anyway. So I just play queen e8.
And
there's something happens.
Where do you think he went wrong? Do you think this decision was just
I don't know,
incorrect, or not sure, huh?
I mean, I did not really understand it, but maybe Engine says something that I'm just completely wrong. But in the game, it's just, okay. I was like, okay, king e7. What does he have? It's just like I just see nothing.
You're just making only moves, yeah. Bishop.
Like king e7, and then I just see nothing for him. Like, what's going on?
Right. And all of a sudden here, it looks like, just with.
I mean, now black is better. At least it's.
And just winning. So you felt like you kind of escaped today.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, just.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I also saw like this bishop a6 combination, and I kind of did not believe it worked, but okay, maybe. But yeah, I had to find the king e7, I guess.
I see. Well, 2 out of 2. Justin, you also won the first game. Off to a good start. How are you feeling about the whole tournament?
No, I don't know. It's just the start of a tournament, so anything can happen. Really, I mean, it does. At this point, it's like doesn't. I guess it probably doesn't matter that much, but I don't know. At least I haven't lost a game yet, so that's good.
Yeah, no, 2 out of 2 is great. We'll wish you the best of luck in your future games. Hope to see you back here again.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, and our congratulations. And this is how he figured it out. I go here, you go there. Wait a minute. Then I go here, and then you go there. And then I go here, and you go there. And then he figured it out.
I like that technique.
You like that technique? Wait a minute, I'm confused.
If my opponent starts doing that, I know I'm in trouble.
Right.
It's pretty intimidating.
I want to turn our attention to the game of Rose Atwell for a moment.
Looks like
as she's got a beautiful knight versus bishop ending. This is kind of those endings that we live for. We understand that the strengths and weaknesses of the minor pieces, especially as they compare to one another. It's the verdict. Do you like the knights or the bishops?
In this position or in
Not
general?
in general.
I like the bishops.
Like the bishops, yeah.
And in this one, you just lose a pawn.
Yes.
Unless it's blitz, because in blitz, knights are so tricky.
Right. I mean, everybody loves the knights because of their movement, but they know the bishops are stronger.
Yeah.
But the knights and those tricky forks, and this is the problem. The king just came back to e3, and the knight's under attack. The pawn on a7's under attack. By the way, I really think these pawns on h5, g5, f4 cement a big advantage. Yeah.
Cannot leave because of those pawns.
Precisely.
Yeah.
The king on g8 has to stay pretty much where it is because h6 at any moment. In the meanwhile, where can we move? If we go knight here, well, maybe I start.
I do think we should move on to this Julio Becerra game just because I have a feeling we're going to see a resignation happening in that one. This is what we have right now. Rook to f2 was the last move. The pawn is already on b6. I can just simply take that rook. Knight takes f2, you have absolutely nothing. And Melik, from the body language, it just feels like he's ready to call it a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just refresh my board. As we did, when we left it, we did see the move b5.
Right now, he's just trying to recollect, hey, where did I go wrong?
Right, b6, rook to f2. The final trick.
Missing the a3 and queen being trapped on a5.
But that was beautiful. Queen e1 followed by a3. Well-conducted attack by Julio Becerra.
Quick question. Rook f2. What do you do? What do you do?
I take.
I take your
Take
I
it.
take.
And after recaptures?
King e2.
That was
You want to play? What do you want to do?
I would play rook f7.
Rook f7.
Yeah, just to. But yes.
Why not king e2?
King e2 because there's a small chance that I might overlook mate.
There's a small chance that your knight is on g4 somehow.
There's a small chance I might overlook checkmate.
Yeah, knight takes f2 is on the board.
Yes.
Probably he will resign after king e2.
Yeah.
That's my guess. If he plays it.
But again, if the pawn wasn't on h6, then Black would have some play.
That pawn on h6, that was a hero,
yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's why that's the mistake. He should have played h6.
Himself, yeah.
But that was 30 moves ago.
I know, exactly.
He's been suffering since.
Exactly. Sometimes, mistakes that occur early, there's no cure. You're always paying for the same mistake, throughout the whole game. Again, I think rook f7, but king e2 is a good technique. I'm not going to argue against king e2. I just...
King e2.
King e2.
It's on the board.
It's just that I could have...
Maybe rook f8, a last attempt.
The last great act of defiance,
F1
which rook f7, by the way.
Prevented. There we go.
No final attempt.
No last act of defiance. A resignation, and our defending champion goes down swinging.
And we do have another interview. Kostya is with Balaji Daggupati.
Thanks, guys. Here with Grandmaster Balaji, who just won his game against GM Andrew Hong. Balaji, welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
1 out of 2 so far. How are you feeling about this tournament?
Well, the first game was obviously a disappointment. I was lost pretty quickly, and it felt pretty one-sided. So it definitely feels good to bounce back against such a strong opponent and with Black. So far, we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah. Let's jump into the game. It looked very, very interesting. I wanted to ask you about this moment here where you played g4, takes, and then just this lovely move, f5. Just wondering, at what point did you see this f5 idea? Was it when you played this?
Yeah, when I played g4, I'd already seen the position after that. I was just considering this position and thinking if there's any other options that might be even better for me.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, because this looks very nice. Of course, for the audience, if en passant, you got mate, which is a very nice trick. White has to, he gives the rook, but if he moves the queen, then okay, you're just taking here, right? Queen takes d4. You got Queen H7 and well, just mates happening. So yeah, this was nice. Where do you think things went wrong for White in this game? I assume at this point it's already after G4 it's already quite bad. You think?
Yeah, I think from where he allowed me to take on E4, I think when he played C4, it started to feel that I was getting a bit of initiative there because he has so many weak pawns. And maybe he has a way to hold everything, but I didn't see a clear one at least. And I thought, at the very least, I have a lot of counterplay here. Yeah, especially after Castle's position just looks beautiful for Black. Yeah.
Well, very, very nice game. Want to ask, what are your ambitions for the tournament?
I don't want to think too much about the results right now. So for now, I just want to make sure that I play as well as possible and use opportunities when I get them. Other than that, we'll see where it goes, and we can think about other results later in the tournament.
Totally fair. All right, Balaji, we'll leave you to it and wish you the best of luck in your future rounds.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys,
Our
back to you in the
congratulations
studio.
as well, Balaji.
Beautiful game today.
But a big victory over a tough opponent, Andrew Hung. And this...
And we have this game going on the screen right now. Jason Liang against Jason Wang. And it seems like they're repeating because it's a draw-in game, queens and bishop versus knight.
I see, yeah.
With, a million checks available.
Yeah, I just had the game between Alice Lee, who we kind of lost track of. Alice Lee as on the black side versus Yasmin there.
And she's still worse.
What's worse?
She's still worse.
Alice is worse?
Oh, yeah.
Alice is worse?
I thought she was playing for a win.
I thought so too. Why is Alice worse? We
Why
just
would
played
she
the
be
move
better?
E4.
Well, her king is better placed.
I thought she was playing for the win with the idea of, like, give me a check on A6 and I'll go...
Like, she can always play H4 and have a draw if she wants to, right?
Who?
Alice.
Oh, yes. Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. No, I thought it was going to be a draw, which is a very bad result for Alice, but...
But I mean, Yasmin didn't really make any mistakes, so it's hard to beat anyone if they don't give you a chance.
Exactly, and I think your move H4 makes perfect sense too, because in those cases you always have this perpetual...
change my my tune.
Your tune?
Yeah, well, not H4, no. I don't
H4
like that.
immediately Queen D5 and perpetual, right?
The only way to try for something would be to go King C5, right?
Or Queen D2 is also possible, I think.
No, King C5. I like this move.
Must be the only
because you've got to cross the
You're
equator.
giving me a pawn, right? Queen E7 check.
Yes.
I'll give you that pawn, no problem.
But again, at
Might be a little risky.
No. At the end of the day,
I don't know, guys.
Okay, just a second. Let's say
she goes for
played
H4. Wow.
Ooh,
No, I'm picking up G5 and H5. Why would you risk that?
because it's not the quantity.
It's the quality.
It's the quality. It's the quality. And which passer do I want? I want an E pawn passer or an A pawn passer. So I'm looking at this. Yes, I understand. You do take a pawn, an extra pawn.
But I would be very afraid about that A pawn in this position.
Agreed. I think it's still a draw regardless, but now after this move King E7, it's definitely a draw because White
Queen B7 and just checks.
has a perpetual in her pocket
But
if
that's
she
the
wants.
thing, yeah? I mean, if you are in Alice's shoes, you should have tried for more.
King C5.
You should have tried for more.
Exactly.
You need a victory. You're playing a player that's 400
Lower
rated
rated.
points
Much
below
lower
you.
rated. Yeah.
You might as well try for King
But she
C5.
could lose that one.
No.
I don't agree with you guys. I think giving up both pawns there, it's still a draw objectively. But it's too much risk, and she's not feeling very confident right now after yesterday's loss. And this is a very long tournament. She has 7 games to come back.
Okay. But,
Now I think we'll see a draw.
And we're going to break our analysis from this game to go to Kostya, who's with Julio.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Grandmaster Julio Becerra, who just won a very nice game against the reigning champion, Melik Khachiyan. Julio, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be actually playing your first U.S. senior?
It's really nice, it's thank you for the opportunity. I thinking now to try to play every year. This is a very good motivation, really nice tournament against all these players. They are like legend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at your game today. Were you surprised by his opening choice?
Yes. Yeah. Also in the first round, like Shabalov played me Karogan, and now he always play like a Sicilian most of the time, no? And now in my game today, my opponent most of the time play the Slima, and he surprised me with this opening. Like expecting a lot of time preparing and then playing something else. So
the 4 nights I'm sure was surprise. But of course you got very nice position, H4, H5, and
he probably missing that move H6 because if after H6 he queen T9, pawn take G7, knight take G7, queen H4.
Yes.
Yeah. Queen H4, and then it's actually something. If you play H5, queen take E7, queen take A2, queen take B4, and looks fine for white, no?
For white.
And also he have a choice that he can try to don't lose the piece, but the thing is his knight not gonna have a square, like a rook E8 there.
E8, right?
Queen take pawn check. King there, queen check, knight block, and rook H7, and unbelievable the knight not have a square to go.
That's funny. Yeah.
That's
very nice. Yeah, I think the commenter was saying he should have started with H6.
Yeah, he should stop my pawn because that pawn is usually like I think he probably was like about to go to play that move after queen A5, but he missing probably all this line. No?
In between move.
Yeah.
Nice. So you get this in, and then you find this very nice.
Yeah, queen H4 was actually also very important because when he played D6, he wanted to go bishop D7, but now when I play queen H4, he need to defend the piece when rook or queen, and then he cannot play bishop D7 anymore. No, so it's like
basically just stopping him from.
Right. Yeah. And I think that was his plan when he played down.
Right. Then we got this F4, F6.
Yeah, I was surprised about F6 too. I think he's going to play bishop B7, and I was thinking to go F5. And looks like really interesting because if I open the E file, I can take the knight and queen F6 at some point. Also, after he tried everything, bishop D3 because I had to protect on C2. I attacking queen take B4. So I thought that was really, that was probably he played F6 down.
Right. And then you found this queen E1 idea.
Yeah, queen E1. I when I played that move, he was like didn't know what I want to do, but this is like in the night of it's like some similar that we play A3 and
the A3, just typical idea.
Exactly, and he didn't find out my. And in the first round, can you go back 1 second? In the first round, I was playing fine, and to one moment I started playing really bad. And then after I lost the first round, I thought I was going to lose the round because I was, and says to this game, probably I'm going to start win my confidence back because I was before play A3 looking like the queen don't have any square if you take my knight, no?
I mean, this is just...
Right, all right. Yeah, but looking at more than one time that the queen don't have any square. Yeah, it was rusty, not playing long time. No? So that was,
Well, Julio, very nice win today. Congrats to you.
Thank you very
much.
much.
The best of luck in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Okay. Bye.
Our congratulations to you as well, Julio. It's always nice to get that one win under your belt and give your tournament a boost. I want to go to the game of Jesse Kraai and Douglas Rube for a moment because Jesse, when we left it, we really felt that a draw was more or less inevitable, but Douglas with the move F4 just allowed a very strange moment here. He had been playing it perfectly, I think, Douglas, up to this moment. He should just play check and not allow this construction. Rook to A1, and
no, I think he was in time trouble. He's been down on a clock.
That explains it.
He has 1 minute and 30 seconds. So.
Because this moved G3, and suddenly it's very clear that this A-pawn, supported by the rook, is choo-chooing up the board, and there's no counterplay on the king side. You don't have the move E3.
Well, he played E3.
He did play E3, sorry.
E3 is on the board.
And I
After
think just
king
king
F-
E2?
Yeah,
King
pardon
E2,
me.
I think what he wants is F3.
Ah, thank you. F3.
Okay.
So that means I should
King
just play
E1.
king E1 in that case. I didn't see your F3. The king E1 just defends the pawn on F2, and then it's all about this. The
Now
A-
F3 can be met with taking on E3 and Rook A3.
That's exactly right. Rook A3 check.
Put the king in front of the pawn, and that's it.
Exactly. No counterplay and the A-pawn motors. So king E1.
But we do have a repetition happening in the game Liang against Wang. We're going to see a handshake soon.
Do we?
Exactly. They've been actually threatening us with a three move repetition for quite some time.
And
You
no,
think
they
they're going to
both-
deliver? Do
they
you
both lost
really?
yesterday, so
Highly doubt it.
draw will be a fair result, and they can start winning starting tomorrow.
Nice. Where now I have to ferret out their position because I had the Jesse Kraai game. Where
So
am I?
this is Jason, Liang.
No, that's not it. So that's not the.
Where there it is at the very
Yes, we
top.
found it. There we go.
My goodness. I mean, I went through 13 games. I was
How do you
scrolling
find
all of the games.
They agreed to a draw.
And after all of that, so how did they do the repetition? Well, there you go. It's right there.
Well, Cristian is explaining it to them right now.
That they can't agree, they have to claim.
Ah,
Because they just shook hands.
very nice. Okay, so Christopher is being like any arbiter.
Following the rules.
Right. Dot your I's, cross your T's, make the claim. I'll allow you. Get out of here. A draw where what's left?
Let's check
Christian?
with Rosat.
Well, Jesse, I think we should.
We have two winning positions, yes. It's Jesse, Kraai, and Rosat. Well, both winning.
And perhaps the one that you chose is a good one. Because
Well,
it does seem to be finishing up very soon. We're
Exactly.
talking about the Rose Atwell.
Well, this one too is going to be finishing immediately.
Well, I think
after
they'll
King
play
takes
this out
F2.
for a bit, but
You think so?
maybe
Really?
Black will put the rook on A8 and wait a minute. King F2.
Yes.
F takes G.
H takes G.
What if I put my king? Oh, my king's.
You're not. You're
Every
going to have to
time?
put your rook in front of the pawn. You know, you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if I could put my king in front of the pawn, then how do you win?
Right. It'd be
So if king was on D5, it would be a different result.
Yes. Your
So
king.
close yet so far.
Rook to G6.
So now A5.
Correct.
Let's keep going. Let's
Rook
keep going.
A6.
Let's see if you have any
A5.
chances of survival here.
Rook A6. King.
But now I go King E5.
Yeah, maybe you
Wait a
should start
minute,
with
wait a
rook
minute.
H1 instead. No,
King
no,
F6.
I don't.
What?
King F6.
Instead of
after
King
E4.
F3, why not go rook H1? Because this way you cut off Black's king immediately. So
You want me-
A5,
A5.
rook A6, and rook H1.
Rook A6. You mean give up my A pawn?
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
we
yeah.
cannot do that.
No, this is winning.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it
Ah,
table
you have rook
based?
H4
Yes.
also.
I'm studying rook hand games from Sam Shanklin's book.
And
I just
You're using
just learned
dark
this
magic.
recently.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, I see what you're doing.
Okay, okay.
So I'm
And
feeling confident.
So yes, you've got your. Okay.
Your Sam Shanklin dark magic. But is this clear? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. King D3.
Rook takes.
Rook F5.
Check.
Well, we have to check, Nazi.
King G2.
King
I have
E5.
King E5.
King E4, sorry.
King E4.
Rook E6 check. I'll
Okay.
catch you off there and then
No, I don't believe you yet.
Wow.
play Rook E5. Go
We have
ahead.
a doubting.
That I believe you.
Thomas.
That I believe you. King D5.
King D5.
I've seen this endgame way too many times. Rook G5.
Okay, bring the king out.
Check. King F5.
Oh, did I bring out the king the wrong way? No.
You can bring it either way.
Either
Doesn't
way,
really
you're
matter.
going to check.
I'll give you a check and then I go Rook
I'm
H8.
surprised you played Rook E2. Well,
I'm
I was
pretty
going to
sure
play
this
Rook
is a draw.
E8, not Rook E2, Rook E8. So there's no checks from the front.
Makes sense. Rook E8.
But there's always checks from the front. Rook G5.
King F3.
Yes,
It's not going to
check.
be enough now. I think it's a short end. King H5. Yep, it's too short now.
How do I trick you?
I'm sorry, Christian, throwing you under the bus on this one.
She tricked me.
She did.
Go back.
I've messed
go
up
back.
enough rook end games that now I'm finally
No.
learning them.
No, go back to Rook E8. I'm still not
You're
convinced.
skeptical.
I'm still skeptical.
My goodness.
With the pawn on G3, I just
yeah,
feel
if
like
you put your pawn on G4, it's
with
good.
the pawn on G4, I understand.
Yes. You're good to go.
I just feel like there's still some work to be done. Maybe
I don't know.
I'm
She made
missing
a very
something.
convincing argument that she's ready to play G4. Your rook's short.
She
If the
is
rook was
making a
on
convincing
G8,
argument, yes.
then-
Play Rook E8 is very good.
Okay,
Yes.
I have an idea. 1 second.
okay, here it comes.
Go. Yes, right there.
Rook E8.
Yes, Rook E8. Rook E8.
Okay. G4 is white's intention.
I'm not sure it is because G4 I go Rook E5.
Okay, so I'll just bring the king out. I
So
don't
you have to
rush
bring
with
the king
G4.
first. Now the question is, how do I deal with that?
So you're saying you want to go? No, you're not saying you want to go there.
No.
Because then G4. Yeah.
Then G4.
What if I go
King
King
D6.
D6 actually?
Okay, King H3.
King D7.
Should I play King G4?
You can if you
I
want,
don't have
yeah.
to.
Well, King G4, Rook F7.
Yeah.
You have to go Rook E1 anyway, right?
Yeah.
So let's just put our rook here.
That's fine. Now I give you a check.
Check. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
King G4.
Now I go to H8.
Yep.
Aha.
Aha.
What now? I got my rook on the
On the eighth rank.
So King F3.
That's okay.
So again, we're looking to play G4 and
Rook F8.
Okay, I'll play King E3 for now. And then I'm going to
Okay.
push the pawn.
I see what you're trying to do. I sense this type of tactics.
good technique.
Or King G2. King G2 would have been good
But
too.
now I go Rook F6.
So
Rook
we
F6.
do think that Jesse is winning. Just want to check in on Rose Atwell.
Yeah, I
How
think
is Rose
she's-
doing?
She's winning. Very close. She won 3 extra pawns now, so
3 extra pawns.
bishop versus knight.
You
She's
had me at-
demonstrating.
And there's the handshake.
Yes. Congrats to Rose.
Absolutely.
And let's go to Zoey Tang's game because there's a unclear knight end game on the board.
Zoey was on the back foot when we
Yeah,
left
she's
it.
playing Iris.
Yes, the hero of round
You missed
one.
it a little bit lower.
A little bit lower.
There we go.
There it
Iris against Zoey Tang.
Oh. This suddenly got
what's
very
happening?
complex. So we left it, white was a pawn up. But now we're in a knight ending where
black might be trying.
Zoey,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
where Zoey is definitely kicking. Whoa. Who's trying to win?
Oh,
Think
Zoey,
black.
for sure.
Her pawns are more advanced.
Maybe King D5 now?
Okay, King
I
D5.
think I have to go G5. I can't wait.
Can't wait.
Every
G5 I go
tempo matters.
B4.
Not even 94?
Not yet.
B4, G6.
Knight E4 then.
B4 G6, 94 in this moment. I'm getting
You
scared.
have connected pawns.
Those pawns are really fast. Let me go back to the current position if you don't mind. So the current position is here, and we're going to go king here, correct? Now, wait a minute. I mean, whoa. King to d4.
She played king d7.
King to d7. Okay, just a second. King to d7. That looks like a strange decision. Am I wrong?
Knight f7, right?
Yes, so that in case of b4, I've got to check.
But what if you want to play a4? And threaten b4.
Ooh,
I think that's
a pawn breakthrough. Those are...
I would be very scared here with white.
Agreed wholeheartedly. a4, ooh. So the idea is knights have a very, very difficult time defending against a pawns and h pawns.
She played knight b7, and I see the evaluation bar didn't like that.
Did not.
Did not.
Because we're just running the
I
pawn.
think it's a mistake. b4.
We're running the pawn. Okay, if you don't mind, recap the action so far. Let's start with the results. Let's start with the juniors and see where we stand, because we've had quite an eventful round in the junior championship.
And now we have two players with the perfect score, Christopher Yu and Justin Wang, share in first place.
Andrew Hung losing drops to a 50% score.
And Balaji, nice win today. He's coming back to into the tournament.
And the girls so far?
Let's take a look. We still have a couple games going, but at the moment, no one has perfect score. We have 1.5 for Jasmine Su, Rose Atwell, and Chloe Go.
I have a feeling Zoey Tang will have 2 out of 2 after
may
tonight.
have 2 out of 2 should she find b4 and push him, baby. And finally, in the seniors, what do we have going on there?
We have only one person with the perfect score, Vladimir Akopian, defeating Shabalov today, and Larry Christiansen, only person with 1.5.
Clear second. And at the bottom there we do see Jesse Kraai. We think Jesse has a 1 position as we are getting ready to wrap up today's broadcast. But again, lots of decisive games. And,
Absolutely.
Big fights across all of the championships.
And take a look at our predictions.
Mine, I don't know.
Guys, my
Everybody
picks,
picked
both
up
Hardaway and
Alex.
Khachiyan lost today.
Right.
Not a good day for you, yes.
Andrew lost.
Not a good day for
Joel
us.
drew. But, well, you got Akopian. You're looking good.
I got Akopian. Kostya, final words from you.
Thanks, Christian. Yeah, another very exciting day. We got some perfect scores in the juniors. Vladimir Akopian on a 2-0 score in the seniors. The top seed. Looks like he's finally ready to come in and take the title of this tournament. You know, that he's the #1 seed for the last 3 years. He hasn't been able to win it yet, but started off very, very strong so far. 2 wins with the black pieces. Very, very impressive performance from Akopian. So this could be his year.
Thank you, Kostya. I just love what Julio said, that he gets inspired. Now that he's playing in St. Louis and enjoying the environment, he's inspired to come back and play again. We're going to wrap things up. Nasi, it was really wonderful.
Great day.
Christian, can't believe it.
We've made it.
We made it.
Thank you for watching, and join us again tomorrow for round 3.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.